Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings was released in May of 2011, 4 years after Witcher 1 and 3 years after Witcher 1 Enhanced Edition. Witcher 2 was similarly updated with a free Enhanced Edition in 2012. The game was met with a moderate amount of fanfare and reviewed quite well, in no small part because it appeared like a much better produced game than Dragon Age 2 that came out a few months earlier in March of that year. I played both of these games at release, but I didn't finish either of them. For Dragon Age 2, that was because I was hopelessly addicted to World of Warcraft at the time and was pulled back into a raid tier. For Witcher 2, the reasons are a bit more serious. My mother died. I only got to the second chapter of Witcher 2 back then, and I didn't play it again until making this video. It normally wouldn't be worth bringing up at all, but I'm doing so to make it clear that I was enjoying it enough to finish it back then. It's that I couldn't, for obvious reasons. So my experience of playing this game at release before the Enhanced Edition is incomplete, and you should know that. There are some important comparisons we can draw to Witcher 2 from Dragon Age 2 and World of Warcraft. Same goes for the zones in Witcher 3 actually, but for now let's see how the story continues from Witcher 1 since this sequel is set only 1 month after the events of the first game. The pre-credits cinematic shows an assassin attack King Foltest and Geralt saving the day, using his reward for saving the city as an unexpected weapon. Then we get the final shot on the dead assassin's face. It's another Witcher, except when I first saw this, I thought it looked so much like Geralt that it was some sort of mysterious clone or something, and that's how they were going to explain how Geralt is back from the dead. There were multiples of him walking around, and that's why people were confused, but clearly they didn't go that route, and I was crazy for thinking that. So Witcher 1 ends with Geralt in a complicated situation, but still a prosperous one. He has earned the favor of the ruler of one of the largest kingdoms in the Northern Realms. He has just saved him for a second time, and he's many thousands of orens richer for his trouble. Then Witcher 2 begins, and we find Geralt like this.
Looky there, he's awake.
Witcher 2 has many, maybe even dozens of continuity errors from the first game. It has so many that later I will argue that Witcher 1 probably shouldn't be considered a reliable source of the events that happened, and should instead be treated like an embellished tale from Dandelion who gets many facts wrong. And I should also point out right now that I made a mistake in the first video by not clarifying that Dandelion is the same character as Jaskier from the Netflix series, so if you only watched the Netflix show you may have been confused when I started talking about Dandelion interchangeably with Jaskier, and I'm sorry that I didn't make that clear. Jaskier is a much better name for that character in my opinion, but in the games and the translated versions of the books that I read, that character is named Dandelion. I believe the more direct translation is Buttercup, but let's leave that. So because the games and the books call him that, we're going to call him Dandelion for the rest of this video series, but just think Jaskier if you've watched the Netflix show. To be clear, there's no way that this is intentional, the idea that Dandelion is the one telling the story, and that's why there's so many continuity errors and mistakes between the games, but I'm proposing it as a way to allow the trilogy to exist more elegantly with the reality that was CD Projekt's limited budget with the first game, plus them not knowing how big the series would grow, or if they would have the chance to make a sequel at all, never mind one of the biggest games and most celebrated games of all time. This is a very understandable problem, and I'm willing to accept and even propose this soft retcon in order to make it work. However, this opening is not one of these continuity issues. It's a great contrast to make you wonder how it all went so wrong so quickly. It also introduces you to Vernon Roche, who you don't yet know is going to be one of the most important characters in the whole game. An extraordinary amount of information about what has already happened is presented to you while also expertly laying the foundation for what's going to happen next. This prologue is split into 5 sections that you can choose to go through in a non-linear order. You start in the prison, recount the events of the day, and then end in the prison with an escape sequence. This is the closest the games ever get to the storytelling style of the books, fragmented, full of changes in perspective, with so many time jumps that are frankly unnecessary but still entertaining. It's really good stuff, and I think it works well here too by cutting out some of the downtime that would happen between these sections, and also granting the full city siege a holistic quality that would have required way more work if every part of it was to be seamlessly linked. The staging grounds, the attack in the streets, the dragon's ambush, finding a way to open the gate, and then the final section when Foltest is assassinated, because the title of this game doesn't mess around. There will be spoilers in this video, by the way. I figure the video's length should make that obvious. I'll be revealing all the plot details of Witcher 2 and making a few references to events in Witcher 3 and the books. Naturally, I'll also be building on arguments and details about the plot and the gameplay that I spoke about in the video that I made on the first game. If you watched that video all the way through before watching this one, you may be distracted by what you're seeing on the screen. Witcher 2 is a very different game than Witcher 1. It does still have the same DNA and shares much of its structure, but almost everything has been redesigned to have a broader appeal. It's gone through the trial of the masses, it's mutated, and not all for the better. The updated visuals are the easiest thing to notice. This is a drastic change in only 4 years, but perhaps not as drastic as the jump in quality of my microphone from the first video to this one. Witcher 1... Snuck that one in there seamlessly. Yeah, right on target. Witcher 1, for as much as I enjoy its visual presentation, largely looked dated even at its launch. 2007 was the year of Crysis, BioShock, Halo 3, Mass Effect, Modern Warfare, and Assassin's Creed, a game that CD Projekt clearly enjoyed, judging from this Easter egg found in the prologue. Witcher 2, on the other hand, was one of the best looking games available when it launched. At max settings, it brought many high-end PCs to their breaking points, and that can hold true even today. On my super video rendering machine that I built specifically to make this video, it cannot run at a stable 60 frames per second at 1440p with Uber sampling turned on, and there's an RTX 2080 Ti in this computer. High visual fidelity was clearly a priority for CD Projekt. I used to think this was a change going from the first game, but now I can recognize how much work went into making Witcher 1 look as good as possible within the limitations of their budget and the Aurora engine that they licensed from BioWare. Something they say they heavily modified to make Witcher 1, and I believe them. For Witcher 2, CD Projekt made their own engine, and that came with its fair share of hype and a little bragging, and rightfully so. I have never forgotten this PC Gamer article where a senior producer on the game blatantly said, "We look better" in regards to Witcher 2 versus other RPGs at the time, poking particularly again, it seemed to me, at Dragon Age 2. I have never forgotten this because it seemed so outlandish to me back then. This small company on their second game is pushing their graphics front and center against the much bigger developers. They were ahead at the time, and the balls on CD Projekt sure didn't have shrink physics, and they only continue to grow with the beauty in Witcher 3. You can also see in this PC Gamer article how many iterations they must have gone through for Geralt's appearance. This is true for Witcher 3 as well. Older promotional material shows different versions of the characters, and I think the final versions are always the best ones. Here Geralt looks quite weaselly, here he looks like a British chav. The final version is superior to both, and also what I think best matches how he's described in the books. He looks more human than in Witcher 1, but remains distinctly odd looking. CD Projekt were right about their visuals though. Witcher 2 still looks good today, although it is showing its age. Again, just like in the first game, it's in the character models more than anything else. I always forget how big of a jump in quality it is when I move on from 1 to 2, just like I forget how there's arguably an even bigger increase from 2 to 3. Unfortunately, there are signs of numerous growing pains in this first sequel. The best way to describe it is that the game feels burnt. The whole experience has this seared edge to it, like it was left out in the sun too long. The visuals, the gameplay, the UI, the conversations, and even the story. I'd only call some parts of this game bad, but all of it is off in some way. We'll come back to visuals because gameplay is the best way to show what I mean here. Many people don't get past the first fight in Witcher 2. At release, I remember hearing tons of complaints about it. The very first battle was a brick wall to many players, and they just gave up. The top suspect was how you're thrust into the thick of it without much in the way of a tutorial, something that was fixed in a patch, but honestly, even this tutorial is rough around the edges. The first time I tried it, having already played the game for about 10 hours at release, I still didn't think some of its directions were very clear. The lack of a proper tutorial certainly exacerbated this issue and made the opening worse for some players, but I don't think that's the core issue. The problem is found in Witcher 2's horrendous game feel and combat encounters, and just like Witcher 1, it looking way more like an action game than it really is. Mass Effect 2 properly made the transition from RPG with shooter elements to third-person shooter with RPG elements. Witcher 2 is much more of an action game than Witcher 1, but it's still only about 60 to 70% of the way there. Here are the big changes. Gone is the cursor for aiming. Instead you have something like Z-targeting, or you can use the automatic soft lock for enemies that are nearby. You can move the camera independently of where Geralt will attack, and those attacks are done with mouse clicks. Left for light attacks, right for strong attacks. Pressing E will do a block, or you can hold it for a guard state. Spacebar will do a dodge roll, which you can still control with adjusted movement while in the middle of it. Signs are cast with Q and use the same targeting as melee swings. Holding down Control allows you to select different signs to bind to Q and also any quick items like a throwing knife or a bomb. These are the PC controls, of course. The game was also released on Xbox 360. For one of my playthroughs, I tried to play Witcher 2 with a gamepad, and turning while moving became this jittery motion that feels way worse than it looks, so I gave up. But this might have been a glitch or some conflict between my controls, so your mileage may vary. I highly doubt that it works this way on Xbox 360. The game has something like a stamina system with its vigor meter. These are charges that are used to cast signs or block attacks. Each point of vigor that's missing will lower your damage output until it recharges, which is done simply by waiting around. Backstabs are another big part of the new combat system, and you can both deal and receive much higher damage from strikes dealt to the back of character models. Like Witcher 1, there is a talent tree that can modify every part of this combat system. The difference is that the nodes aren't only about stats. You can unlock more vigor points, more life, lower received backstab damage, and modify just about anything else with numbers tied to it, but you can also gain the ability to throw knives, perfectly counter enemy hits with your block, a finisher move, increased dodge roll distance, and even a new Witcher sign. There's also now a combat log to show you how all of this plays out. This probably sounds like a huge improvement from Witcher 1. It has a system that is tremendously more based on player input instead of dice rolls and stat checks. And while that is true, I can say with confidence that Witcher 2 has terrible combat. It has a lot of potential, probably the most out of any of these three games, but it's not just the worst Witcher combat, it's one of the worst fantasy third-person sword and sorcery combat systems that I have ever seen. Gone is the lock and key style of fights from the first game, where the most important decision you had to make was the right sword and stance to match the weakness of your enemy. After that, every fight was essentially the same. Combo the attack at the right time since your attacks didn't change depending on your enemy's type, position, or anything really. Since all of the decisions and timing were loaded onto Geralt's end of the gameplay, every enemy could have been a training dummy for how you were meant to engage them, with only a few exceptions. Which is why I barely spoke about it in the first video, because there's hardly anything to speak about. Witcher 2's combat system departs entirely from this. Decisions are much more complex, involve several more variables, both player and enemy positioning matters greatly, and there's now a focus on whiffs and punishment instead of lock and key with heavy stat weighting. I want you to see more of it before I explain why I think this new system is a failure, although you already might be understanding based on the footage I'm using. Back in the prologue, this early on your options are very limited, and so combat is mostly about running around waiting for vigor to come back or waiting for an opening. I've beaten this game on dark mode and I still find myself abusing the AI to get through these first sections. It almost feels like it's the intended thing to do, and so it's little surprise that so many people were frustrated when they first played it back at release. Or maybe even today. So let's make like a Protoss and pile onto this dramatic opening. Witcher 2, that's such a dumb joke. Witcher 2 is my least favorite game in this trilogy, but it is by far the most interesting of them. If you want to see what video games can do with player agency within narratives, and the furthest that I've seen impactful choices ever taken, then you should play Witcher 2. It is easily one of the most complicated games I have ever played, and a large reason why these videos took even longer to make than they should have. It's like the Chapter 5 portion of Witcher 1 spread over an entire game, and for that reason I'm going to have to recap much of the events point by point because all of the different choices and consequences are the game for some sections. It's unlikely that you've played the game, never mind played it 3, 4, 5, 7 times to see all the different options, and they won't make sense unless you have a good foundation to understand them all. There's one other thing that I think is easy to overlook when going from game to game within a series: how you interact with it outside of its major gameplay. It's natural to focus on the combat changes when the interface and dialogue has changed just as much, if not more. It's no secret that Witcher 2 was designed from the ground up to be playable on consoles, and so, despite having PC as its primary platform with enough beautiful graphics options to make Total Biscuit blush, it feels like a port of a console game. My low amount of game development experience is going to show here, but I want to say this anyway. I don't understand why PC versions of games can't have tweaked interfaces, and not just Witcher 2, all of these games that feel like console ports. This game's menus are a cluttered mess compared to what can be done with navigation for a mouse and keyboard, and only 7 items can be shown on the screen at once, like you're viewing your inventory through a tight pair of goggles. 7, with so much space being used for larger font, descriptions, and pointless decoration. There are more inventory categories on the screen than the inventory list itself. Look at this Pokemon bag bullshit. Witcher 3 does it better, but it's unfortunate that Witcher 1 feels like the best of the three, if a bit rough visually. Using the mouse to inspect your environment and open tabs is also gone, and seeing what things can be interacted with has been designated to using your wolf medallion to send out a spider sense-like magical pulse, default key Z. Again, this reeks of an idea made to make things better for console players, although I struggle to understand why a toggle button that you hold down to make things light up wouldn't have been better even for them as well, which is almost exactly what they did in Witcher 3. Most baffling of all is that this pulse has a cooldown, so if you loot areas quickly or are moving from one area to another at a good pace, you will have to wait for this to charge up again. Infuriatingly, it also can't be used while moving, and so you stop in place for a second on every pulse use. The only possible explanation I can think for this limitation is so that you can't scan relentlessly for traps on the ground, but these traps aren't found very often in the game, and even when you do walk on them, they only do a chip of damage to you. I think the stat bars at the top left are the only improvement here, although I will admit I like the mutated sticky style of the menus even if I dislike their low and cramped functionality. The exception with those stat bars is the adrenaline counter that unlocks when you acquire a final talent in a tree. This takes up too much screen space for what ends up being a move you will rarely use. On the other side of the screen we have the minimap, which I am neutral about. We'll speak more about minimaps in Witcher 3, but all I'll say for now is that the biggest crime Witcher 2 system commits is that the map is often wrong. That leaves us with dialogue changes and how CD Projekt was 4 years ahead of Bethesda with one of the most controversial changes in Fallout 4. Gone are all of the transcribed dialogue lines that you can select. Gone are most conversations having several in a list to choose from. Witcher 1 did occasionally have some issues here, like this option you have when speaking to the dentist after Chapter 2. People dislike you. You don't unlock this option from learning anything about the dentist. This is something Geralt the character has intuitively felt out separately from the player, and so you have no idea what the tone or context of this is going to be. Same for any follow-up dialogue Geralt can speak after the first choice you make. But this seldom happens in that game, and Witcher 2 is a whole new beast. We're not quite at a dialogue wheel, but we're close. Short descriptions and prompts for a general idea of what Geralt will say that, I'm guessing, are also to make it easier on people who are sitting on a couch playing on a console.
I'm a Witcher.
Intentionally or not, the game punches you right in the stomach with this change in the first scene. Geralt has been thrown into this room with his hands bound. Roche comes in and tries to shake his hand, not realizing that Geralt can't do that. This choice pops up, very funny, which when chosen causes Geralt to say,
"Fuck you."
Which is the best way I can think of to end this introduction for the second game. I hope you liked the first video. This is the second one. Welcome to Witcher 2, the grand experiment of player agency and decisions, the great mutation for the series. This is the prologue.
Did you dream of the Wild Hunt again?
The tent scene opens with a mound of visual storytelling, especially the beautiful plot sleeping next to Geralt. Triss is back and the two seem to be madly in love and or lust with each other. If you chose Shani in Witcher 1, then it doesn't matter. None of the choices involving them or Alvin make a difference here. They are never brought up again, and Triss treats you exactly the same no matter what happened. For a serious example of visual storytelling and how much of a step up this is from the first game, we can look to this guard who decides to launch into a formal announcement of all of the king's titles and courtly manners, irritating Geralt and showing how uncomfortable he is in his current role in order to linger for as long as possible to leer at Triss. And we all cringe and laugh at him despite just doing the exact same thing. Mature themes are a staple of the Witcher series. You can't talk about the games online for more than a few minutes before the full 10 inches of the maturity point is erected into the conversation. The thing I have to wonder though is if that maturity is simply code for boobies for many people who like these games. I'm not going to be so brazen to call them a majority, but I do suspect that a significant amount of people are fans of this series or only became interested in the Witcher games because it was one of the first high-profile releases to have sex scenes with uncensored nudity. This isn't something that CD Projekt shied away from either. Triss had a spread in Poland's Playboy the same month the game was released. Curiously, it felt to me that Witcher 3 took a small step back from the sex and nudity. Witcher 2 practically opens with it. The tryst with Triss aside, Witcher 2's opening is exponentially stronger than Witcher 1's. It starts cozy with this private conversation wherein some gaps about the month that has passed are filled in. Geralt is having regular dreams about the Wild Hunt. He still hasn't recovered his memories, and the player still isn't sure what the Wild Hunt even is, although book readers will know. Geralt is frustrated that he's been forced into the position of the king's bodyguard and pet witcher after saving him from the assassin in Vizima's castle. These are the parts that are continued well from the first game. In terms of scale and production values, just this prologue feels like it cost more to make than the entirety of Witcher 1. This first staging area is teeming with detail even in its backgrounds. There are optional conversations here, one that fills you in that Geralt hasn't stopped monster hunting in this month break, and one of them is the first impactful decision in the game. This could very well be the third conversation you have, and it's already an important choice that can go one of three ways. It's also a book reference to the story where Geralt and Yennefer joined a group hunting a dragon, Season 1, Episode 6 of the Netflix series if you've watched it, and even better, that story is actually relevant to the larger story in Witcher 2, you just don't know that yet. You have the chance to soak in more background conversations while you search the camp, plus try out the new version of Dice Poker and the new arm wrestling minigame, or you can head right to Foltest and begin the siege. Witcher 2 has one of, if not the most complicated plots I have ever come across in a game. There's a specific reason for that, one we'll get to much later, and it's something that sets this game apart from most stories. There are going to be a lot of names, so I recommend you try to remember the faces of NPCs to tie them to scenes they show up in. I'll also try to flash headshots when appropriate to jog your memory so you can keep track of them all, except for Foltest, he'll be dead soon so you won't have to keep track of him. This other guy won't be though, Shillard, an ambassador from Nilfgaard, the empire in the south that in the past has launched 2 failed invasions against the northern kingdoms and have now settled into a formally agreed upon peace treaty with them. He's here to assist the king's efforts at securing his crown and maintain peace throughout all the realms. Just like the opening of Witcher 1's info dump, most of this will be complete nonsense that can stay happily as flavorful dressing if you haven't read the books. But if you have, then it all makes sense. I can't stress that enough. I honestly can't believe how almost all of it makes sense if you read the books. Witcher 1 best matches the fantastical atmosphere that the books have about the world, but isn't much in the way of a progression. It's like a side story with some of the same characters. Witcher 2 is the most faithful game to Sapkowski's works as a continuation of this world and the most rewarding to those who read them, unless you love the characters of Yennefer and Ciri so much that you can ignore the problems of book continuity in Witcher 3 just to enjoy them being on the screen, which is fair, I enjoy those characters a lot too. Where Witcher 2 is lacking, however, is in that fantastical fairy tale folklore feeling. It isn't completely absent, but this sequel is far more about politics and kingdoms butting heads against each other, which is why it's surprising to me that it's a worthy expansion on that side of the story from the books. Video games don't usually handle this level of complexity very well, or far more accurately, video game writing is rarely given the priority it needs to handle this level of complexity very well. Foltest is waging war within his own kingdom. Due to your actions in Witcher 1, his daughter Princess Ada is either dead or married off to King Radovid of Redania. With Foltest lacking a direct, legitimate heir capable of inheriting the throne, 2 bastard children he fathered with a noblewoman have suddenly become politically dangerous. The mother is Maria Louisa Lavalette, try saying that 3 times fast, and already in the space of a month, rival noble families are mobilizing to take down the Foltest line. Foltest himself also seems ready to officially recognize his bastard children, but there's been a bit of a spat about it, so a couple of thousand people have to die. Once again, I feel ashamed to say that I like Foltest. He walks through his army with confidence and is very familiar with his war machines. He's not afraid to bloody or dirty his hands. He stops and greets an unimportant arbalist and remembers his name from a previous campaign. There's an air of confidence, respect, and arrogance around the king, but also fairness and a no-nonsense attitude. He doesn't speak that much differently from the commoners he rules over. Shillard is comparatively far more ostentatious, but that could also be how his accent comes across in this world, so it's a little hard to tell. After aiming a ballista shot, which you can actually hit the target with if you aim lower than you think you need to, you climb through a siege tower and ride across the battlefield to storm Lavalette Castle. There's more back and forth between Foltest and Geralt here, and I get the impression the king values Geralt less as a bodyguard and more as someone who treats him like a person rather than just a king, even if Geralt still knows his place.
Very noble of you.
Are you mocking me? Never mind.
We jump back to Roche after this, and depending on the order you choose to do this prologue in, you may have already seen some of the other parts, or you can continue in chronological order. Witcher 2 has so much jank that I'm going to condense it into a neutron star for its own section later, but right now I have to point out that any gear you imported from Witcher 1 is present in this prologue and has to be manually equipped every single time you move onto each of these sections as Geralt retells the day to Roche. See, I told you I would bitch about it when we got here. I'm also annoyed that the legendary swords and armor that you might have from completing epic level quests in the first game have worse stats than common junk you can find in the sequel. I know the easy rebuttal to this is that, wouldn't this destroy the feeling of gear progression in this game if you started out with close to the best gear? The answer to that is yes, of course, but we already know Geralt is imprisoned after this. He loses all of the rest of his items and money from the first game, so why not also use this opportunity to do a gear reset too? Instead, the swords and armor are taken away from you and then given back after you escape the prison. There was a perfect solution sitting there already. Yes, this would cheapen the impact of importing the gear, but the game already does that by making it as worthless as YouTube's dislike button just a few hours in. Importing armor and swords or having a placeholder high-level set for players not importing saves also could have helped smooth out the difficulty battering ram that is the first few fights in this game. Witcher 2's combat has an inverted difficulty curve. Let that sink in. Except for 2 bosses, the game's enemies do not come anywhere close to keeping up with how much more powerful Geralt becomes as you fill out the talent tree and acquire new gear. This would make more sense for the first game since Geralt has amnesia and he's regaining his abilities very, very quickly, so he becomes very powerful as the game goes on, so his opponents would become easier. This isn't the case in the first game, so you could argue that they did it here in the second one, but then in the third game, Geralt is reverted back to a lower power level, so that explanation doesn't quite make sense to me either, unfortunately. A temporary power boost at the beginning from imported equipment could have alleviated this problem and maybe allowed players to ease into the system and then build complexity on top of it, or at least have a narrative impact with Geralt having strong shiny gear before he's thrown in prison and gets Metroided. You could have felt this downfall moment of his in gameplay as well. After shooting another ballista, you escort Foltest deeper into the castle town, and you would be forgiven if you didn't stop to take in the sights, so allow me to do so for you. This is one of a handful of times during the prologue that I was so impressed by how much work went into the environment. Doubly so because this is a location that you barely spend any time in. Just like the separate sections of the city in Vizima, this castle town feels like a real place, with the scale exactly right that you are only seeing a small slice of here. This begins a trend that continues with every location in this game except for maybe Chapter 2. If you haven't played this game, you should know that Witcher 2 is much shorter than Witcher 1 if you only do one playthrough, and maybe even if you do 2. There are 3 chapters instead of the 5 that were in Witcher 1, and Chapter 3 is really, really short. However, some other sections, just like this prologue, have much more meat to them. Up next, Foltest says a great line.
The door! Smash the door! Axemen! Give me splinters!
And this is where I started to question if I should really like this king, seeing as how rabid and fanatical his men get whenever he's around. There's something disturbing about how roaring and rambunctious everyone becomes after the ride over. This isn't criticism. From my sheltered life, I'm going to guess that having to kill or be killed can do this to people, but it's disturbing to witness regardless. This section ends with what I think is the most important impactful decision in the game, whether you kill Aryan Lavalette or convince him to surrender. Aryan is Maria's full-grown son and much older half-brother to Foltest's 2 bastard children. If he lives, then he can be found being tortured in the prison during your escape after your talk with Roche. If he's killed, then Maria will be here instead. There are minor story differences from this decision. They even reach into Witcher 3, although they don't change much, but I'm not exaggerating when I say this could be the most important decision of the game, because if Aryan lives and you don't get to see Maria's boobies. I'm kidding. I mean, it's true, I'm certain someone out there has reloaded a save for this very reason and is hopefully ashamed of themselves, but the real reason this matters so much is that if you help him escape, you get one of the many hidden perks in the game, the best one in my opinion because it grants 50 extra weight to your carry capacity. Witcher 2 is the worst game for stupid inventory limits. You don't actually need to pick up much of anything, but you won't know that your first time through. Then on dark mode, you are heavily encouraged to collect tons of resources to craft a special set of weapons and armor to keep up with the heightened difficulty, which again isn't actually necessary if you explore enough, but it's still a goal to work toward. If anything, the first set of this unique dark mode gear is overkill for most of the game, but we'll get to combat later, I promise. I also want to point out real quick that the dark mode sets cause this overbearing monochrome shadow layer to appear on the screen during fighting. So if you see it in some of the footage, that's why it's there. It's meant to represent the cursed nature of these items you have crafted and that their power is barely being contained by the full set. If you try to wield these weapons without a complete collection, Geralt's life will be drained away. That idea is fine, but I hate this visual effect so much. It makes things hard to see, and while that definitely lives up to the mode's name, I'll be using footage from that run sparingly because of how murky it looks. It's like you're permanently stuck in a flashback sequence. It's useless. All of these raw materials take up inventory carry capacity and can fill you up after a dozen or so crates. So can weapons and armor you loot for selling to merchants. Just like in the first game, you can pillage everyone's homes without them ever batting an eye, and this is even required to be able to craft the dark mode gear sets. When over-encumbered, Geralt is limited to a slow walk, and so you will learn quickly that managing your inventory is a major part of the game, at least your first time through, and then your first time through again on dark mode. This 50 extra carry weight goes a long way to mitigate this issue, and therefore it is one of the most important decisions in the game, and it's worth giving up the boobies. Once again, as briefly as possible, inventory limitations need a reason to exist. Nothing is gained from the system. There's no challenge, and realism/immersion was lost around 1/3 of this carry capacity. The only outcome of this system is frustrating the player. Speaking of frustration, this carry weight perk that you get from this choice is tucked away in a hidden menu off the skill tree screen. This starts out empty but will fill up with secret perks, ones that the game doesn't tell you about when you receive them. Having brought up secrets, I also feel compelled to say that there will be no lies in this video, like the fake romance cards in the first one and the fake out I did with the ending. There are no lies or misdirection in this video, I promise. Pinky swear.
Will you take pity on the kitty?
There are about 30 of these secret perks. Most of them aren't from choices though. In fact, they're more like hidden achievements with rewards, like a fairly high backstab damage bonus if you inspect the corpse of the Assassin's Creed Easter egg in the starting area. I really like these kinds of hidden perks in games. I just wish getting them in Witcher 2 was announced to you. In fact, I'm certain at least one person watching this will have played this game and not known about these hidden perks until right now. Not notifying the player when you get a hidden perk is not only confusing, but it also robs you of the sense of accomplishment. You may never learn that you get some of these from exploring, trying things out, and inspecting some areas. You check the menu later and think, how did I get these? Did I even notice I had them? And if I didn't notice, are they really that impactful or important? Whereas they could have been strong incentives to explore and experiment if they were given to you with some amount of ceremony. Like, just imagine playing Doom Eternal and just getting upgrades without ever being told or notified or anything. That's part of the game, is finding that and being like, yeah, I have this bonus now, I'm gonna go search for more of them. Witcher 2 has a system like that, and it doesn't tell you. It is possible that the game isn't meant to work this way. It's meant to display a notification when you get these, but it's not working. Case in point, when you hand in a quest, you may think that the game doesn't display what reward you received. This annoyed the shit out of me because I didn't know how many orans I was getting for turning in tasks. Then I watched the footage back and it's there. The rewards always show up on the screen, except only for 15 frames, a quarter of a second, and for some of those frames, the text isn't 100% clear. What's that about? How does that happen? It's burnt. Are you starting to see what I mean? The next section has Roche show up in the flashback that you're telling to Roche, which is kind of weird seeing as Geralt is meant to be explaining his version of events, but it makes sense since they quickly split up and they're also reassuring each other that yes, neither of them are crazy, a dragon really did show up and attack them. When I first played the game at release, I died here so many times because I didn't understand what the game wanted from me. The fire still visibly shoots through the wooden coverings here, and then it chucks combat at you at the same time. Now I know just to run through, and I enjoy the dialogue that happens during this, but it is one of many ways that the game communicates poorly with the player at the most crucial point of the game's teaching period, the opening. Triss's attitude to the dragon is worth noting, and it's a good way to talk about how different she is in this game from the first one. She's amazed and almost happy about seeing it. She's also much warmer to Geralt in the tent scene, reminding him that Foltest is his king, but also that she's on the Witcher's side more than the monarchs. Triss is a vastly better character in the sequel and acts much more like her character from the books. I don't necessarily think the change in voice actress is a big part of it, although she does an excellent job. It's the change in direction and how the character is now written. Put simply, she's no longer pretending to be Yennefer. It's a big improvement and a welcome part of the game. I can't say the same positive things about the dragon. I don't think these visuals have aged well, and the awkward QuickTime event interactions certainly don't help. The second attack later is the worst of the two, and it just looks awful. I'm sorry, it just does. Like Geralt and Foltest are being attacked by an action figure dragon that's being stiffly operated by invisible hands. The QuickTime prompts also blend in too well on the screen, and this is far from the only time in the game that I have trouble seeing them. However, I do want to point out the alternative possibility that they're just poorly placed on the screen. There's always some action going on when these show up, and your eyes aren't drawn enough away to see them. At the end of this, Geralt loses his sword when he rams it into the roof of the dragon's mouth. This would have been another great way to justify why he loses his super powerful silver sword, but nope, if you have Erendite from the first game gifted to you by the Lady of the Lake, then at the end of this scene it teleports back to your hand after being thrust into the dragon like it's Mjolnir. If you have no sword on you at all, then another also materializes on your hand and the sheath on your back. Witcher 2 has more of this type of awkwardness than the first game if you haven't picked up on that already. It's a symptom of ambition, and I probably wouldn't want it any other way. We're getting ahead of ourselves though, because this second dragon attack comes right before the end of this retelling to Roche. The largest section of the prologue is sandwiched between this and where we just were in the story. Roche is going off to torture someone into opening the gate into the castle's main area where Foltest's children are being kept. The king expects that Roche will go too far and kill his subject before getting the info, as he has many times before, and so tasks Geralt with looking for another way in. And that's exactly what happens. Roche is quite the screw-up, and I wonder if that's intentional. I like the character regardless, but seeing him mess up became a running joke for me across all the chapters, and I'll be sure to point out all those instances as we get to them. So far, these sections have introduced you to a core component of Witcher's gameplay and story. Characters have their debut, so do the concepts of magic and monsters. You can try some of the minigames, you've been given some areas to wander around and explore, QuickTime events have been poorly brought to your attention, and you've already made an important choice or two, probably without realizing it. It's for this reason that I'm surprised you can choose to do this monastery section before the others, because it's a repeat of most of these lessons. You have a much more complicated area to explore with many hidden paths, but still more contained than the rest of the game, so it remains a learning experience. There are fights against both humans and monster enemies, lots of containers to loot, NPCs to speak to, and even some choices. Foltest's men are harassing the locals even after they've surrendered, and you can either ignore it, intervene on the peasants' behalf, or fight off the soldiers and then extort the people yourself, which is possibly the only choice in the entire series that I feel is out of character for Geralt and breaks the rule of every choice is one Geralt would consider and you cause him to lean toward one, although there are a handful in Witcher 3 that I think are questionable as well.
Help me! This is no longer my concern.
If you selflessly help these peasants, then they'll show up in Chapter 1 and give you a reward. This section of the prologue is also the first time that you use conversation skills. There are 3, Persuade, Intimidate, and Axii, which is the Star Wars Force handwave that was absent from conversations in the first game. I thought for sure that this change to Axii was to gamify the ability to be used in conversations in a way that's a stark change from the first game and the books. But no, this is actually how it's used in Sapkowski's stories too, although very rarely, and it's Witcher 1 that's the odd one out from the other games and those stories. This flooded dungeon area has walls you can break down with Ard, which is a good way to point out that it's no longer a force area of effect and is instead a projectile ball of wind, like a different element of Igni really. This is where Witcher 2 is the odd one out and the only game that has these changes. They're back to being cone effects in Witcher 3, which I think feels much better to use. You also see the elfish terrorists, the Scoia'tael, for the first time after getting out of this dungeon, which both Geralt and Roche have a history with. Roche leads a special forces group that sometimes ruthlessly attacks Scoia'tael commandos. Curiously, even if you've imported a save, Roche doesn't comment on the choices Geralt made regarding the Scoia'tael in Witcher 1, which is where in my playthrough that I started to get worried about how continuity was going to be handled. Last on our tour of Lavalette Castle before Foltest dies is this fight in the courtyard, which functions as the prologue's mini-boss conclusion for combat and meeting with the priest inside the monastery. There's another man in here named Tails, who has a scar across his face from the first time he met Geralt, in the books. Tails also comes back in Blood and Wine, and it's one of a few instances of book characters showing up for what feels like the pure bullshittery of it. I don't know how I feel about stuff like this, and writing this script certainly hasn't helped at all. They can be fun, aha, that character is from the book moments, but it often feels so unlikely that all these book characters and stories that span over several different countries and time periods keep running into each other. It's a cool Sonic the Hedgehog reference though. Even weirder is using Axii on the priest. This next sentence is 100% true. I have never seen this Axii check succeed, nor have I ever seen it fail. How can this be? Well, it shows up as Axii Hex failed every time I'm here, yet it never actually fails. This is not the only time in the game that this can happen, and I'm just dumbfounded about this. There's so much of this type of thing in this game, and I'm actually excited to get to it, but I don't want to overwhelm you this early in the video. For now, I just want to say that the UI feels like it's possessed and does whatever the hell it feels like, independent of what the inner workings of the game decides. On top of this, hidden in that same perk page are your competency levels for these conversation skills, Axii included. If you succeed at a check, you get a point up to a maximum of 3. Fail and you sometimes don't get a point. I guess the idea is that you're rewarded for save scumming if you want to play it that way, but that you can leave it to chance and have a different playthrough wherein Geralt is terrible at conversation checks if your dice rolls are unlucky, or hey, maybe you still succeed even if it shows as a failure. It just works. So the dragon attacks, Roche is nearly killed, Geralt loses his sword and then it comes back like a silver boomerang, and the king is grateful for what is now the 3rd time now that Geralt saved his life. In return, he asks that he is released from his duty as a royal bodyguard and that Triss is allowed to leave with him. Foltest reluctantly agrees, points out that Triss is madly in love with Geralt and would follow him anywhere, and then goes upstairs to see his children. They're being watched over by a blind monk. This is actually Letho, although you don't learn his name until a while later. He's another Witcher from a different school, and he is not blind at all. He's impersonating a monk, hoping to have a chance to use it to kill Foltest, which, luckily for him, happens. Unluckily, Geralt is here too. He's not perceptive enough to save Foltest, but he is quick enough to try to attack Letho afterward. I like the small touch that is Letho guiding the children away before he kills their father. He isn't the kind of Saturday morning cartoon villain that we saw in Witcher 1's opening. Unfortunately, Anais, the older of the 2 royal bastards, comes back too soon and sees most of it anyway, including Geralt's charge at Letho, which only incriminates him more when he's found with his sword drawn over the king's body, after Letho dives out a window to the Scoia'tael waiting in a boat in the water to carry him away. For whatever reason, Letho and the Scoia'tael are working together. Another Dwan bites the dust. This is somewhat similar to the opening cinematic, which wasn't included in the initial release of the game. My memory is clearly starting to suffer as I get older because I could have sworn I watched this before I played Witcher 2, but nope, it was part of the later Enhanced Edition update. So imagine how much more confusing this story must have been at release for people when they didn't have the cinematic to introduce them to Letho, or that someone was going around killing kings. Not that the title hides that or anything, but I think you know what I mean. This is one of my favorite video game cinematics because it's just so brutal. It also shows how rulers are dependent on their court sorcerers for protection and how lethal an accomplished witcher can be. This head belonged to the ruler of Edirn, King Demavend, who shows up briefly in Thronebreaker. With Foltest added to his kill list, Letho has removed 2 rulers in the Northern Realms. Roche believes Geralt's story. You may rightfully wonder why they don't ask Anais to reveal the truth. They do, but it happens much later. A great amount of chaos is unleashed in the wake of the king's death, and many powerful families are fighting for control of the kingdom. Geralt the Kingslayer is a great scapegoat to appease some factions. As Roche says, with a line that shows the high quality of this game's writing.
They'll publicly gut you, skin you, and hang you.
Just like that? For nothing?
No, for Temeria.
After this retelling of the day, Roche wants to enlist Geralt's help to find the real Kingslayer, but he doesn't want to outright ask him. Unexpectedly, you can refuse to do so and bait more information out of Roche, and even get killed if you push too far. Vess, Roche's right hand, will come in and shoot Geralt if you try to attack him. I like that this is an option, and it also teaches you to be careful with certain choices in high-stakes situations. However, I do have to point out that there are plenty of times that you are in a dangerous spot and can say whatever you like with no repercussions, so you seldom have to worry about these pitfalls. I also prefer how this is handled in Chapter 3, where certain choices make Geralt flash forward in his mind and he foresees his death and so refuses to say something after you chose it. You still get the death and the choice of something you want to say, but without the hassle of reloading.
Forgive me, Count. I lost my train of thought.
You have to agree to work with Roche, at least for now. In return, you are provided the means to escape, are instructed to do it quietly, and given information about Geralt's death from a file on him kept by Temerian intelligence. Geralt was apparently killed in the middle of a pogrom in the city of Rivia. He was trying to defend non-humans from the racist rioters when a random nobody in the crowd, after being spared by Geralt, stabbed him in the stomach with a pitchfork. I believe this is also the very first time the games mention Yennefer by name. She has been brought up before, but as a no-name sorceress, aside from Dandelion in one of the optional adventure modules in Witcher 1, which is based a long time before the events of the first game. Yennefer also allegedly died with Geralt on that same day in Rivia. To avoid some confusion in the future, this isn't why he's called Geralt of Rivia, by the way. He's not actually from Rivia, it's a whole other thing that we'll get to. Learning all of this from Roche triggers Geralt to begin to regain his memories, although that's not exactly true. Memory is a funny thing, and so I think it's okay that there isn't a precise point at which it starts to return. Some memories were already breaking through in the first game. Later on in the sequel, Geralt is told that purging a specific curse will cause his memories to return. At another point, he says that killing the King of the Wild Hunt at the end of Witcher 1 has caused it to happen. To me, it seems like most of his memories return when he finally gets to speak to Letho privately, although if that's a coincidence after all of these events, or Letho gave his memory the final jog it needed to come back, remains unclear. Enough of that for now though, although I do want to comment on the presentation of this memory recall. There are a few of these graphic novel style sections, and I don't like them. This is way more subjective than usual, I know, but there's something grotesque about this art style that I dislike. It feels like it's going out of its way to be abrasive and ugly, and while the world of The Witcher definitely has its rough and gritty side, I don't think this is a good match even though it's well illustrated. The art style they went with in Witcher 3 and Thronebreaker is a much better fit in my opinion. As always, my artistic ability is as developed as Todd Howard's honesty, so you should take this with a pinch of salt and I won't mention it again. So we're done with the prologue and the tutorial now, right? Not quite. First, we're introduced to the new fistfighting minigame, which is now just a bog standard QTE, a real shame. And then there's the first stealth section. I feel like the games often forget about Geralt's Witcher signs when he's captured like this. His hand should be more carefully bound or his fingers broken. I'd accept it as an oversight or just that he can't use signs when his hands are tied, but in Chapter 3 you have to burn your binds off in a section just like this or else you'll die. I dislike that the games just wave these signs away and then back again depending on if the story needs it or not. You can use signs once you're free. Extinguish torches, ignite torches. I appreciate the idea, but this just made it awkward to use things in this area since Geralt would throw signs out if I tried to click on something when too close to a torch. You can stealth through here as carefully as you like, which for me means not at all since I hate stealthing games that aren't built around it. Side gameplay systems like this are rarely developed enough to be enjoyable, and Witcher 2 is no exception. This area is fairly large too, with many cells and NPC conversations to overhear. It's also where I started to realize that CD Projekt wants to emulate Blizzard Entertainment a little bit. We already saw that Assassin's Creed reference earlier. In here there's a Prison Break reference with an inmate purposefully getting himself incarcerated after having the layout of the prison tattooed on his ass, which his fellow criminals are angry about since he'll have to drop his trousers every time they want to look at the map. There are so many more weird pop culture references in the games from now on, and some of them are quite intrusive. Sorry to say I'm not the biggest fan of them, since the games already take place in a world steeped in so many fairy tales. Many feel forced and out of place.
Or Air Genie, or one of the 20 legendary rings of power would be best.
One to bring them all and in the darkness bind them.
Right. And then I'll have to run barefooted to the top of a volcano.
And with the way the conjunction of spheres works, it makes a lot of them kind of awkward. Are they meant to just be a reference to real-world stuff that we've made, or are they actual ties to those fictional universes? Sometimes it feels like they are. They are real-world ties to beliefs in some fiction that has been created by us that has been passed down through the humans in this world, and other times it's clearly not. They're just fun Easter eggs. The problem is it's hard to tell which is which, and sometimes it's just a reference for the sake of a reference, and I don't know. Let's move on. If you killed Aryan, then you can find Maria Louisa Lavalette being tortured, or you can skip this torture chamber entirely and meet up with her afterwards since Shillard saves her if you don't. He was the Nilfgaardian speaking to Foltest if you've forgotten. He wants to sign a treaty with her and she clearly doesn't want to, but because Geralt killed her son and the castle town has fallen, she feels like she has no choice but to make a deal with the Nilfgaardian devil. She asks you how her son died, and you can tell her without any pain, which she accepts with a surprising amount of dignity. Shillard then gives a half-ass attempt at helping you escape. If you don't kill Aryan, then he is being tortured and there's no sign of Shillard. Given the events of Witcher 3, I think it's safe to assume that he still goes to Maria Luisa during these moments wherever she happens to be outside of the dungeon. Instead of a secret meeting to form any alliances, Aryan sets the place on fire and then dies. Now this has the hilarious unintended side effect of making Roche look like an idiot. On my first playthrough I stormed through this place killing most of the guards instead of stealthing. Before sailing away, Roche admonished me for raising such a ruckus. On my second playthrough I was careful to stealth through because I wanted to see how Roche would react to that, but this was also the playthrough in which I saved Aryan, so he commends you for being quiet right after exclaiming about the castle being on fire.
Bloody hell, you didn't have to torch the castle. Peace and quiet. I'm impressed. The boys were betting you'd turn the dungeon into another Blaviken.
Triss is also here because power in Temeria has been decentralized, and so they have no need to tolerate the presence of an appointed sorceress for protection, not yet anyway, and have every reason to cast her out until a new ruler is settled upon. Plus, many noble families want the country to splinter into smaller kingdoms now that the Foltest bloodline appears to have been snuffed out for good. There's another dialogue choice here that is so different than I expected it to be based on the preview. I thought this would be Geralt reassuring and comforting Triss, but instead it's condescending. But that's it for this point. I'll try not to bring it up again since I think the problem is clear, at least for this video. It will rear its ambiguous head again in Witcher 3 though. Geralt asks Triss to heal some of his wounds and says, because of the file on his death that Roche showed him, that they finally need to have an open conversation about his past, including Yennefer, including the things you don't want to tell me, and that's the end of the prologue. If we rewind though, there's one final thing to look at, New Boy in the Crinfid Reavers. He thinks he might have a magical protective amulet and wants your help as a Witcher to determine if that's true. Turns out the amulet is magical, but there's no way to confirm if it's a help or a hindrance. You can convince New Boy to either 1. Trust in the magic and go into battle without any armor in order to win a bet, 2. Not put any faith in the amulet at all but to still keep it, or 3. Hand the amulet over to Geralt since it might be dangerous. New Boy will die if he goes into the fight with just the amulet. If he survives, then he will be guarding the outside of the prison. He'll be grateful for your help and distract the other guards in order for you to slip by. Just be careful not to accidentally alert them or else you'll have to kill New Boy here as well. If he dies in the battle for Lavalette Castle, then obviously he won't be here at all. Depending on what you choose, you may have the amulet at the end of this, which leads to a fairly substantial quest to cleanse it of its curse, which currently presents itself as a minus 10% armor debuff while it's in your possession, and becomes extra life regeneration after going through all of the trouble to cleanse it in the next chapter with the help of a secret witch. If you don't get the amulet because you make a different choice, or you skip this conversation entirely, then this quest is locked away from you for the rest of the playthrough. This willingness to divert the player away from content or toward different content is the most impressive thing about The Witcher 2. This ends up being a minor instance of it compared to what comes up later. This is why this game is a nightmare to analyze and requires so much recapping of events in order to discuss it. It'll be smooth sailing for a while at least, and it's not until the last third of Chapter 1 that things properly kick off. For now, it's a relaxing journey away from the gameplay learning experiences and story setup of Lavalette Castle to the initially sleepy town of Flotsam. All the while, Triss tells Geralt all about his past toxic relationship with Yennefer of Vengerberg.
Stories of a life stolen from him. Am I boring you? Don't set this tale aside. Give me just a few minutes more, for someone special's about to appear in dire straits upon a scaffold.
We're overdue for a geography lesson. This is the map of the known Witcher world, known by us in the real world. Civilization has spread all over this continent from what I understand, but the stories and games take place in only a small portion of it. More maps of the other regions must exist within the Witcher world itself, of course, like Zerrikania and Ophir, but this area is the only one we've been shown so far. And for what I understand it, there were no maps at all until the games came out. The books had no map reference. This is Redania. This is Kedwin. This is Edirn. This is your card. And this is Temeria, where we've been for both games so far, save the Witcher 1 prologue in Kaer Morhen, which is up here somewhere. There are other kingdoms that are important in the books and games. Kovir is mentioned a few times and a book character visits there in the Tower of Swallows. The Norse-themed islands of Skellige are off the west coast. There's Sintra and Rivia, and farther south is the Empire of Nilfgaard. If you've played Blood and Wine, then you know Toussaint is down there too. It's unclear if this continent is the only major landmass on this planet, or sphere as they would call it. There could be other continents that haven't been discovered yet, although that's doubtful. If there's ever a Witcher MMO though, count on that happening for sure. From this point onward, Witcher 2 takes place in something called the Pontar Valley, a region that's name is linked chicken or the egg style with the Pontar River, which is what Geralt and company are sailing on at the moment. The river begins far in the east, from the Blue Mountains I believe, and flows west to where it meets the ocean in Velen near Novigrad. You can see this in Witcher 3, and it's an important boundary in that game. In a similar way, the Uruga River serves as an important landmark for the war that takes place in the books, since, like the Pontar, it's so wide that it doubles as both the border between regions, and also a stopping point for marching armies until the conditions are good enough for them to risk crossing. The Pontar Valley is a region in northern Edirn which is vital for trade. At its westernmost point is a convergence of all four borders of the major northern kingdoms. The land of the Pontar Valley is apparently quite rich in fertility and raw resources too. King Demiven feverishly kept it under his rule before he died, and King Henselt of Kedwin has looked upon the lands with envy for what seems like his entire rule. He briefly captured it during the war waged in the books and almost nullified the entire peace treaty with Nilfgaard at the end of that story in order to keep this land, but ultimately he let it go. Now that Demavend is Dedavend, Henselt is back at it again. It's a cool knock-on effect and thoughtful continuity from the books. Here he goes invading again. The reason I'm taking the time to meticulously point all of this out is that it's not made clear enough where all of this is in the games. The map isn't in English and it doesn't put a marker for where you currently are, and if I remember correctly, these branching cinematics with the boat sailing up the river weren't in the original release of the game, so it was even more confusing back then than it is now. Naturally, the meeting point of many kingdoms, when combined with a very large river that runs between many regions, is going to become a hotspot for trade. This is where Flotsam is located, the setting of Chapter 1, and where many trading ships have to stop while they transport goods up and down the Pontar River. Before we get to explore Flotsam, we first have to be welcomed by both the Scoia'tael and the local authority. Yorvith is the leader of this area's elfish commando unit, and they've decided to terrorize Flotsam. In a flashback, you learn that Letho seems to be working with them. In another conversation that Geralt does not hear, you also find out that Letho and Geralt know each other. Geralt just can't remember. Letho is not a character from the books, he is a wholly new creation by CD Projekt, and this line, "I know his weakness," seems incredibly loaded and important. We'll have to wait and see what it means. I have tons to say about Yorvith, but we need to see more of him first, and don't worry, we will, because he's the counterpart to Roche in this game. If you watch the first video, then you can think of Roche as a much more bristly version of Siegfried, where you can think of Yorvith as a much more extremist version of Yevon, although a much more developed version of him as well in my view. What I do want to point out is the very hard to see timer that appears in this conversation choice. Surprise, some of these decisions are timed and you may not realize what that means before this one runs out, or you may not see the timer at all and think that the game glitched out and just chose one of these options for you. I don't feel strongly about the time choices, I just wish the icon was easier to see and that the duration on this one was tripled since it's your first time seeing it. Roche and Yorvith taunt each other, seeing as they have diametrically opposed ideologies and stations in life. Yorvith has also killed many spies that were under Roche's command and in the service of the other human kingdoms. Meanwhile, Roche's Blue Stripes Special Forces unit have murdered enough elves to forever cancel Christmas. Triss saves the day by creating a magical dome that deflects the arrows of the Scoia'tael ambush but also half faints while doing so. Some people propose that this happens because she's allergic to magic, which is one of those weirdly specific details that's brought up and is never important. In the books it's to explain why she can't have some deep scarring on her chest magically healed, but in the games a way to do this has clearly been found or retconned to have never happened. This instance of fainting is the only time it ever happens, and she channels far more magic than this in other scenes before and after this, so I'm not sure why this time is special. Maybe it's because she had to cast the spell so quickly with no warning, which I don't quite believe because she knew Yorvith could be trouble the moment they got here. It could also be that CD Projekt just wanted an excuse to get the group into Flotsam quickly without you wandering around first, or Triss turning it into a big back and forth battle, or just to have this line about her ass.
At least I'll die holding a lovely ass.
Not mine. I'll hold the spell.
In Flotsam proper, you're still not free to explore yet. Roche makes more of an ass of himself than the one he was just holding by claiming to be a spice merchant.
Emrys, spice merchant.
A trader?
In spices.
I'm a witcher.
And then you go to the city's main square to discover that an execution ceremony is currently being carried out. In what is the game's biggest coincidence, Dandelion and Zoltan are also in Flotsam. They have arrived here entirely independently of Geralt and Triss. They're here for their own reasons and have gotten in so much trouble that they're about to be Jeffrey Epstein for it. You save them both and are introduced to Bernard Laredo for your trouble. This is the Commandant of Flotsam, and his first appearance shows the strength of CD Projekt's writing and presentation.
I'd like to report. Out of my sight, Clover.
This sort of thing doesn't usually happen in games, especially in big RPGs, since voice lines are typically recorded separately. Actors cannot as easily react and play off the performance of other actors as they can when on stage or filming a scene. I don't know if CD Projekt did group recording sessions or had the foresight to include directions for their voice actors for little details like this. The result is surprisingly effective for what's such a little difference. Many of the conversations, especially early in the game, have this high attention to detail and direction. There's even another great one in this scene when two people in the audience start to argue with a guard about the respectability of being a prostitute. There's simply a great flow to most of these conversations, instead of lines being formally read aloud at each other, using the characters as performance puppets. And if there's anything I know in this world, it's bad voiceover work.
Welcome to Flotsam, Witcher.
Now you're free to explore, and this is finally when the game returns to the fundamental structure of the series. If you're playing through all the Witcher games in order, then you haven't been let loose like this since Lakeside. This is a large area with a safe zone full of NPCs to speak to and collect quests from, with a separate large hostile area to explore full of monsters, bandits, and objectives for most of those quests. There's a blacksmith to upgrade your equipment, characters to play dice with along with the other minigames, major quests to advance, women to sleep with, and loot to slow walk back to your stash. But this same structure isn't where the similarities with the first game come to an end. As we remember, the outskirts in Chapter 1 of Witcher 1 was a horrible place with many despicable people in it, although not all of them. They had a monster problem and there was a group of Scoia'tael nearby. Importantly, it was also in a bad state before Geralt arrived. It was already a tragic place to live, and that's exactly how Flotsam is also in the first chapter of Witcher 2. I don't think the conclusion of this story is as strong as the decision you make between Abigail and the villagers in the first game, but in every other way, this opening chapter is far more developed and dense with details. I really mean it. Flotsam is one of my favorite locations in any fantasy RPG. The Witcher series has quite a few locations that stand out like that for me, actually. There's something so memorable and real about this place. It was another time these first two games made me stop in awe at the boundary of the play area and long so badly to keep going, keep exploring, just like the edges of the map in Hollow Knight, and you probably know how much I love that game. Is Witcher 3 really going to live up to that? I hoped secretly. The scale of it is what I appreciate the most. In many other games, villages feel like a bunch of houses plopped down at some point in the road. Someone drew a grid over the map and then connected lines for major places to visit and calculated where there should be some small settlements to fill in the gaps. That's how these places came to be, mathematically. Part of the wilderness was cleared with land editing tools, the terrain was artificially flattened, and here are some houses and a tavern and some NPCs. In comparison, the area where Flotsam is feels like it existed in this world long before humans came here and erected these walls and vomited up these piers. Look at the dense canopy of giant trees overhead, how the untamed forest starts mere steps from the gates and is even rougher and more unruly than the uneven streets behind the walls. There's a great use of verticality in the entire area, like everything was built around the land instead of the land being shaped around the play area, and consideration was taken to how people may build their own vertical structures, lookouts, and shortcuts to accommodate all of these problems in the area that are too big to change. You can also more seamlessly explore it too with lower load times at the cost of some performance hiccups and strategically placed doors. Outside of those checkpoints, each of the major sections of this place are blissfully open with many ways to get around. There's no need to bring Geralt back on his go-kart, sorry. There are several linear one-way routes to side areas though that require backtracking out of them. Thankfully, you don't have to visit most of these areas multiple times, except for one.
Geralt of Rivia. What's the meaning of this?
This place is introduced with the rules involved in living here. Elves are so much more in tune with the forests than humans, and yet even Yorveth, when trying to reach his hideout, which he presumably comes and goes from all the time, has to use a smaller monster called a Necker as a lure to make the trip a safe one. There are sentries standing guard at every door and archers at the ready meters from where the forest meets Flotsam's own small outskirt section, and they're there day and night, because people would die if they weren't. There's an ecosystem here, one in the forest with the animals, the small monsters, the big monsters, and the elves, one in the village with the peasants, the non-humans, the prostitutes, and the commandant's goons, and the larger interaction between these two separate systems clashing as they struggle to coexist. Then there are the ruins in the forest, the totems that seem even older than those, the broken bridge, and the alcoholic troll that tends to it. Do you see how all this even matches one of the main themes and conflicts of the games? The contradictory savage serenity of this forest and the elves that live in it, versus the disgusting industry that the conquering humans have brought here, scarring the beauty of the land, but still making it safer here on average than when it was before. At least it would be if it weren't for the Scoia'tael that are harassing the humans, but that could still be seen as another way that nature is responding and trying to balance the human progress in this area. Even the giant monster that is upsetting the balance of this region is man-made, not elf-made. This huge kraken-like creature with that name morphed into the Caerin, created by a mage and grown and mutated over the years. This isn't the same kind of fairy tale melting pot atmosphere of the first game, although there is some of it present. Flotsam is like the opposite of Lakeside. It's bleaker and far more gritty, just like the forest is brighter and far more gorgeous, even as both are equally dangerous, just for different reasons. This is a place where this planet's immune system is at odds with the human invaders, whereas Lakeside was in harmony. I really like how much range this series and its setting has. It's another way that the Witcher world stands out, the variety it can have and still feel like it's a part that belongs to a cohesive whole. Side quests and side characters here are the same way and continue their great qualities from the first game. Some of them become relevant to the main quest in unexpected ways, such as investigating the haunted ruins of the asylum, the elf lamenting the loss of his love that's gone missing, the madam of the brothel, and even the fistfighting minigame quests. There's also a quest that ends up linking back to Salamandra from Witcher 1. The game benefits so much from exploring questions like, how would people survive here? What problems would they have? Where would they be getting supplies from? What would they be trying to do, and how can the player be involved in that? Because of this, even quests like solving the troll's drinking problem feel like part of the main experience even though it isn't, because the line between main and side content becomes so blurry, like the drunk troll's vision. The multiple stages of these quests also contributes to this quality because little of it feels half-assed or lesser than the main stuff. Even a simple and seemingly straightforward quest to get an incense recipe for someone. You meet the guy, learn that the incense that another shopkeeper is selling might be harmful, agree to try to get the formula for some money, and either convince that shopkeeper or threaten him or get a fake formula to fool the buyer if you're convinced that the incense isn't all that dangerous. Then you can refuse to hand over the formula without payment because the buyer wants to test its legitimacy first, which also has a choice. Do you allow yourself to be blindfolded and led to his hideout, or do you steadfastly refuse? Something that in most games would just mean that the quest ends, but no, the game has accounted for the player being stubborn. Taking the blindfold of course leads to you being captured and you have to fight your way out. Making your own way to the cave means you get to start the fight on your own terms, or accept the reward if you got the genuine formula and decide not to pick at their past work with Salamandra. At the asylum, two men are here looking for a lead on some treasure. Inside you learn that they were involved in the past crimes committed at this place and directly linked to why it's now cursed. There are wraiths to fight here, journals to find and read, fiery secret passages, insane scribblings on the walls, and some important information on the Wild Hunt, about which Geralt is becoming more and more convinced that he was kidnapped by, and that's why he lost his memory. You calm one of the men down with some of the same drugs they used to force on patients. Some great irony there, but also a case where the game forgets about Axii, and learn about how they tortured information out of a patient among other horribly questionable practices. The prime spectre of one of the men that they tortured demands vengeance before he'll disentangle himself from haunting the site, and you can either lure the guilty men back to be killed by the spectre, try to trick him with the eyes and hearts from a monster or pigs, which never works despite what the wiki says, because the wiki is wrong, because that just made it so much easier to make this video. Thank you so much for being wrong about so many things, wiki, or kill the ghost yourself. If you choose this last option, then you have the further choice of letting the two men go or turning them in at Lorito's manor for punishment. Either way, you can make the connection now, or later when you explore the manor, that Lorito's mother was a patient at the asylum and hasn't fully recovered from the ailments that had her committed there. And considering all the information that you can find at the asylum, it brings up quite a few uncomfortable facts that the game never addresses, and you're left to think about them by yourself. Considering the amount of torture that the patients were put through, it's not that much of a stretch to propose that one of those torturers might be Lorito's father, and the reason that Lorito grew up to be such a monster is directly linked to his mother's disposition and how she has treated the world and everyone else that lives in it after what she was put through. It doesn't excuse any of their actions, of course, but it does bring them back under the idea that the world makes its own monsters and makes them slightly more sympathetic, just slightly. She's still clearly unstable and part of her has never left that asylum. Depending on your choices, you might kill this woman later on the main quest, but this whole thing about her and Lorito and the asylum and what we just went through, this is a side quest.
There's always a story, Gridley. Spit it out.
The troll is drinking himself to death because someone killed his troll wife and cut off her head. This starts with a short investigation to the bridge, fighting the troll into submission, and then deciding to listen to his story or just killing him. There's a contract in town for the troll's life since he no longer repairs the bridge and attacks anyone that comes close. Meanwhile, the people in the outskirts like the troll and appreciated his masonry, and so they want you to solve the troll's depression, not kill him. This leads you to search for those responsible for killing the troll's mate by either asking around or searching homes for the she-troll's head that has been mounted as a trophy. You can play dice for this to give it back to the drunk troll, but it's not enough and also kind of terrifying, so I'm not surprised he doesn't accept it as a job well done. He wants you to enact revenge for him, and so you follow a lead to the tavern and then to the cemetery to fight the group of thugs responsible for the crime led by a man named Dimitri, who does dirty work for Laredo. The troll can finally stop drinking after this and resumes his bridge work.
The troll sends his regards.
Near this bridge, there's an elf woman being harassed by the guards. She's helpless to their accusations that she's tempting men with sex and then luring them away to be killed. You can agree to investigate at the cave where the guards claim she takes her victims, and they all wait outside while you go in. Surprisingly, it turns out Laredo's men aren't just racist toward elves, they're racist and correct. She is luring people here for Scoia'tael archers to kill them. You can decide to turn her in or lie on her behalf to spare her from what will probably be a cruel punishment, since Geralt has no idea if she's being forced into acting as bait or not. She might not deserve this punishment, and she's certainly not going to get a fair trial. She agrees to meet you somewhere after this if you let her go, but it's another trap. A Scoia'tael ambush attacks and the woman runs away. After you kill the elves, you can track her down and either let her go a second time, take her to the guards, or kill her yourself. This is another quest that expands upon the conflict between the humans and the Scoia'tael with a conclusion that's difficult to morally digest. Yes, the guards are racist toward the elves and there's no authority that can help them, so they have to take matters into their own hands, but as we just saw, they show no hesitation when also killing people who help them, never mind those who passively do them no favors, but also no harm. There's a genocidal endgame here for the Scoia'tael, which is very much in line with the history of the elves on this planet and almost every other planet that they've been to as well.
I see I've touched a tender spot. So let's change the subject, shall we? Care for a drink?
In the lower level of the tavern, there's a combined dice room and fight club. It's also right next to the brothel, although they use a room on the upper floor as well. There's some really great dialogue here. The prostitutes talking about doing it a Witcher and Striga style, which is a cool way that the kingdom's legends can be morphed into jokes. Not by the game's writers alone, but by them adopting what it would be like for the common folk living in this world, and the legends and jokes they would create about big events. Then there's the funny lines about the opponents you face in the fist-fighting minigame, which are so entertaining that they almost make up for how boring this QTE challenge is. Surprisingly, this feeds into the main quest too, or maybe unsurprisingly if you're just watching the video, considering that's what this whole section is about. Anyway, win enough matches and someone named King Ziggy will approach you to become your coach or promoter. I always took this to be a reference to Don King, but it could be a coincidence. Following this guy's lead can take you to Laredo's mansion before you go there with Roche for the main quest. The Commandant has his own fistfighting arena, and after a few more matches, including the return of Zinnek from Witcher 1, Laredo orders you to take a dive in return for a larger split of the winnings. This is one choice I've never done because I hate Laredo so much, so I have no idea if this leads to something different happening later, or if he tricks you and doesn't give you an increased percentage of the winnings, and I would go on the wiki to check, but it lies. I always win and piss him off and then kill the goons he sends after me in the streets for revenge. I don't want to go through every side quest in every chapter because it would take too long, and as you can see from the length of this video, being as succinct as possible is really important to me. Plus, Witcher 3 is the only game that will get all quests treatment, just like I did with the shrines in Breath of the Wild, but I think this was enough to demonstrate how well integrated these are into the setting and the story of Witcher 2. The main quest stuff feels different, like progress is happening because your actions are forcing reactions out of the major characters in the area. Sheila de Tanzerville, whose name doesn't look like it should be pronounced Sheila at all, but it is a sorceress from Kovir who just so happens to be in Flotsam right now. She's hunting the Karen and requests Geralt's help for doing so. Sheila ends up being another important character in the story, but it's not a coincidence that she's in this area at the same time as you and Dandelion and Zoltan and all the rest of the Scooby Gang, although it will definitely appear that way at first. Helping her kill the Karen is one of the first two stages of the main quest here, along with visiting Laredo with Roche in the evening, and it's not until you've completed both that Triss decides she's gotten a feel of the area and isn't interrupting your work with her theory of how to find Letho. The trip with Roche is awkward. Temeria technically rules in Flotsam, but Laredo isn't forthcoming with recognizing Roche's authority as a high commander in the Temerian military, one that far outranks him. This is for many reasons, but the one that's clear right now is that the country is in chaos after Foltest's death. As an aside here, it's a bit of a plot hole that most people are only just learning about Demiven's death now. That king lost his head at least 4 months ago, and while I am willing to accept that most people in Vizima haven't heard about it, Flotsam is a major trade hub that has people coming and going from many different kingdoms. Demavend was killed early into Witcher 1 in terms of time, probably around when Geralt gets thrown in prison at the end of Chapter 1 or at some point in Chapter 2, yet most people in Flotsam are only learning about it now, along with the news that freshly killed Foltest is also gone at the exact same time. You have to sabotage a ballista while waiting for Loredo to be ready to meet with you, which is something I don't think ever comes back up again. Weird, there's some arm wrestling to do here and then a shitty stealth sequence. If you fail, then you have to pass it off as a stupid mistake, which Loredo doesn't believe, but he still works with you. If you succeed, then you get to overhear his conversation with Sheila and get a much better idea of the wealth that Loredo is siphoning off of the traders that come through his town. Traders that are currently stuck because of the Kayran's activities. Fighting that Kayran is the closest the games ever get to The Witcher 1's opening cinematic. There are multiple stages of preparation and research that are part of the main quest. Smaller monster contracts can still require the same thing, buying books to learn how to permanently end the problem, like bombing a necker nest or smashing giant insect cocoons to make the laying queens spawn so you can kill them. But instead of traditional books, you can kindle Geralt's memory by simply killing enough of the monsters so that the knowledge comes back to him. I'm going to be perhaps a little too honest right now and say that this is the exact type of thing that I would complain about no matter what. I dislike the fact that research isn't the only way to do this, but I can admit that if it was, I might be saying right now, wouldn't it be cool if you could make Geralt relearn his past experiences by fighting these monsters enough and do it that way as another method of incorporating his amnesia into gameplay, blah 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 blah. So I think the problem here is more that you're not allowed to experiment for yourself outside of these two paths, and that the poor combat further drags this down. See, I found a way to complain anyway. The Kayran contract is no different. You travel with Triss to find more information about it, meeting the drunk elf Cedric and his friend in the process. Triss uses a spell to divine that the Kayran has cancer and will be dead in a few years, but unfortunately still needs to be dealt with sooner than that. From here you have the option to build a trap to use in the fight, find a special ingredient to make a potion that grants immunity to the Kayran's poison, and check back with Sheila for more information or let her know that you're ready to battle. You can also brew other potions if you think they'll help. So let's use this to return to the point from the first video about the Witcher fantasy, acting like a Witcher and everything that comes with it. How it's gamified in this series from the books. Witcher 2 builds on this idea in many positive ways from the first game. You still have the day and night cycle, monster hunting is easier with knowledge and alchemy, you can collect many ingredients from plants and the creatures you kill, and meditating is still a core part of Geralt's ritual. The biggest improvement for me is the weapon harness, which feels like a real piece of equipment to hold weapons rather than a rigid bit of model work. Imagine how much lesser this experience would be if Geralt's swords floated a few inches behind his back again instead of his gear being a further embodiment of what it's like being a Witcher.
I'm a Witcher, not a nanny.
Every time you switch weapons, it's a little reminder of how Geralt's entire being is devoted to this purpose. And now trophies you get from monsters can be equipped for stat bonuses as a gameplay incentive to show off how much you are a Witcher. As you can see, the game tries to develop the preparation part of the Witcher fantasy, but there's a problem. You don't need to do any of it, and even if you do, it barely helps. It's not just about gameplay difficulty and giving yourself an optional challenge, it arguably doesn't matter at all. Potions seem better at first since they have a new interface to arrange a cocktail of buffs that you drink through the meditation menu that makes it much more of a ritual, along with a whole tree of skills devoted to just this part of gameplay. However, there's a big but, and I cannot lie, and you other Witchers can't deny that potions don't have very strong effects without investing into this tree, and why would you when this part of gameplay starts out so inconsequential? The durations on potions are stunningly low, measured in minutes instead of hours, after being imbibed through this big gameplay halting ceremony. Your exploratory dives through hostile areas would require many duplicates of each potion to keep these buffs rolling, each with an interruption whenever you take them, and so they become delegated to big fights instead. Plus Geralt now has a generous amount of natural health regen and doesn't need to pop a swallow potion for it. So what's the big deal then? Doesn't that fit in with the Witcher fantasy? Like, why am I complaining? Potions are usually reserved for the big fights and act as a special increase in power level. Well, no, for 3 completely different and equally damning reasons. The first is that potion durations keep ticking down during conversations and cutscenes. So even if you had the foresight to prepare, you're going to have to skip through all of this to have the effects of the potion. Or go slowly the first time to take part in conversations and the like, and then quick load and spam your way through the same choices. I hope that sounds awful enough that I don't need to elaborate on why I think that's terrible, right? Let's just move on.
You know what I mean.
Secondly, there simply just aren't that many big fights. Witcher 2 has a handful of bosses, around 4 or 5. If you generously include some of the mini-bosses and event group fights, then maybe you could get that number above 10, which still isn't that many in my opinion, especially since it needs devotion to an entire skill tree to make it work. However, even if you think 10 is enough, this feeds into the next issue as well. The third problem is the counter to what many of you might be saying if you haven't played the game: drink the potions after the conversations and cinematics. Well, you can't. You can't drink potions without meditating. You can't meditate in combat. This issue further compounds with the bonkers tendency the game has to not have clear point of no return triggers that also autosave your progress once you pass them. The Kayrin is the best example because you jump down this pathway at multiple stages and you have to play chicken with yourself, even, or maybe especially if you've played the game before, for remembering when this scene starts if you want to use potions before the autosave. The silver in the wound for me here is that it's the middle point between two falls, not even at an interact point. I'm happy that potions are weak and relatively useless because of these problems. The fact that you can, on your first time through many sections, have no idea that you might be forced into a big fight makes this potion administration system a nightmare. So why would anyone, particularly on their first playthrough, invest further into a tree that can render all those points a waste without some clunky metagaming and reloading saves? And after that playthrough, you now know that you don't need alchemy to beat any of these fights, with maybe one exception. And remember, this is still an issue even if you play intelligently and potion up before what you suspect is a boss fight. You might be out of potion juice by the time the conversation before it is over. But what about the fighting itself? We're close to my giant combat analysis of this game, but the Kayrin is a special case. It's more of a quick time event set piece. We really need to think of a new name for quick time event. I really don't like it. Anyway, it looks impressive, but once the fight starts, you quickly learn that this is less a monster and more of an animatronic robot event like something at a theme park, complete with instructions being screamed at you the whole time.
Air gun! Trap it with the air gun!
You come down and trap it!
This Kayrin could crush you like a bug at any point in this fight. In fact, if you try to go out of bounds and not follow the rules, then the Kayrin does exactly that, which obliterates all the immersion of this struggle for me. You set down the trap you can make ahead of time, or far faster, just lay down a Yrden sign that you start the game with and requires no skill point unlock, and then have the Kayrin smash the tentacle onto that spot. Dodge at the right moment and then attack the glowing weak spot. Hit it enough times and Geralt enters a fancy animation in which he severs the tentacle. The Kayrin roars and flails, sweeping the entire battle arena in the cutscene, but Geralt is mysteriously unharmed even though he's standing right in the path of it. Then it spews poison in a cone in front of itself that is never aimed at the player. It always covers the exact same area, directly in front of it, like the underpaid but still essential operators inside of the robot hit the spray button. Try to get close to attack the body, you die. Try to get around the sides of it, you die. Try to roll quickly into position to attack the weak spot without using the sign stun, you can't. Your attacks don't do any damage without the Yrden baiting first, even if they visibly connect. Why doesn't the Kayrin attack you with another thick tentacle when this is happening? I have no idea. I'm sorry, but it gets worse. After chopping off 3 tentacles, the Kayrin does a desperate sweep across the arena, and this time Geralt is caught on it. Suddenly we're in a QTE, and you are more than forgiven if you don't see the prompt show up in time without any warning. Fail this, and you die. Complete this, and the Kayrin smashes through the ruined bridge on the nearby cliff and crushes itself in the rubble. So my dear people who have never played this game before, look at the battlefield in front of you. The Kayrin's tentacles are splayed out. Its body is trapped under the collapsed stone. If you look to the left, some of its tentacles are writhing around it, and one is picking up rocks and throwing them at you. If you look to the right, there's cover to use to hide from the thrown rocks and a path to the same glowy parts on its main body that you've been hitting so far on its tentacles. So with all of this information in mind, where do you think you have to go? Left or right? While you think about it, let me point out to you that the rocks the Kayrin is throwing don't actually exist in its tentacle. They either forgot or couldn't get it working, so the end of these tentacles are wrapped around nothing, and then the rock just appears within one frame right at the apex of the throw as it's launched at you. There's no way to know this attack is coming until you see it a couple of times, and I still somehow get tripped up by this because I've been trained so rigorously to look for proper visual tells for attacks, not magically appearing rocks. I'm going to guess most of you didn't say to go right because it's obvious that this is a trick question and the glowy enemy spots is too easy of an answer. When playing the game yourself, you don't know it's a trick question. In fact, you may not even know it's a question at all because it looks like the only viable path. If you run here, you die, either from the electrical current in the water, from Sheila's spell somehow remaining active after all this time, or the tentacles closing the path behind you when you try to get here like it's an intentional trap that you fell for. Although maybe this is the tentacles closing to try to prevent you from getting here so you find a different way, it just doesn't happen fast enough. The correct way is up the ruined chunks of the bridge. Not only is this poorly communicated to you and doesn't look like something you can walk on, the whole time I did this I was wondering, what exactly is Geralt going to do at the top of this? How is this the right answer when Geralt has no viable plan of attack to exploit at the top of this climb with this giant pinned monster in the swamp below him? Well, he channels the power of God and anime and whips out a bomb. That's the end. This is probably the most angry these games made me, except for maybe a part at the end of Witcher 3. These games are all about monster hunting with a heavy emphasis on preparation, gather information, exploit weaknesses, craft potions and tools to make your job as a monster hunter easier. The games are rarely successful with making all of that worth it, but the intent is clear. This game had you run around to craft a trap for a tentacle so you can destroy weak points you didn't even know existed yet, brew a potion for a poison spit that isn't even a threat, and in a different contract outside of this, conduct research to understand that dropping a bomb you have to go out of your way to craft can destroy a necker nest. But no, the bomb powerful enough to blow a crater into this elven stonework and rip apart the Kayrin, that's the one that the game just handwaves into existence with no comments and no work to earn it. Can Geralt just spawn these bombs whenever he wants now? Is that his down B like he's a Smash Bros character? I'm more upset about the lost opportunity for it to be something unique to do. Wouldn't it have been great to build this bomb as part of the quest leading up to this moment, with multiple stages, characters to talk to, and problems to solve along the way? Or at least make it a microtransaction for the sense of pride and accomplishment. This is the biggest fight in the series. Literally, I mean, there's no other monster in the games, or even the books I think, that is larger than this, and you could argue that none other has more tension or build-up. There are better fights in Witcher 3, but none of them try to be unique like this one, which is why, despite all that griping I just did, I'm still glad that the Kayrin exists. I wish it was better executed, of course, but if it's between this and no Kayrin fight at all, I'll choose this and be happy for the context that this big set piece provides. I have more to say about the Kayrin fight, but we're going to leave it for the Witcher 3 section when we talk about combat in that game and the context it has within the entire series.
Stinks like fiend shit.
You can loot the Kayrin for a trophy and some alchemical parts. Sheila also does this, and that's actually important, so try to remember it. After that, you head back to Flotsam to get your reward from the representative of the merchants who can now safely leave on their ships. Triss finds you and explains that she's discovered an important member of Yorvith's commando group was recently captured and is being held on Laredo's prison barge, an elf named Kieran. You go there together, and in what is one of the weirdest interactions in the entire series, spam your mouse button to channel Axii to calm him while Triss heals him enough so he can be interrogated. I have never seen this succeed. Geralt always announces failure, even as it seems to progress the quest just fine. I have no idea if this is intentional or something going wrong. It's like the game forgot that Axii was being used to keep him sedated through the pain of Triss's magic, and thinks Geralt was trying to hypnotize him with it. Lots of information is dumped on you here. Letho has betrayed the Scoia'tael and attacked them, but Yorvith and the other elves don't know about it yet. Geralt's memory is also triggered by something, and he recalls spending time in another dimension with Yennefer after his death that happened at the end of the books. They had their own peaceful home on the Isle of Avallac'h, or Avalon, the games are inconsistent with what it's called, where they lived together for an indeterminate period since time can flow differently in other realms, and both Yennefer and Geralt are effectively ageless. At some point the Wild Hunt showed up to ruin this happily ever after and kidnapped Yennefer.
They take away mortals, ever expanding their cavalcade of spectral riders. They burned the orchard and the house.
So this bridges the gap between the ending of the books and the beginning of the games, right? Not quite. There's a long period of time unaccounted for, and this reveal doesn't make that clear. You would be forgiven in thinking that Geralt lost his memory when he was transported from that other dimension with the Isle of Avalon in it to Kaer Morhen at the beginning of Witcher 1. But no, that isn't the case. Geralt still had all of his memories when he left the Isle and returned to his home planet. He had a whole solo adventure elsewhere in the world south of the Northern Kingdoms, and it's only after that that he ends up outside Kaer Morhen with his memory erased. You find this out at the end of this game, but it's a bit confusing, so I feel like it's better to explain that now. Furthermore, there's another major continuity error in this scene when Geralt tells Triss that the Wraiths of the Hunt have been following him. He's correct about them showing up in the outskirts in the first game, but he goes on to say they were there when he killed the Grand Master. They weren't. That wasn't real, and Geralt knows this. Jacques de Aldersberg put them in a state of shared consciousness, not any physical relocation, which is how Geralt was either helped or harassed by the people he had met in that game. The Wild Hunt was a part of the mental or emotional baggage he brought into that dreamlike realm, but it wasn't actually the real king like it was in the outskirts. This is also reinforced by how the King of the Wild Hunt knows all about the events in the first game and quite menacingly sums up every choice you made in his final speech. It's a specter of Geralt's time with the Wild Hunt manifesting like an infection in the shared consciousness spell, sort of like a virus of Geralt's amnesia.
How?
The Grand Master invited you into a vision of the future enclosed in his mind, yet you brought your own visions and specters.
This is why the choice to give over the Grandmaster's soul or not makes no difference. I want to entertain the idea that this could be a retcon because I really do think Witcher 1 can be reduced to an unreliable version of true events, but then this choice to give over the soul, if you go that way, should have dire ramifications. It also brings up the problem of how Geralt teleported back to Vizima if this is now a time travel jump instead of a dream state, which is something Witcher 3 also claims happened. To be clear, some choices you make in Witcher 1 still have consequences in the sequels, Ada being dead or alive being the easiest to point out, so if this was a real thing, not a mind link, then the decision over Alvin's soul should matter. And this isn't harsh damning criticism or anything, I'm just laying the foundation for my big argument in the Witcher 3 video about how the previous games probably shouldn't be considered canon. But that doesn't mean I'm not an asshole, because there's another thing I want to point out in this scene that doesn't make sense. It's time for a pedantic book detail moment. Kieran has an immense amount of respect for Yorveth, who is, by the way, a book character who is only briefly mentioned. Kieran calls Yorveth an Enshe, and further emphasizes that he's a real one. In this context, Enshe just means elf. Literally. This elf is saying, Yorveth is an elf, a real one. There are another group of elves called the NL, but they have that distinction because they left this planet during the conjunction of spheres 1500 years ago, or during a potential second conjunction sometime later, because even the lore of this series is a nightmare creature of vague, uncertain truths for analysis. It looks like the name of a Bloodborne boss. This is the kind of shit I've had to deal with trying to understand this series. Before that, they were all Enshe, although it's also possible there was another larger group that the Enshe separated from, just like the NL left this one.
I hate portals.
So unless Kieran is trying to say that Yorveth is over 1500 years old and failing miserably at being clear, or is a pure-blood elf instead of mixed with humans, which would be a weird thing for an elf terrorist who hates humans to say unless they've been indoctrinated in some way, I don't know. Even then, that's a really weird way of saying this because Kieran qualifies as being an Enshe as well. The reason I'm so bothered is because it's said with such reverence, like it's an important detail that might be relevant later. I was so curious what it meant, and then I read the books and said, oh.
Shh, don't interrupt.
Kieran mentions something called a Rose of Remembrance. Because of this, Triss wants to search for it in order to use one to restore Geralt's memory in full. There's only one likely place to find them nearby, among the Elven ruins, and you can either go together or tell Triss you'd rather go on your own. Going solo is much faster because a scene with peasants coming along to break a statue doesn't happen. Triss is insulted by them, a fight breaks out, the ground collapses, and the most involved sex scene in the series plays in this forgotten elven bathhouse room place. This is quite similar to the romance you can have with Vesna Hood in Witcher 1. People overhear Triss and Geralt going at it, and the sound plays into the legend of the place being haunted. I like this scene because I think sex is a legitimate part of life and is just as worthy of being explored in games as violence. It doesn't serve the plot much in any way, but neither does a gory execution or many beautifully rendered cinematics in games, and I still get a lot of enjoyment out of those. My only qualm about the sex scenes are that they feel too one-sided. The women are often put on display as the focus, and yes, Geralt does have his moments for being ogled too, but they're much fewer. It just seems immature to me that we have multiple instances of full frontal nudity in Witcher 2 and 3, and yet showing any whiff of a penis is strictly off limits. I don't think that's fair, and that's coming from a 99.8% heterosexual male. I can't help but wonder how a scene like this would be realized if it was a player-controlled Ciri that seduced a man or another woman. Would her nudity be similarly censored and her partner on full display like Triss is here? I seriously doubt it. Admittedly, this scene isn't just eye candy. It does deepen your appreciation of their relationship a bit, and it can also serve to make the player care about Triss more after seeing this intimacy instead of having it implied. This is important because Triss is abducted shortly after this and is gone for pretty much the rest of the game, which is something that still surprises me today, seeing as how heavily she's featured in the promotional material. You could end up spending way more time with Roche, who also comes a-knocking in this scene after Triss and Geralt decide they should leave together, use the rose to restore his memory, and possibly track down Yennefer. Triss is quite devoted to the idea and to doing anything possible to help Geralt, and you should try to remember this for the Triss versus Yennefer showdown we'll be doing in the next video, because Triss might not be so innocent about her plans here and may be scheming more than she's letting on. Maybe. Roche isn't happy that Geralt is bailing on him, but conveniently for the story, the remembrance spell that Triss wants to use will take days to prepare, and Geralt intends to continue his Kingslayer hunt in the meantime. Enter Episode 2 of Zoltan, totally not a Scoia'tael. Are you crazy? You lost your marbles, Geralt? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard, and I hang out with Dandelion all day. Me, a Scoia'tael? No way, Witcher A. Chive, the dwarf knows where to meet them, knows their password, has been approached by them to command one of their units, which he swears he declined. To Zoltan's credit, Yorvith doesn't hesitate to murder him along with Geralt in this scene if you say the wrong thing. Have fun reloading out of these pitfalls.
I'm a Witcher.
First, you have to kill an Arrakast mini-boss, which isn't really important, but I have to wonder what amnesiac Geralt means when he says, "I last fought an Arrakast some time ago," although maybe he's just lying to make Zoltan feel better about it. Yorvith doesn't believe that Letho has betrayed him, but begins to warm up to the possibility when Geralt claims Kieran is alive. Apparently Letho lied about that, and now Yorvith wants to sort it all out. In case you're lost about this, Letho attacked Kieran and his unit and tried to kill them, but he didn't do a good enough job and some of them survived. He went and told Yorvith that Flotsam's forces, under the command of Lorito the Commandant, attacked and killed Kieran and his men, when in reality, Letho left at least one of them alive and they were captured by Lorito's men later. There was no attack, it was Letho. Yorvith agrees to pretend to be a hostage to sort all of this out and tells Geralt where Letho can be found, which is the same elven ruins where you got the Rose of Remembrance. And I can't let this go. I'm sorry, I just can't. I tried. I really tried, but I can't let this go. Why is Letho here this time? If this is his hideout, why didn't he come out and speak to Triss and Geralt or help them fight off the bandits as a peace offering? Letho doesn't actually have anything against Geralt. We'll see this very soon. All these two need to do is have a brief conversation, and Letho knows this even more than Geralt does. Letho doesn't seem to have reacted to Geralt showing up with Yorvith either. He's just here this time, hanging out. I don't know if this is poor planning or an area was cut that they were going to use for this or what. The same goes for that line I mentioned earlier about Letho knowing Geralt's weakness. This never comes back up and is never used or addressed in any way. But really, I'm stalling here because this is it. The whole game has been like a slowly ascending roller coaster, clacking as it's dragged up, poised upon this moment. Or if you're a millennial, this is where the bass drops. We've had a few choices and consequences so far, but they all loop back into the same narrative line. If you picture that being drawn along, this is where it splits open like a vein flooding through a capillary network. This is why we have to go beat by beat, because there's no chance of discussing this story otherwise. So let's stall even more before this conversation, before choosing whether you give Yorvith his sword back when Lorito's men unexpectedly attack, and before your first fight with Letho. Let's finally talk about the combat.
We've met, Geralt. Do you remember?
No.
I'll never forget it. You saved my life. White Wolf. We fought side by side. Now we'll cross blades.
At the end of the game, you fight a dragon. The battle arena is at the top of this tower, and this monster has several moves she can cycle through. One of them is the traditional dragon's fire breath attack. This is what it looks like. I wonder if any of you caught the problem just from that. Let's play it again. Slower now. This is a frame by frame of the dragon preparing to do this attack. Try to guess when you think damage will be dealt to Geralt. Oh, wait, you can't. It's already happened. This is the damage frame. This isn't a glitch. This is when the fire effect is put onto Geralt. It happens like this every time. This is when the fire hits Geralt. The fire that hasn't just not touched Geralt yet, it hasn't even left the dragon's mouth. It hasn't even appeared on the screen. This is why Witcher 2's combat system fails. This right here. It's the perfect summation of the problems. It's so perfect that I wish I was brave enough to just pack it up right now and conclude the combat section with just this. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I'm here all week. Try the veal. Animations in games are important for more than just the appreciation of well-crafted visuals. This is something everyone intuitively understands already, but doesn't always consciously acknowledge. Animations also carry information. This is why visual fidelity, while not always that crucial to gameplay, still matters. It's also why the clarity of an art style is far superior to photorealism, or anything really, and I'm noticing more and more how many games are visually noisy in a disruptive way for this information. There's a third layer here though, which ties to game feel. Imagine playing Mega Man X and when you press the shoot button, the bullets just appear without X raising his buster gun. Imagine if jumping used the same run animation and just slid the character model up and then down with the exact same momentum and arc of the original jump, and just the visuals have changed. Imagine if the sword slash in Hollow Knight had its damage effect area disconnected from the slash animation and it was shifted far above or ahead of that arc, completely disjointed from where the visual information was telling you that the attack should appear. Feeling things through animations isn't just important for communicating how games work to players, it's also one of the greatest joys you can have when you play a game, and it's also probably one that goes unacknowledged and unappreciated by many players who love games. When you no longer have to meticulously judge things and get your estimates wrong, when playing the game is suddenly smooth and intuitive and you can just do it. Most games have this satisfying period of committing actions to an extension of your muscle memory. Even games that are just menus, you can memorize that too, and you can just flip through them so much more naturally than you were at the beginning. Similar to how you don't have to consciously think when you move your real life body, you just do it. And some of the best parts and levels and boss fights in games can be that process shrunk down to a quick blast of that learning period, to struggling, to recognition, to improvement, to mastery, to being able to do it without really thinking about it. Witcher 2 commits so many crimes against this idea. Animations don't match, animations don't play, effects are completely disconnected from them. When I watched back any fight I did in the game, I could find some of these problems and clip them out in Adobe Premiere. Any fight. Every fight. I could add a whole hour to this video from just letting all of these short clips play, but I won't do that. That wouldn't be worth the moon.
Fuck off.
World of Warcraft is a game you're probably familiar with. Just in case you aren't, here's a simplified version of how combat works in that game. You select a target and run toward it until you're in range to use your attacks. If you're a melee class, your models will have to be close to touching. If you're a range class, this could be anywhere within 40 yards, assuming they haven't changed it again since I last played. It used to be about 35 for the first few expansions. Melee classes will also use an auto attack ability that you can typically start by right-clicking on the enemy or using any skill once you're in range, and then you have a selection of those types of abilities that you continue to add options to as you level up throughout your time with the game. For the sake of a clear example, and for a class that I used to play in the game, let's use a Protection Warrior. The job of this class and role is to keep enemies locked onto you by using your abilities to make yourself appear threatening to them so the rest of your party can focus on dealing damage, and so your healer only has to really worry about healing you. Most abilities you have in the game do not need to be aimed, and even when they do, they will cover a wide area of effect. Instead, aiming is done by having the enemy selected as your target. Then, if you're close enough, using the ability will cause it to happen just like that. An animation on your character will play, an effect like more damage or inflicting a debuff will be sent out, and a bunch of ratings and numbers will be checked to see if you missed, or were resisted, or dodged, or parried, or dealt a critical hit, and so on. The key difference about this kind of combat, which is typically called hotbar combat because of, well, all the bars involved with it and selecting your abilities from multiples of them that stretch over the screen and how it also drives you to drinking, the key difference is that the animations are only here for flavor, and this is one of only a few systems I can think of where this is preferable. Because there's no aiming involved or actual clashing of character models and weapon models to determine the results of combat actions, this is the best choice for this system. A Protection Warrior might have multiple enemies aggroed onto them, and having the animation of blocking and parrying each individual hit as they come in, while also needing to play out attack animations too, which can interrupt each other as they overlap, would make this type of gameplay impossible. I'm not here to say that World of Warcraft has excellent combat or anything, but as massively multiplayer online games go, it does have its merits when it comes to cooperative play and many strengths to enjoy in big raids. Nevertheless, it has to be acknowledged. Animations are just being mimed or paired separately to the effects of abilities and stat checks. Hopefully the pairing of the two are synchronized well, but usually when that happens, it's a happy accident. To understand this better, we can look at a game in the same genre that did this poorly, Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, that came out several years after World of Warcraft. At launch, some animations took priority over effects. So you would use a blaster volley ability and then try to do a grenade throw, for example, and the game wouldn't let you do it until the animation of the first was over, even though the cast bars and cooldowns were done. I'm simulating that issue here in this footage, by the way, because when I dive back into the game to record this clip, it seems as though they fixed it all these years later, but I only played it for a few minutes, so I can't say for sure. Anyway, viewed this way, you can see the problem. The animations were adding extra on-use time to the effects that weren't meant to be there. Say an ability that's meant to have a duration of 1 second up to 1.5 seconds, contributing greatly to how McClunky and stiff chaining abilities felt at launch because the game system was telling you different information than the animation. A caster in World of Warcraft doesn't have this problem. You can use instant spells between those that have cast times, and some animations are skipped if necessary to keep gameplay as smooth as Dandelion in a brothel. Area of effect abilities aren't always tied faithfully to animations either, including those that don't require targets to be selected. Concerns about latency can also be a factor here because the gameplay is always online and has so many people playing at once, but for the most part it's simply the case that the game wasn't built for anything else in mind. The players are used to it, the developers are too, it's considered normal, and this is a creative use of spawning damage zones. So take any fight, for example, that makes circles appear on the ground that will deal damage when the slow-moving projectile lands in it, communicating to the player that you need to get out of it in time to avoid damage. In almost every case, the projectile doesn't matter, it's just a way to symbolize the timer on the damage circle, or something like these cone effects that symbolize an incoming melee strike on some enemies in the game. The attack/animation has nothing to do with it, it's just being mimed along with the damage zone becoming active, and if you're in there at that time, you take damage. There are also positive and helpful effects that work in the same way in this game. Witcher 1 functioned just like this, and without a complete overhaul of the system, I think that's a good thing. Imagine how horrendous it would be to play if only this was changed and nothing else. Awkwardly moving Geralt into position to make sure his group-style sword spins are physically connecting with each target and having your attack flows interrupted every time you parry or dodge. The whole game would need an overhaul or even remade completely. Hint, hint. This is a difference that can be emphasized to distinguish an RPG system from an action combat system. It doesn't look like it, but Witcher 2 is mostly the same way, and the problems here are extreme. The game doesn't make it clear what kind of combat system it uses because I don't think even CD Projekt fully knows. It's a Frankenstein's monster of ideas and changes stitched together into what feels like an experiment, and I don't think it was a successful one, although we do get a lot of good information out of it. It definitely has action game movement, defensive options, and direct enough input control, but underneath all that, it's hotbar combat. Look at these examples. I'm within melee range of these enemies. Geralt is so close he's about to get a romance card from them. I'm using attacks and the sword is even visibly going through their models. But damage isn't being dealt. Why not? Because the hotbar system doesn't have a target selected, so these attacks have no effects tied to them because there's no target to send the effects to. The effects can't exist without the reality of a target. Geralt is just fancily miming hits here. He's playing through empty animations. I can also move much more freely than usual as I'm attacking here. I also need to point out that the lock-on icon isn't always necessary to be locked on. Geralt can sometimes pick a target and attack it without this visual aid. It's not clear if this is a display bug or not, but it's something that you can feel happen as you play. There's a strong magnetic tugging toward the enemy when you hit attack if you're locked on, and it's noticeably absent if you're not. What I typically want out of an action game is that the animation itself is the attack. The weapon or the monster appendage has a collider shaped around it that roughly matches the shape of whatever will make contact with the target model. When these two collide, a hit is registered and damage is dealt. The attack and the animation are one. In some games, even some very, very good games, this collider can be poorly matched to the part of the enemy model that's meant to cause damage. So you can get hit even though the enemy technically missed you. It's very frustrating. We often call this a bad hitbox, but that might be a strained use of the term, even though I've said it many, many times on this channel. Still, it fits. I hope. Witcher 2 does not use this system, at least it doesn't for the majority of the attacks in the game. Instead, every attack causes an invisible area of effect to appear in front of whatever character starts the attack, and it becomes active to deal damage a moment later, synchronized as best as possible to when the moment of impact should occur between the attack animation and the target model. usually in the midpoint of the swing. It is exactly like those AoE cones we just looked at in World of Warcraft, except in Witcher 2 we don't get to see where they are. So if you try to roll under an attack and have the sword pass harmlessly over you, it doesn't matter, you're taking damage. Try to be out of range of the weapon. If the cone area of effect is bigger than the sword swing, which as you can see it often is, then it doesn't matter, you're taking damage. Were you a good few feet away from the projectile? If the AoE is bigger than that difference, then the game doesn't care, and you're still going to get hit. What makes matters worse is that effects can become completely disconnected from animations. Sometimes this seems to happen due to glitches, other times it's from poor pairing like we just saw with the Dragon's Fire. But this isn't limited to just attacks. Enemy models can be visually facing one way on the screen, but the game thinks they're in a different position. They can block hits from their backs while their shield is at the front. You can hit their backs and not get a backstab bonus because the game thinks they're facing you and the model hasn't caught up to that yet. Enemies can parry attacks without having their swords drawn, or they're in the process of drawing them but are already in a parry state because most effects in this game happen independently of their animations. To be clear, this system could probably function just fine with enough testing and tweaking, but if you're going to all that trouble, it would probably be better to just have colliders around your animations. Here's an example of everything lining up just right for once, and it looks and feels fine. If the AoEs that these animations spawned were more conservatively sized, and those attack animations were faster so there were fewer dead frames, then I can already picture improvement. The parry in the first Dark Souls game probably functions just like this, even though most of the other attacks in that game use colliders. Rarely does your parry actually make contact with the enemy swing, and it's instead about matching your parry state with the correct frames of the enemy animation. Some weapons even have extra frames and a wider state of effect to cause a parry to happen. You can sometimes see this awkwardly resolve with swings being deflected before they're close to you or anywhere near the weapon, or so late that it should have dealt damage, but it doesn't. This is a mostly functional use of this system, but I have to admit the parries in that series have always felt a little off and looser than its other moves, and I have to wonder if this is why. For Witcher 2, it's not just enemies that do this. Geralt's attacks also spawn areas of effect when you have a target. You can see evidence of this early in the game when you can hit two enemies at once if the second one is standing directly behind the first. Your attacks don't cleave in this game even if your sword passes through more than one model until you unlock a talent that activates this functionality. These examples are from before I get that ability, and damage is being inflicted because the second enemy just so happens to be so close to the narrow area of effect that Geralt projects and then times his swing animation to when he does an attack. Then in the next group here you can see that it doesn't happen because the enemies are side by side this time, so the AoE isn't hitting them even though the sword does. So again, you can think of this as being a spell-based melee system. First you need a valid target to cause the spell. When the spell happens, it projects that AoE and hits all the enemies that are in front of it, even though it's tuned to only hit one at a time, but sometimes it still hits more than one if the conditions are just right. By the way, that cleave talent ability also supports this because it doesn't actually change how sword damage is inflicted. Instead, it radiates damage out from the target when they're hit, to other targets close by, even those that were nowhere near to where Geralt's sword passed through, like a chain lightning effect arcing from the main enemy that was hit. These aren't the only attacks that show proof of this half-hotbar combat system. Geralt's twirl is particularly obvious, with enemies receiving damage early in the animation when Geralt's sword is on the opposite side of where the enemy is. Seeing things like this make me also wonder if some attacks are sent out like spell pulses to targets, just like how the cleave radiation functions. Here I clearly roll under the enemy's attack and still take a hit. Then because the enemy goes off camera, I lose my lock on and my attacks are suddenly not dealing damage even though the sword passes through the enemy model. Letho hits me here when I'm probably, a meter away from him? Could I be any further away? This is the damage frame. Witcher 2 uses a lot of tracking for attacks, so the attack effect might have followed me, but Letho's model did not. This tracking can be so severe that even during a knockback stun caused by using Ard, the enemy will turn to remain facing you throughout the entire effect. This is how poorly the area of effect is paired on golems. This is the damage frame on the first punch, and this is the damage frame on the follow-up charge it does. Also, these enemies have such large collision boxes on their models that you usually can't get close enough to them for your sword to ever visibly connect when attacking, but they still receive damage. Here's another time the game locks me onto an enemy without the symbol showing up. You can see how the attacks are magnetically attracted to the target, and then this third one is off and doesn't do damage because the lock-on resets itself. Then it comes back and damage is fine again. Geralt does his twirly attack here, and this is the frame that somehow connects with the enemy's shield and causes a stagger. Then I roll under his counterattack, and this is the frame that deals damage. Projectiles can miss you so clearly that their models fly through the air and embed themselves on a nearby surface, but you still take damage. YouTube's compression will probably make this hard to see, but the bolt passes over Geralt's left shoulder and into the wall while damaging him. This is the damage frame on this champion's ballerina axe spin. This one is even worse and shows what can happen if Geralt moves into an AoE even after the main attack swing is over. This is the damage frame. I take a hit here from this far away. This is one of the clearest examples I found. Here's a third one like this because I can't help myself, and this one is really fun because it's exactly like my crazy sounding Hollow Knight example from earlier. The area of effect is so far ahead of the shield during this charge animation that this is when it deals damage. I think it's about 20 frames after this that the shield finally reaches where I was standing. For the final and weirdest example, you have to pay close attention to the game deciding to lock me onto a target really far away and then still doing damage to it, so much that I kill him from all this way away. You have to understand that I made a mistake in this video by not structuring it so I could show the bug montage before this combat section, so for now you just have to take my word for it that this game should have been called The Glitcher 2. This makes it understandably difficult to nail down how things work in the game because every so often there will be exceptions like this that break the rules, but they're probably glitches. Imagine if I hadn't turned the camera while recording this and didn't see the flash of the lock on. I'd be confused how this even happens. I mean, I still am, but, less. Sadly, we're not done with combat because this isn't enough to damn the game. Todd knows I've played many a series with broken hit detection systems and even enjoyed them. No, this is only one part of the triforce of terribleness that ruins combat in The Witcher 2. The others are the skill system and a collection of truly baffling design decisions that are entirely separate from this pseudo-action combat that's closer to a hotbar spell system. And look, I'm sorry to be harsh with my language here, it's part of the presentation of this channel and a way to be entertaining, but sometimes it comes across as a bit mean. I appreciate the attempt at this combat system because it really does have potential, but it's hard to remember that this game came from a fledgling company before the blazing success of Witcher 3, and probably shouldn't be held to that same high standard, yet I also don't want to pull any punches and dilute my own criticism because this game's combat system is by far its weakest asset. This goes so far that the skill tree withholds information and lies to you. This is a problem unique to this game in my experience. I have never, ever played another game that is so burnt that it didn't get its skill tree explanations right. Witcher 2 uses the simple system of attack damage minus target armor equals damage dealt. This time there were no experiments needed to confirm this because the combat log outright tells you, assuming it's accurate, which it seems to be considering that minimal damage can show up if your attack damage is lower than the target's armor, which matches with the 1 damage hits you deal since no matter what, hitting absolute 0 damage isn't possible. Gear matters the most, far more than levels in Witcher 2 because of this. Luckily it's quite easy to find gear upgrades and this subtraction system works just fine because numbers are kept so low, especially enemy armor values. Starting weapons are around the 10 damage range, endgame weapons are around 50 to 60, and there's no leveling shenanigans to further weaken or strengthen you like there were in God of War, it's just stats. In fact, leveling is mostly done via main quest progression. Upon arrival to Chapter 3 in a playthrough where I did every side quest, I was level 28. In another playthrough in which I ignored every side quest, I was level 25 at this same point. It's kinda weird actually, sometimes you get 2 or 3 whole levels for one main quest completion. You also get more levels if you side with Yorvith than you do with Roche.
Damn, he's made a mockery of us. If that's how he wants to play, I'll make him regret it. I'm a Witcher.
Anyway, with that attack minus armor equals damage in mind, any talent that reduces your incoming damage as a percentage modifier sounds strong, right? Well, turns out they just add armor points onto that total. It's just adding to that armor rating. It has nothing to do with percentage reductions. Same goes for any sword damage bonuses too. There's no percentage increase, it's just adding to the attack damage number. It's like the wiki, it lies. This skill that prevents damage when blocking an enemy hit, this is already how it works on most attacks before you take this. Plus you can often, but not always, block an enemy attack without any vigor cost at all, with or without the other talent that reduces how much vigor it's meant to cost. Sometimes you can do full damage blocks with 0 vigor. There are probably some issues like this in the alchemy tree too, but I never spent a single point there, so I can't say for sure. I might have been more persuaded to experiment with that tree if it wasn't for the truly confusing decision to make the second tier of talent nodes be a mystery. You cannot see what kind of increased bonus will come with further investment into a node until you've already committed 1 point into it, and sometimes these come with huge new boosts like a new vigor point or a 300% increase in the vitality bonus of the first tier. and skill points are so few that you can only fill out one main tree and dabble in another. Ironically, in the case of the alchemy tree, this system does not encourage experimentation. But the worst of all of these lies is in the swordsmanship tree. Having not put a single point in the alchemy tree, I am still confident enough to say there's nothing worse than this. Hold on, let me put my glasses on for this one. The talent footwork increases your dodge distance by 100% for the first skill point invested into the node, and 200% for the second skill points. Except it doesn't. It's more like 20% more for the first tier and another 25% for the second. The real upgrade here is that the roll moves you faster because it's about the same roll time over an increased distance. How does something like this end up being wrong? What else in this game, just like those wonky persuade successful failures, is completely broken and not even communicated to you properly? What makes this dodge roll upgrade situation worse is that it's required in order to dodge some attacks in the game. There are some moves used by enemies in Witcher 2 that, if you do not have the upgraded version of this dodge, you literally cannot roll away from it without taking damage. You can still try to block or use a sign to prevent it, but that sometimes takes vigor, which you might not have, and can still result in received damage, whereas the upgraded roll works just fine. The thing is, Witcher 2's combat system is improved by many of these unlocks, but it comes across as a full game that's had portions surgically removed to be upgrade choices rather than additions that complement and bring variety to an already fleshed out system. The improved dodge roll doesn't just allow you to respond to otherwise unavoidable attacks, it's also necessary for moving around the battlefields quickly and getting into better positions proactively instead of always reacting to enemy swings. What's tragic is that if the game used colliders for registering damage and started you with this full suite of options, I think it would be a great foundation for a combat system. Vigor and signs are also dramatically improved by having more ammo when you get more points. For every point of vigor that you use, Geralt becomes increasingly fatigued and deals less damage. This caps out at 50% if you've used all of your vigor, which means that a larger point total makes each individual point cause a lower amount of the fatigue damage reduction. It's not just about having more vigor charges for sign casting and parrying, you can more freely use a sign here and there to spice up combat without neutering your attack damage. Signs are more important and useful in Witcher 2 than the other games in the trilogy. You still don't need to use them, save for maybe Quen to absorb the fire breath from that dragon on dark mode, but fights are much more enjoyable and less about waiting for inconsistent openings if you mix signs in with your melee swings. Ard is especially strong at creating safe openings, and during most of my playtime I was either casting Ard or I was Ardly casting. Quen isn't nearly as broken in Witcher 2 as it is in Witcher 3 because it prevents you from regenerating your vigor points while it's active, which meant I never used it except for that dragon fight. Yrden was good at creating openings on some bigger enemies, but I didn't use this much either. Same goes for Axii, which, I don't know, felt kind of cruel and clunky when I tried it out in some group fights. Meanwhile, upgraded Igni felt absurdly powerful and capable of clearing the whole game on its own with the vigor regen upgrades. See, this is the thing. Many effective strategies in the game feel like exploiting your way through encounters, but I think the game forces you onto this path. Remember how we spoke about the brick wall that is the first fight in this game, and that even I, after beating Witcher 2 multiple times, still fish out openings and use vigor to get through. There are fights way worse than this, but by then you have more options that break through the bullshit. I just wish most of these options had been rolled into the base version of the game and then built upon with enemies that can respond and fairly fight back. Geralt can't cancel any of his attacks once started. From the instant you click your mouse, you cannot guard or dodge roll out of the commitment. The same is not true for enemies. They can cancel any attacks to immediately enter a guard state. They can even make this switch in the middle of an attack, even on the damage frame, even ramming charge moves with all of the momentum they were using just vanishing instantly or immediately after an attack is finished. You can bait out attacks and then punish when the enemy whiffs through the air, but this is always a risk if the game randomly decides that the enemy should parry you, and most parries mean Geralt is stunned into a counterattack. Although I was able to find some wiggle room in this system by learning that only the enemy you're locked onto can parry you, so if you get the AoE cleave talent, you can cheat out some safe damage if your main target can't deflect. This is why Ard is so powerful, but it doesn't stop there. Enemies can also turn 180 degrees in the space of one frame. They can parry while having crossbows out because the switch to a sword happens way before the animation catches up, and risking an attack into any group when you can be randomly deflected into a stun, even if you pick your moment carefully after a whiff, can lead you to instantly being killed in the multi-attack follow-up. What you learn is that enemies must be staggered first to safely attack them, whether that's through Ard or a parry of your own, but some groups are so relentlessly aggressive while also putting up impenetrable deflection defenses that I'm left wondering if CD Projekt expected these to be beatable with anything other than sign spam while running out of range to recover your vigor between volleys. The issue is that this feels like cheating since you're never in any danger if you play like this, you're just waiting for your sign ammunition to recharge. But the enemies are also cheating with all this move cancelling and instant deflections and animations not making sense, so it's like both sides are ignoring the semblance of a combat system in different ways, and whoever cheats the best wins. Geralt's dodge roll does not have any invincibility frames. Enemies have avoidance moves that do. Initially, I thought this was an ability specific to Wraiths, who can do a phasing defensive ability, and that it makes sense because they're ghosts. But no, many other monsters like Neckers can do the same thing. If you check out the combat log, you can see the attacks still register as hits, but say the target absorbed all damage while they were in their evasive maneuvers. It is incredibly frustrating to see your attacks go through enemy models and still have it not do anything because of iframes. Especially when your own avoidance move isn't given the same power. This type of discussion about how the rules for the player can and should be different than the rules for enemies is beyond the scope of even this video. For now, I just want to say that enemies having iframes at all is deeply questionable to me. It turns games into an RNG system of whether your hit will land or not. Imagine how frustrating a first-person shooter would be with that system. You aim an attack carefully at an enemy's head, you see the bullet leave the gun, collide with the enemy's skull, and see miss pop up because hits are determined by random chance skill checks even if the visuals show otherwise. Geralt has long windups before attack animations deal damage. Some enemies have zero telegraph attacks that you must preemptively block or dodge away from, and some have attacks that land without any animation at all. Some encounters can also start after a cinematic or a conversation and deal damage to you before you've had a chance to move, but then sometimes enemies turn around for no reason and attack empty air, probably because attacks were queued and targets were lost. Something similar can happen to you too when the game randomly decides that, no, you're actually targeting this other enemy way far off the screen, not the one in front of you, so when you attack you're ripped away from your actual target and unexpectedly flung far in the opposite direction with one of your gap closer moves. This leads us to the final point I have for this combat section. It's the last page for this, I promise, and it's one of the most important, almost as if I plan to leave it for last. Combat in this game shares a surprising trait with one of the minigames: dice rolling. Whenever you choose to attack after being properly locked on and playing by the rules, there's one last stumble that can end up being fatal. Geralt randomly selects what attack he does from a list. There are multiple versions of quick, basic hits, like a slash or a stab, but then there are rolls into thrusts, at least 2 different versions of spinny spin-spin pirouettes of death, and a couple gap closer versions of each of these. Like a clogged toilet, this problem flows both ways. Are you too far from an enemy and hit an attack expecting Geralt to do the gap closer animation, jump or spin or roll for a surprise hit? Well, sometimes Geralt will just attack empty air in front of him instead, even if he's close enough for the gap closer to happen. Are you already at melee range and want to do a quick final slash that will knock off the enemy's last sliver of life? Well, sometimes Geralt will do the gap closer animation at point blank range for no goddamn reason, meaning it takes twice or even thrice as long for the attack effect to be sent out, meaning you can and will die because of random selections on what attacks Geralt decides to use, entirely divorced from any consistency you can learn based on your position relative to your target. Sometimes you can roll up on a new enemy and attack expecting to do one single hit and end up doing 3 or 4 hits and kill it right away. I suspect the fundamental issue here is a desire for the gameplay to be visually impressive above all other things. These moves look great and they're almost as flashy and varied as the animations in the first game while providing much more player control. That's impressive, but combat systems need consistency to feel good, and this did not get enough development time to tighten up all these pitfalls like God of War 2018 received for its impressive looking animations that still function with perfect consistency. And I'm well aware that it's not fair to compare a game that came out in 2011 to a game that came out in 2018. It's just an example to show where I think Witcher 2 went wrong. It can't be a guessing game of what's about to happen when you hit a button, especially when death can come at you so fast. Oddly, this push for impressive visuals feeds into another major criticism I have for Witcher 2, one that we'll get to shortly, in 2 hours. Isn't it crazy that I can say things like that? So in conclusion, the combat in this game is a mess because of poorly matched animations to attack effects, a myriad of glitches, a skill system that lies to you and mostly should have been baked into the starting options, enemies that appear to cheat the rules that players must abide to and encourage cheesy counterplay, and Geralt's main form of dealing damage having a dice roll attached to it for deciding the attack duration and animation. Most people hate Witcher 2's combat system, and I hope I have adequately explained why here, and done it well enough for those of you who dislike it to feel vindicated. I'm sure that Witcher 3 will have none of these glaring problems, and its combat section will be much shorter than this, right?
It's a bit of an anticlimax.
Still here.
We can circle back from this odyssey to our meeting with Letho because it's quite a cool moment for combat. Despite all the flaws I just pointed out, Witcher 2 does still have many options to use during fights, many of which most players likely haven't learned by now, so here comes Letho to change that in what's probably one of the most aggressively bullshit teaching seminars in any game. If you figured out already that you need to stun and then punish to defeat all enemies, then Letho is a pushover just like all the rest of them. If you haven't, then sans that knowledge, you're going to have a bad time.
I have to kill you.
It's a much more extreme version of the fight against Gascoigne in Bloodborne. You're a hunter, he's a hunter. Learn to use your sidearm better. He's here to show you how, even if it means he has to kill you. A lot. Letho shows you how many tools are in your arsenal that you might not have been using all this time, and that it's also okay to fight dirty. Witchers aren't honorable paladins despite how much Geralt might think of himself as such from time to time. Monsters already have a supernatural advantage, and fights are meant to be won using everything that's available. Claw and bite and scratch your way with all that's at your disposal, and every inch you give could be your last. Unfortunately, combat is rarely like that, but I think playing on hardcore permadeath mode can come close to making you feel that tension in every fight. I can't recommend that mode to anyone, nor will I ever seriously play it myself because of all of the glitches in the game, but I can't help but approve of the idea of it. Nothing gets you more into the Witcher mindset and makes every crumb of advantage you can find matter than the threat of game-ending death in every fight. You cannot win the battle against Letho. You get his life down enough to trigger a cinematic in which he kicks your ass no matter how handily you were beating him in the fight while you were in control. This is one of the 3 cardinal sins of video games as far as I'm concerned, along with unskippable cinematics and unnecessary inventory management. If I used a scoring system, then any of these would result in a whole point knocked off the final rating, but I don't, so I won't. What I failed to understand is why you're able to game over on this fight when you end up losing in the cinematic, and to be clear, this isn't just about Witcher 2, it goes for every game that has this sort of win in the battle, lose in the cutscene problem. Wouldn't it make perfect sense to have this cinematic play if you lose the fight and make it very, very difficult so you can actually lose it instead of the game just waving its hand and making you lose it after you win, with a slightly different cinematic that plays if you somehow do win, so this doesn't feel like a cheap shot against player agency in a game built around player agency. Letho barely gives you any honest or useful information in your conversation before this fight, so it's doubly confusing when he lets Geralt live at the end of this because now they're even. Especially since he'll happily kill you earlier in the fight if he does enough damage to you soon enough, because apparently you had to hurt him enough for him to remember, oh, I owe him and now I have to be even. That's kind of weird, huh? Shouldn't the cinematic play no matter what? If it's all about being even, it shouldn't matter when he kills him. Anyway, they talk more honestly during this battle than they did in the garden above, and it's really frustrating on subsequent playthroughs because Letho only has to say a handful of words to Geralt to end this conflict forever. And Letho is more than intelligent enough to know what those words would be, and to also know Geralt is one of the last people on the planet that he would want as an enemy. Sorry to have to bust out a slur here, but Geralt is an objectively better fighter and Witcher than Letho, and Letho knows that. In fact, Letho should have several burning questions and answers for Geralt given their history. They should be sitting down to have a drink, not fighting. This is such a jarring problem that it comes close to being a plot hole. It's the equivalent of a character in a book stabbing themselves in the thigh with some scissors just to see what would happen as forced dramatic tension, or not telling other characters incredibly important, vital information that could save everyone's lives, including their own, because, well, you never asked. But enough stalling, I'm sorry. We have to continue with what has now become an exponentially more complex game. If you betray Yorvith, then Lorito's men capture him while you're fighting Letho, and Roche finds you afterwards. If you give Yorvith back his sword, then he leads his elves to victory and he finds you instead of Roche.
Where's Roche?
We killed a few of his men. The rest ran. Is Letho dead?
I'm a Witcher.
Before leaving you reeling in the bathhouse, Letho said he's going to go find Triss and force her to teleport them both away from Flotsam. So you have to urgently get back to town to find her, and depending on the same choice with Yorvith and his sword, a very different sight is waiting to welcome you. If Yorvith was captured, then Lorito is throwing a celebration. The town has been decorated while you were unconscious in the bathhouse. There's a lovely feast with a really dark edge to it being held outside the tavern. Meanwhile, if Yorvith got away and Loredo's men were defeated, a riot has broken out with the friendly non-humans being blamed for this defeat. I didn't give Yorvith his sword back the first time I played, so seeing this riot on my second run was surprisingly disturbing and is among the most powerful differences in all of the games, especially since you spend so much time here. The difference is so severe and the game doesn't sugarcoat anything when showing the devastation and cruelty of the racists among the humans. It's like the darkness that has infested Loredo's mother and her son from her time in the asylum has descended upon the whole town. There are more groups to interact with on this path if you try to quell the rioters, just watch out for any stray pitchforks. On both paths, Dandelion is the key to finding out what happened to Triss. You and he follow a trail of blood to Sheila's room where the corpse of her bodyguard can be found. The bodyguard that was never ever shown at any point before this, so I have to wonder why this detail was included. Her megascope has been recently used, which is sort of like a cell phone that requires as much setup as a virtual reality system. Triss was using a different version of it in Witcher 1 with that magical mirror. They come back a few times after this, and they can also be used for teleportation spells and probably a few other things. There are actually two major differences that can happen here depending on your choice with Yorvith's sword. The madam of the brothel will hang herself if Yorvith is captured because she's been feeding them intel under Loredo's nose, and she thinks she'll be discovered now that he's been taken to the prison barge on the dock. So this lone prostitute will be here instead, having spied through a hole into the room with the madam before she killed herself, and tell you that Triss spoke to someone called Deathmold when she used the megascope. You might feel like this is backwards since she lives if the riot breaks out, whereas her death is a quiet pocket of tragedy that you can skip entirely if you decide not to check out her room while the feast goes on in the streets. If she's alive, she gives you another letter to pass along to Yorvith, and most curiously, the person Triss speaks to on the megascope has changed. This is the first dimensional shift alteration that happens, the first of many. Your choice with Yorvith has no bearing on who Triss would decide to contact on this megascope, and yet it's still changed. These aren't two different conversations either. Both the madam and prostitute are present in the scene doing the exact same things before it happens. There's a reason why I think this dimensional shift occurs, and it's mostly okay, but it won't make sense until we get to chapter 2. Philippa Eilhart is who Triss speaks to on the helped Yorvith line, Deathmold on the other. There are three things I dislike about these conversations with them. The first is that the failed a speech check but it still succeeded issue crops up again. I believe with both of them, like the whole feature is as busted as YouTube's copyright system. The second is that one of these conversation choices ends the conversation, but they don't tell you that. So enjoy playing conversation roulette and reloading to see the other choices if you accidentally pick this option and miss out on the rest of the information. Lastly, this guy is named Deathmold. That's ridiculous. Why is he named Deathmold? That's like calling someone disease fungus, or lethal growth, or skull mushroom. Gee, I wonder if he's going to end up being a horrible person. Spoilers, he does. This is a sharp return to Saturday Morning Cartoonsville, and while ultimately he isn't quite that bad, I wish they had stuck with his book name, which is simply Detmold, like Detlaf from Blood and Wine. One letter is all it takes to go from unreasonable to reasonable, or the opposite. Imagine if he was called Deathlaf. Cedric, the elf we met earlier when investigating the Kayrin, was apparently involved in this scuffle with Letho, so Geralt follows his trail of blood into the forest to find that his injuries have him near death. Cedric suffers from magical visions, which is one of the reasons why he kept himself perpetually drunk. He tells you that Letho stalked his lumbering mountain self into Flotsam and kidnapped Triss after she was done using the megascope. Letho forced her to teleport them both to a place called Vernon, which presently you have little knowledge about. Before dying, he also reveals that he's foreseen that Geralt will regain his memory after lifting a powerful curse in that Vernon place. Cedric is barely in the game, but the strength of CD Projekt's writing when it comes to characters is proven by how this scene still has a good kick to it. The forest gathers to send off this elf that has lived here for so long and may have been communicating with him through his powers. He only had 2 or 3 scenes, and yet Cedric felt like a real being that existed in this world and had a life lived here. It's a good thing he wasn't called Deathmold. After this, Dandelion and Zoltan show up as the angel and devil on Geralt's shoulders, although since it's this game, it's impossible to tell which is which. Traveling farther up the Pontar is the new goal to save Triss, and both of your friends represent your choices. Dandelion is here to represent the human option and tells you that Roche is planning a final operation before sailing up the river. Zoltan is here to represent the Filthy Elves, I'm unbiased by the way, and tells you that the Scoia'tael are also launching an important operation before also leaving for the same place. This is probably another coincidence. In the overheard conversations with Triss when she used the megascope, you get a preview of what's going on in Vernon. There's someone called Saskia the Dragon Slayer there leading an uprising. Yorvith is working with her, and I can't find any other explanation for this connection other than it's just a big coincidence that Vernon is where all of this converges, and also Yorvith was involved with Letho before that, and that's why you followed, and now you're going to Vernon as well. It's Kind of a mess. I don't know. I have to be honest though and say this didn't bother me, nor did I notice it until I was writing this part of the script. So maybe it doesn't matter, or I misunderstood something somewhere.
It sounds like she's more important to you, not just a woman whose head would fit the crown.
But Yorvith could be imprisoned at this moment depending on your choices, right? Well, Zoltan's still not a Scoia'tael. It's not like that Geralt. A Scoia'tael, me, I can't even spell the word. I don't even like squirrels. I could never eat one. Chive wants to join the Scoia'tael to rescue all the captives on the Ritos prison barge. He wants to do this regardless of whether Yorvith is in there or not. And this sudden urgency is set off because you've killed the Karen, so the prisoners can be sent down the river now to a place called Drakenborg. Zoltan implies non-humans are brutally tortured there, and I think it's a shame you never get to see this place in Witcher 2 or 3, because I would really like to see some elves suffering. I imagine it as I'm kidding, by the way. I imagine it as a black, evil castle Greyskull with blood dripping out of its eye sockets, and it would have been a cool location to explore with some quests or something. I think it has potential. Either way, this is ridiculously out of character for Zoltan. In the books, he's actually vehemently against all the Scoia'tael and thinks that progress gained through suffering isn't progress at all. What a cool guy. He wouldn't risk his life like this to free terrorist murderers, although maybe CD Projekt decided that the treatment of non-humans had worsened since the books, and Zoltan has changed his mind about some things. Can't wait to talk more about Book Zoltan, by the way. There's some surprises there for some of you, I think. There's a big problem with that, though, and with Yorvith and the Scoia'tael still existing that we'll speak about in the next chapter. So this right here is the biggest decision in the game. Some people probably think it's if you give the sword back to Yorvith, but that's actually not the case. Whether you choose Roche or Yorvith here is the choice that determines how the rest of the game plays out, and the earlier split we saw was just a prelude, although it is still an impactful one. This is a divide which causes Witcher 2 to become two separate, almost unique games. Assets, locations, and characters are reused on both paths, of course, but for most of the rest of the game, this choice will result in two vastly different experiences. This is incredibly impressive and ambitious, but it also makes discussing the game equally as complicated. Witcher 2 is not necessarily better off because of this decision, even if it is undoubtedly more interesting. Naturally, that means we should stall some more. There's a side quest in Flotsam I didn't speak about yet, and it's an important one. The Blue Stripes and Roche claim a garrison near the tavern. Outside of it, you can run into a man who works for Taller from Witcher 1. If you let him live, then Taller has sent a message of support and advice, to trust Roche because he's a patriot. When I imported my save in which I killed Taller in the first game, this guy wasn't here, although that might have been a glitch considering what happens in Witcher 3.
I'd say so. You see?
Inside the garrison is an arguably more amusing decision that can definitely carry over into the next game, but that's not the only reason I want to talk about this quest. Currently, the thing that most impresses me about writing is planning and cohesion, especially when a lot of little details come together for a big reveal at the end. This scene starts out poorly as you bond with Vess and the other Blue Stripes with some boring arm wrestling matches and a confusing as hell knife throwing challenge that you can lose before you realize it's even started. But then some peasants come in and complain about the Blue Stripes ruining some religious site during one of their excursions. Roche takes them seriously until they throw out the insult, whoreson.
They're whoresons, all of them!
What did you say?
Now you can either let this go or intervene and try to calm Roche down. Whoa there, Roche, which can lead to a fistfight with him and you kicking his ass in front of his own men. I never saw what happened here if you let Roche win, so I can't comment on that, sorry. Regardless of whether you fight or just leave, Vess will explain to you afterwards that Roche is literally the son of a whore. His family was poor and his mother turned to selling herself to keep her family fed. It shows you a different side of Roche and why he's so fiercely loyal to Foltest's line, but we have to rewind a bit to see why I find this so impressive. In the prologue, after going through the day's events, you'll remember I showed you that you can bait more information out of Roche and even insult him to escalate the situation into what Geralt thinks might be a way to break free. Geralt throws out the typical insult, whoreson. It's a very common one in this world. Roche reacts violently, and this is critical, most video game writers wouldn't have done this. Most video game writers wouldn't have the forethought or the opportunity to have Roche be consistent with information the player hasn't gotten yet. This isn't a setup, it isn't foreshadowing, it's just great attention to detail.
Hasn't been able to handle that insult since.
Similarly, when you walk through Flotsam with Zoltan earlier, he will speak about King Henselt of Kedwin and how he's vying for more power. Henselt won't show up in this game for hours yet, but the game's writers seem to have had all of this planned out and could include details like this when it felt natural because they knew the whole story. If you make it up as you go along, then it's simply not possible to do this properly unless you want to do tons and tons of editing, which is really hard to do in video games. It's also another way that the background political workings of this world make total sense if you decide to invest your time into reading the books and paying close attention to this game, or you can blissfully act like Geralt does in the tavern scene when Triss, Zoltan, Roche, and Dandelion all speak about the future of Temeria. Geralt is a gamer and isn't a fan of politics, and you can align yourself with him in that regard if you like. Just be aware that these events were carefully calculated for this game, and even though he may appear disinterested, Geralt is sharp enough to follow it. In fact, in Chapter 2 it can start to feel like he's given up the Doritos and Mountain Dew and understands it more than you do. That's not all there is to do with the blue stripes. Stay with them, get drunk off your ass, and in the morning you have the annoying task of reclaiming all of your stuff. I dislike that you can't just immediately go back to the blue stripes and speak to Vess about this. It's pretty obvious that that's what you should do. Instead, you have to follow the trail of information, bribe Madame Margot at the brothel to hear the sorry state Geralt got himself into while drunk, and then go to Vess because Geralt won't think it's a good idea to ask Vess without speaking to Margot first. This presents itself as a minor flavorful quest to allow you to see more of Roche's unit, but it's actually crucial setup for a main story moment later if you follow his path. But right now, this tattoo is what I want to speak about. Triss can remove this for you with some magic, some laughter, and some reagents. Live, laugh, love. However, if you decide you want to keep it, then you will keep it. Import that save to Witcher 3, and it's still there, with no way to remove it in that game without using a mod. At least I never found an in-game way. I never noticed anyone commenting on it in Witcher 3, but I think it's a really nice touch. Nice enough to stall some more before talking about the tough part of Witcher 2 at least. If you go with Roche, then he is either angry at you or pleased depending on whether you gave Yorvith back his sword. Either way, the plan is to overthrow Loreto before leaving, since they've learned that the Commandant is in bed with Kedwin, and Roche can't let this important trade post be taken away from Temeria. You have to help Roche with this if you want to sail with them to Vergen, but it's also a petty enough reason to go with the Scoia'tael instead, since you have no idea how long Roche's plan will take to complete, and every wasted moment is one that Triss remains in danger. The Scoia'tael are a viable option in order to save this time, if you're not disgusted by their terrorist ideology, of course. Vess goes into Loreto's manor undercover as a prostitute, and you sneak in later for what is possibly the third, but still, somehow, not the last stealth section in the game. Thankfully, you can choose to fight everyone instead if you like, including Loreto's mother in a QTE that results in her brutal decapitation if you succeed. The game cuts away and then back to Geralt throughout this to show what's happening with Vess in Loreto's room at the top of the manor. There never seemed to be any different outcomes here whether I stealthed or slaughtered my way through his men, nor any different interactions in the final encounter if I met with another woman in the garden that was part of the plan or chose to sneak in through the caves as my own way back into the estate. So many options. No matter what, Loreto is waiting to ambush you by rushing through this door with a halberd, which you need to pass a QTE check to survive, and then you kill him in straight combat, although not before he gets a sucker strike on you while the game is still loading. After killing Loreto, all the doors in the room magically lock themselves, including the one you used to come in, and the one Loreto slammed his way through with his weapon, and I'm very sorry that this bothers me. You have to loot his body and free Vess before you can continue. In the next room is an elf woman named Moral. She's been Loreto's personal prisoner and is in the final stages of pregnancy. She has a great, if tragic, line about this.
And the child's father is...
This child has only a mother.
Moral is the missing elf that you heard Cedric speaking about earlier. This is one of the more subdued mysteries of this chapter that has a sad ending. Moral goes into labor, Vess delivers the baby, and after it's announced that it's a boy, Moral slits her own wrists and dies. You never find out for sure why she does this, but my guess is that if the baby was a girl that she probably wouldn't have. Having it be a half-human male and a constant reminder of the imprisonment and torture that Loreto inflicted on her was too much for her to continue living. Or maybe the baby was mostly human instead of equally elf. Or maybe she had promised herself to continue living only until her baby was born, or maybe it's meant to be her stopping the cycle. Loreto's mother gave birth to a boy and she clearly infected him with some disturbed darkness. Moral looks at this and sees that she might do the same to this boy after what she just went through and decides to put a stop to it. It's quite tragic, and that's the note on which the Flotsam chapter ends for the Roche path. A place so horrible with people so terrible that the moral of the story commits suicide at the end. The racist Loreto, while keeping his fellow racists enraged about the non-humans, was forcing himself upon one regularly. Even one of Roche's men reinforces this reprehensible behavior, which you can choose to dish out some punishment for.
I'd never touch a she-elf.
As I said in the Witcher 1 video, I hate the elves in this fictional universe for reasons way worse than we've seen so far. But despite my jokes about it, even I hate how they're treated in Temeria and Flotsam. It's Black Rayla's approach in Thronebreaker that I think would work out best for this world. Humans and elves should respect each other, but full coexistence simply isn't possible. If it weren't for the Wild Hunt and the implications of it that we haven't gotten to yet, then maybe there could be a chance, but the humans and elves have simply treated each other too despicably for far too long for me to see a lasting peace. And this isn't one of my jokes, I really do think this is mostly the elves' fault, even though the humans are the far more evil aggressors at the moment. To put all of this into perspective, even Ciri, Yennefer, and Geralt are racist toward the pompous elves, who think they're still so superior to every other race, but especially the humans after they've lost the battle for their own planet to them.
Did you see that little Dwan whore? I like his kind best. Killing them is like pulling weeds. Strangely relaxing.
Dwarves, gnomes, and halflings have found a way to make it work, although the humans definitely have work to do there when it comes to race relations. There's definitely some unfairness and prejudice there, I don't want to downplay that, but coexistence is definitely possible. While the elves, even most of them who claim to want peace and coexistence, still find a way to get their anti-human digs in about how they're closer to animals than to parity with elves. Plus, the other races also seem to hate the elves and get an equal amount of vitriol back from them, with no interference necessary from humans to get a row on. Elves don't just think humans are like animals, they think that way about every race that isn't their own, and probably have felt that way about every other race they found on other planets too.
This elf's a dick.
There's one more noteworthy thing here that happens at the end of this chapter. The first time control of Geralt is taken away from you and awkwardly transplanted into someone else, either Roche or Yorvith, depending on which path you're on. This isn't like when you were Triss earlier and had to choose conversation choices, this is full control. I hate this section so much for many reasons. First of all, if you're Roche and didn't give Yorvith his sword, then it's never explained how he escaped captivity. You have to play the Yorvith side to understand this, and that's just the beginning of the you have to play both sides problem for this game. If you only do this one playthrough, you have to remember what Zoltan said about their plans, assume they succeeded without you, and this resulted in Roche and Yorvith somehow meeting in the forest in broad daylight even though you were in the town all throughout the day and have been attacking Loreto during the night, the same night that it now is while Roche tells this story. Secondly, your moveset is sharply restricted as non-Witcher Roche, so your options to safely stun and then punish are limited. Yorvith has the same long combo swings and twirls and the bullshit ability to deflect mid-attack like any other elf enemy. If you win, then one of the worst things in all of the games happens. Roche stands over Yorvith and gloats. They talk for a bit and then are interrupted before Roche can finish him off. This is actually said aloud in enough detail. Blast, your reinforcements are here, I don't have time to kill you. Next time, Gadget, next time, that it took longer to voice this than it would have taken to kneel down and kill him. If Yorvith wins, then he just lets Roche live for a reason I don't comprehend. I understand that Yorvith and Roche have a begrudging respect for one another, but both outcomes here are beyond stupid, especially for the Roche path because Yorvith is barely in the game after this and could have easily been removed, whereas if you go with Yorvith, Roche still has an important role to play in Chapter 2. The Yorvith ending in Flotsam is about the same length as the Roche one, but has more choices. If you haven't picked up on it yet, I had to do a ton of saving and reloading on all 3 of my playthroughs of this game. I've actually gone through Yorvith's version of Chapter 2 5 separate times to see many different outcomes. Roche's I only did twice because it has fewer choices, but I think it's the more enjoyable of the paths. Yorvith's gives you more important information about the story though, and it also links slightly better to Witcher 3, so I think that's the better choice if you're only going to do one playthrough as you go through the trilogy. But if you do 2 like you're supposed to, then I think Roche's route has the more enjoyable quests and conclusion. So we're back in the forest with the angel and devil on Geralt's shoulders. Following Zoltan means yet another trek up to the secret ruin garden where you found the Rose of Remembrance. If Yorvith is free, then he'll be happy to work with you to save the rest of the elves in the harbor from Drakenborg. If he's imprisoned because you didn't give him his sword, then you will have to coordinate an attack with the rest of the elves to storm the pier, slaughter Loreto's guards, and then convince an angry Yorvith that you're really there to help him. If Yorvith isn't a prisoner, then you can still do it this way, but you have another option to pretend to have captured him again and lead him through the streets in what became a surprisingly poignant scene for me. There was just something about walking Yorvith through this crowd, head bowed, and him saying that after all the pain he's inflicted on this place, that this is his first time inside the walls. It's the first and perhaps only time that he seems to consider that the war he's fighting is senseless, and not just because it's something that he knows he can't win. Naturally, this still concludes with the big fight for control of the prison barge. There's a problem with this though, isn't there? Have you noticed it yet? The criminality of it on Geralt. It's going to get worse than this on Yorvith's route before the end. Surprisingly, there's still one more thing to do here before leaving with Yorvith. On Roche's path, the Scoia'tael still managed to succeed without Geralt. On Yorvith's path, however, on their own without Geralt, the blue stripes are as useful as facts in a political debate and result in sweet FA. There is a line later from Roche that implies they still tried to do their plan, but it failed with Vess almost being killed, and Roche is furious with Geralt about that. But there's absolutely no evidence of this, and there's no nighttime opportunity for them to try, because if you go with Yorvith, the Scoia'tael attack happens first. You can kill Loredo on Yorvith's path too, and Roche still says this to you. It's another way, probably unintentionally, that Roche appears like a gigantic screw-up. Anyway, Loredo has put a bunch of elfish women in the top of the tower on the pier and threatens to set it on fire if Yorvith sails away. He doesn't even consider stopping. The boat is theirs, he doesn't give a single shit, which is another reason why I greatly prefer Roche as a character, even if Yorvith seems to be the more capable of the two. Although to be fair to Yorvith, Roche is never put into the same kind of dilemma, although there is a part later that kinda comes close to this, and Roche reacts with a lot more emotion and seems to care about his people way more than Yorvith does. Geralt is having none of it and jumps off the boat, and it's only after that happens that you have a choice. Despite what the people say around you on the pier about the Witcher being right and that they should help save the elfish women, you're the only one who can do it. So do you want to run after Loredo to kill him and potentially save any other hostages he has on the town square and the rest of Flotsam, or do you rush up the flaming tower and save the decoy damsels? You can't do both because Yorvith comes back and won't let you go after Loredo if you choose the women, and if you choose Loredo then the tower burns and the elves die. I really like how Geralt makes the initial decision to jump off the boat on his own though. It reinforces the idea that while this is an exploration of free will through all the choices you make, they're still anchored by the fundamental urges that Geralt would have in these situations. If the elves died, then Dandelion apparently tried to help while you were gone and ended up burning himself. He's on the Scoia'tael ship recovering. Yorvith, in a display of arrogance that makes me wish there was a choice to kill him somewhere in the game, criticizes the human onlookers for not helping right after he just did that himself. If you save the elves, then Yorvith is grateful and doesn't care that Loredo escaped. Someone else will kill him. It's meaningless, says the elf that's been meaningfully harassing this town, killing innocent people for months and months. Curiously, you can skip Yorvith's version of his fight with Roche if you don't ask about it, probably because it's completely bonkers. In the short time you've been gone, Yorvith apparently sailed a bit down the river, got off the ship, says he was trying to save the women in the burning tower but instead went into the forest to find Roche, had a fight with him, either nearly killed him or got cut up himself, was rescued by his Scoia'tael or gloated for a few minutes instead of saving his own people, went back to the ship, turned it around and sailed back up the river to meet Geralt and heal himself of any grievous injuries if Roche won the battle. It makes Yorvith's speech before this hilarious too. I let Roche know that he's leaving only because I'm letting him, and then in the flashback my boy kicks his ass and leaves him half dead on the ground. I wonder if Yorvith lost his eye by rubbing some of his own bullshit into it.
Unfurl the mainsail!
In closing, I'd like to talk about how there's a large amount of irony in the endings of this chapter and that I think it's wonderfully intentional. For one, it seems like the non-humans of Flotsam are left in a better position if Yorvith is captured, the Scoia'tael scattered, and Roche's route is taken by Geralt. There are no riots, the humans mostly kill each other instead of elves, and Loredo is overthrown to be replaced by someone who is presumably at least a little more fair to non-humans, since I don't see how it could be worse. Meanwhile, if Yorvith isn't taken and Geralt helps free the prisoners on the barge, many more non-humans die and there's a high chance Loredo lives on to incite race wars another day, like a bald, vindictive Hitler who's only going to amp up the cruelty after publicly taking an L so big they could use it to teach kids on Sesame Street. It seems like Geralt choosing to help someone can often make it worse for them, which I think is definitely intentional and adds to the bleak reality of this game. We'll see this happen again with Roche in Chapter 2.
Roche.
Where are they sailing to?
I don't know.
I have a feeling we'll meet again soon.
I can't help but think of the outskirts again as Geralt sails away. No matter which boat you're on, Dandelion speaks about the events that just happened and what lies ahead as they travel upriver, but my mind was still on Flotsam and the past. I wish there had been a quiet scene here for some reflection, maybe a subdued conversation with someone on the deck of the boat under the night sky as they travel up the water like the one that happens at the end of Blood and Wine. For all of this game's improvements to presentation over Witcher 1, the proper pacing of the story and recognizing when players need a beat, or even a few moments, wasn't found until Witcher 3. It's one of the most subtle but still meaningful improvements the third game has. In fact, it wasn't until writing this script that I realized how much heart is missing from Witcher 2. Witcher 3 has a lot more soul with its interactions and especially the connections you can make with some characters. Witcher 1 has this too, but it has a lot of that awkwardness and poor presentation that kind of drags it down, but the intent is still there. Witcher 2 is a lot more sterile of these, and it's a lot more focused on the story that it wanted to tell, and that's not a bad thing, and it does a lot of good things story-wise, especially some of the ones we'll see later, but in terms of warm interactions with a lot of its characters, it's only done a handful of times in this game despite having some pretty good characters, so I think that could have been done a little better. I was still dwelling on the tragedy of Flotsam, linking it back to Witcher 1 while Dandelion prattled on and I was barely listening to him. I think it's a brave thing to put the player into a situation where there's no right answer. Is Flotsam better off now? For some people, yes, but what about for most? What about those that deserve it the most? Who does deserve it the most? Even the discovery of moral and how that might be a happy ending for her and the friendly elves that are trying to coexist with humans ends up being a dead end for salvation. The meaning of all this and the moral is torn away from you. There's no lesson here, there's no progress. It's just tragedy feeding into tragedy. Flotsam is the most dense and real place in the series for me, save for maybe Novigrad, but unlike that big city, it's something that you can fully understand and make many connections between the people who live here and their shared congealed struggles. The ending brings many of these separate characters together and shows how interlinked their lives are, and of course they have to be as they live so close and cramped together. I wish there were a few more scenarios that deepen some of these relationships in Flotsam, especially the people that live outside the walls and those on the inside, just like I wish I could have done better for this place even though I know I did the best I possibly could. And that's the point, isn't it?
But you chose the right side, and I'm pleased.
Wish I could be so sure.
And that's finally the end of Chapter 1. We've seen almost every outcome of almost every choice. You will be stunned to know that I left a lot out. I will not be able to keep up this level of recap throughout Chapter 2 because it's a far more complex tangle of choices than what we just saw at the end of this chapter. I'm sorry to repeat myself, but I hope people understand that all of these choices and how the game reacts to your decisions are the game for so many sections of Witcher 2. And there's no way to go through them without showing what they all are. As you can tell, I'm pretty nervous about it, and this isn't even the last time I bring up this point. I just hope anyone that's gotten this far in the video is enjoying this and is looking forward to this continuing in Chapter 2. After the introduction of Chapter 2, we can see that more clearly than ever because depending on whether you went with Yorvith or Roche, Geralt ends up in an entirely different place with an entirely different cast of characters and mostly unique quests to do. First, though, we have to meet the petulant Henselt, the king of Kedwen, and the beautiful Saskia, dragon slayer and the would-be queen of Vergon.
King, here and now, before these folk and the gods, I challenge you. As in the old days, when the honourable ruled this world, Upper Eden to the victor.
The lass has gone mad. To challenge a king.
On the way up the river, Geralt doesn't just travel farther east, he also passes through an invisible portal and unknowingly falls through the folds of the universe. Where he lands is determined by which boat he's traveling on. If you're with Yorvith, then you will begin this section controlling Stennis, the son of Demavend, who Letho killed in the opening cinematic and the current heir of the Kingdom of Edirn. If Geralt is traveling with Roche, then you will find yourself acting as Henselt, the current ruler of the Kingdom of Kedwen. There is a meeting about to happen between a monarch, two would-be monarchs, and a bunch of nobles and advisors. You may think that this is just the exact same scene that plays out with you embodying a different perspective that best aligns with your previous choices you've made throughout the game so far. Unfortunately, no. If you're Henselt, then you walk up with Death Mold to a camp that's already occupied by the Edirnians. You speak with some of their traitorous nobility to try to broker a deal against Stennis without him even being present. Then Saskia, the Dragon Slayer, shows up and she leads the conversation against Henselt, and Stennis doesn't utter a single word. But if you're with Yorvith, you could be controlling Stennis right now. The scene begins with you walking up the same path that Henselt does to a camp seemingly claimed and occupied by the Kedwenis this time. You lead the conversation, and almost every line of dialogue is completely different. Stennis has many more lines, which is infinitely higher than 0, and the traitorous nobles are punished. Henselt speaks with much more force about his gathered armies, and as Stennis, you can choose to betray Saskia here and try to make a deal with Henselt. No matter what, this ends in a fight. Saskia threatens war despite being vastly outnumbered against Kedwen's military. You can control Henselt in a one-on-one duel to settle the matter or reject her offer and initiate a huge brawl. Meanwhile, if you're Stennis, a brawl is the only option. These characters strangely inherit Geralt's vigor talents and even have the Witcher's health meter and experience bar, which I strongly think should have been stripped away for these sections since it doesn't matter if you win or lose, so you didn't need a UI here. If you're Henselt, then you can kick Saskia's ass and it'll still end in a draw. Saskia will be heavily injured against this podium altar thing, but only after splitting Henselt's scalp even though he grabs his cheek in the animation. See, even in cutscenes, effects don't match the character animations. Hee hee. If you're controlling Stennis, then you can lose or almost kill Henselt or one of his advisors, any of which triggers the same cutscene since none of these deaths can be permanent because these characters have to be around for the rest of the game's story. Stennis will be in Saskia's place in the cutscene on this path and be the one to injure Henselt instead. Then, no matter which version you're on, a priest will attempt to stop the fighting, which supernaturally enrages the king into crushing his head against the same religious podium altar thing that either Stennis or Saskia could be resting on. This causes a curse to awaken, and it's the exact point that we cut to Geralt arriving in the area, either with Yorvith or Roche. Do you see how dense that was with possible changes and choices within choices, and different narrative lines becoming even more different independently of whatever decisions you've made? Well, welcome to Chapter 2. These are the baby steps. Let's zoom out for a second. This region that we're now in is in Upper Edirn, where that kingdom's border meets its northerly neighbor Kedwin. You'll recall that Henselt is obsessed with ruling this area and that King Demavend is dead, so it's a perfect time for a third attempt at invading it. Just like the placement of these two kingdoms, Chapter 2's map is split into two halves in the same way, Henselt on the northwest chunk, Saskia and Stennis on the southeast. Their side has the dwarven city of Vernon on it, aligning nicely with the continued theme of prejudice and human oppression since it is largely non-humans that are fighting against Henselt's invasion. If you're on the Roche path, you will be spending the vast majority of your time on the northwest military campsite. Meanwhile, if you're on the Yorvith path, you will be spending the vast majority of your time in Vernon. But why is that? Why are you isolated to one half of the map? There are clearly paths that link both areas, and Henselt plans to march his army south to invade, right? Hell, this scene where you control either Henselt or Stennis takes place in this middle ground. Why aren't you free to wander between them throughout the whole chapter? Because during the previous battle for this place, something awful happened. For reasons that aren't revealed to you just yet, in the middle of the final battle of that invasion, a sorceress on Kedwen's side named Sabrina Glevissig summoned an immense firestorm that obliterated both armies and permanently scarred the land with great gorges and trenches of upheaved earth. Sabrina, far from a teenage witch, is a minor book character and was also part of the Witcher 1 adventure module, The Price of Neutrality. She's met Geralt before, which of course means there's a romance card of her, but that doesn't matter anymore. King Henselt had her burned at the stake for committing what he considers to be an unforgivable war crime against both Kedwen and Edirn when she summoned the Firestorm. This spell is possibly the second most powerful display of magic in the series performed by a lone human or elf. I'm struggling to think of any other work of magic that is comparable, and just for some perspective, there's a legend of a sorcerer moving a mountain because it was spoiling his view, a tower teleporting around the world, and in the book, sorceresses can fly on broomsticks, but it's not given much attention as if it's an embarrassing detail. In fact, I'm still not sure if it's a joke or not. There are djinns in both the games and The Last Wish that are stronger than any human mage, but they can be enslaved and have their power harnessed by sorcerers, which is how that mountain was moved, so maybe that shouldn't count. There is also a notorious God-like entity far more powerful than anyone else in the series in Witcher 3's Hearts of Stone expansion. Yennefer also impressively maintains a spell over a gigantic area in the third game too, but I think this Firestorm is still the second most powerful spell worked by a lone mortal that we get to see. Astoundingly, Sabrina also takes the number 1 spot with the spell she casts shortly after this. In what is the result of a convoluted series of events, not criticism by the way, sometimes things are messy, Sabrina manages to cast a high-level blood curse as she dies. It's centered around punishing Henselt for executing her, and as we soon see, the outcome is apocalyptically violent, even though she failed to cast it properly due to, her being stabbed a bit too much to get that blood while she was being burned alive. Still an amazing attempt, and we should always celebrate earnest effort more than results. This curse had many moving parts to it, stages of progression that had to come true before the big events, like the games before the cake comes out at a birthday party. The final one of these was Henselt smashing this priest's head into this altar, which is something I think Henselt even knew about, but he still came back here because he's more obsessed with owning this territory than video game critics are with From Software. Or Reddit with Keanu Reeves, but to his credit, this flash that happens seems to me to be part of the spell taking over him for a moment, compelling him to do this, mixed with his fury at just taking a blow to the head. The last game is played, here's the cake, the candles are blown out, and the curse bursts to deathless life. Geralt and his chosen husbando arrive as this happens, and the no man's land between the northern camp and southern Vernon becomes saturated with a dense magical mist, which transports any who go through it to a hellish nightmare. An eternal reenactment of the battle, with the soldiers of both sides already dead, but also still dying, again and again. Weapons clashing, champions meeting, fireballs falling, hot takes retweeting, forever and ever.
My brother-in-law is from Kedwen, a decent fellow. Once I was at a market there. Quality goods, cheaper than our merchants too.
Unfortunately, at first, this twisted reality and how it works isn't made clear at all, and everyone seems to understand it way before you do. I think the biggest culprit here is that you don't get to see the supernatural transport through the mist for yourself until Geralt and company have already gone through it twice off camera. So the sudden change in scenery and sky in the opening is very unintuitive because you have no context for it. To make matters worse, CD Projekt forgot to add the hellscape sky effect to the scene, I think, so all the characters look up gasping and then Geralt runs into the fray, and then the camera moves up to show absolutely nothing in the sky. This isn't the only time in the game that a texture or a model wasn't implemented properly or was forgotten about. On the Yorvith Path version of this scene, a character named Yarpin proclaims, "The sun's gone dark," but it hasn't. It's still clearly daylight and nothing has changed at all, so go figure. This is such a weird issue that I have to be honest and say I don't even know what's missing, just that something is clearly absent. If this is meant to be the sun that's gone in the sky, even though the light is still there, and they didn't show it in the sky prior to that change, then that's a pretty bad move, IMO. Here's where we have to return to our genie in a bottle hypothetical from way back in Chapter 3 of the Witcher 1 section. Imagine you wish to live your life again, this time outsmarting the genie by specifically saying that you want to retain your memories of your first go-around, only to discover the asshole genie has changed other things without your permission, because you didn't specify. Maybe you have a sibling you didn't have the first time, maybe a huge historical event doesn't happen, or maybe this time your parents love you. The second life may still be an interesting experience, but it's far from what you wanted. A chance to see how your choices could have had different results if every other variable remained the same. Any changes only because of you. Like, how would my life have gone if I had never played World of Warcraft? You almost certainly would not be watching this video right now because it wouldn't exist. In the scene, you can see either Saskia helping Stennis up or Stennis helping Saskia up, depending on who you were controlling in the fight before this, which again is determined by either choosing Yorvith or Roche in Flotsam. If you're with Yorvith, then Sheila de Tanzerville, who has teleported herself here to serve as an advisor for Henselt, will open a portal through which they all escape, Deathmold included. You'll arrive just in time to save Saskia and company from ghosts and drogs, then be saved yourself by Philippa Eilhart, who swoops in, literally, shapeshifted as an owl and projecting a magical dome just like Triss was at the beginning of Chapter 1. If you're with Roche, then you will see Saskia and company scamper away, presumably to be saved by Philippa in another location, while Sheila, Deathmold, and Henselt stand around with their collective thumbs up their collective arse. Deathmold requires your protection to cast, not a portal, but the same magical shield dome that Philippa and Triss use, while Sheila practically does nothing. This is not an outcome determined by cause and effect. This is fake bullshit, and unlike some of these types of false changes that we've seen in the past with these games, this one really bothers me. It's so forced to make sure you end up with the compatible side. The game isn't prepared to have you and Yorvith stuck with the Kedwennies, nor Roche and you stranded in Vernon, so it uses bullshit to make sure that doesn't happen. I think that those would be interesting situations, but that would mean way too many changes and possibilities to add to a game that already has too many changes and possibilities. Instead, the solution here is to smooth out these differences to have them make sense depending on earlier choices, like maybe having Sheila be a passenger on Roche's boat so she's not here to open this portal, but if you chose Yorvith and started that uprising on the dock, then Sheila teleported herself here instead so she didn't have to deal with that. That means she got here sooner, is already a part of Henselt's group, so she's present in the scene to open this portal on the Yorvith path, but not the Roche one. Little things like this could have gone a long way to smooth out these differences and have them make sense, cause and effect style. Witcher 2 is a game that you have to play twice in order to truly understand all of it, but then you see changes like this that crack the continuity, which sadly only gets worse and more questionable the more decisions that you make and the more outcomes that you see. If you're with Roche, you'll find the corpse of Prince Stennis in the battleground as you escape. You can even loot his sword. But if you're with Yorvith, then Stennis survives this scene, makes it back to Vernon, and is vitally important to the main storyline that happens there. However, before we get to all that, I do want to point out how well realized this battlefield is. I don't think I've seen a war between two ghost armies look as good as this does in any other game, because there's just so many examples to think of that happening. My only nitpick is that it can be visually overwhelming your first go through because of all the enemies and the big dome shield obscuring your view. You'll get more chances to better see it later on though.
Sometimes I forget what we're fighting for.
This decision to end up on one side with its own array of characters you otherwise couldn't interact with is almost certainly why Triss speaks to someone else in Flotsam when she uses Sheila's megascope. I'm going to guess that at one point in time, the decision to give Yorvith his sword back was the big split moment, not what came afterward, and so this Triss conversation is introducing you to an important character you will soon meet, determined by the path you have set in motion. If you give Yorvith his sword back, then you see Philippa in this conversation, who you will see if you continue on the Yorvith path, and same for Deathmold if you went with Roche. It's just that the player can decide to go the other way after this, which makes this a little awkward and kind of forced. An example that supports this guess is that no matter what, you can tell Philippa you overheard Triss speaking to her on the megascope, even if it was Deathmold you saw on the call earlier in the playthrough. The Northern Camp and Roche path is the smaller area of the two, but has the most open spaces and is easier to explore. As you can see, there's this field area with a tent for the military's whoring needs, and Geralt has room to run around freely. What I really like about the other paths are that not all of its content are reflections of each other. There are different services and points of interest on the northern path because they're trying to facilitate a war group than there are on the south path because it's a city and they have all of their unique needs too, which aren't found or would be unrealistic to have in a marching army. It makes both sides feel distinct even if there is some overlap. On the edges of this area are tunnel-like paths through the surrounding highland. These lead to some important side areas, like the site where Sabrina was burned and cast her curse. This happened years ago, and it's not exactly clear to me if this invasion happened immediately after the peace treaty with Nilfgaard was signed in the books, or if Henselt relinquished the land and then came back a year later to invade. Some of these narrow pathways lead to the other side of the map and are therefore cut off by the mist. Strangely, you can enter these and try to fight your way to the other side without any magical protection. You can even fight the ghosts again, but stay there too long and the game just kills you with unavoidable range attacks or just casting death through the game's console commands. I'm not really sure why they let you come in here when there's nothing you can do, but it's an option. On the Vergen side, these narrow routes continue with their own side areas that demand much more tedious backtracking from you, the most in the game actually. There's a long spiral path infested with harpies, a tranquil forest area that's larger than the equivalent thicket on the northern side, both of which have monsters to kill. What the south side lacks in an open area to explore, it makes up with having a much larger town for NPCs to hang out in. This is practically another Flotsam and its layout is way more difficult to understand. I like how many overlapping pathways it has, with vertical routes as well as standard walkways, and that the streets have layers to them instead of all being on one flat plane. But I do have to wonder if the game's map system fails to make this as easy to navigate as it should be. I still sometimes have trouble finding Philippa's house, and I've probably spent close to 20 hours running around Vergen across all of my playthroughs. Maybe some clearer landmarks could have worked in some of the side sections of the city, which right now some of them lead together and look very alike. I think a lesson to take from Vergen is that just because a game has a map doesn't mean that's enough for navigation to be solved, or that having players check it regularly and interrupt themselves is ideal. This is a lesson that I think was beautifully learned for Novigrad in Witcher 3. Both sides in Chapter 2 of Witcher 2 have their pseudo-dungeons, but Vergen's are much larger. In general, the south side has much more developed content than the north side, and I wonder if that's on purpose or not, or if they ran out of time to finish the northern side. It definitely doesn't feel incomplete though, but who knows. Thankfully, despite the quests being so different on each side, you do eventually cross the mist no matter what story path you're following and get a chance to explore the other half, albeit in a very limited way. The difference is most quests and characters are exclusive to their side. When you explore the war camp or Inner Vergen on the opposing path, you don't have the freedom to speak to most people or do their quests. Since you are an invader, you're either stealthing or fighting. It's by far the most interesting thing in the entire series, and if you haven't played the game, you might be surprised to learn that this split in the narrative continues into Chapter 3. There are many moments that the different threads meet back again and then wave out in different directions, but I don't recall another game that allows a player choice to make this extreme of a departure, or anywhere close to this actually. Even in games like Mass Effect and the more recent Disco Elysium, there are many choices and differences to discover based on your actions, but there are lots of smaller to moderate impacts like throwing a fistful of stones into a stream and watching the ripples. Witcher 2 is like diverting the damned thing. Unfortunately, in the words of my first girlfriend, impressive and interesting doesn't always mean something is good, or was the correct choice, and this is especially true after you see both routes and notice more of those troubling differences that make you start to wonder if it all makes sense. The complexity of the narrative and the staggering amount of characters certainly helps to mask this from you, but after seeing these routes several times, I have to wonder how successful CD Projekt was with this experiment, even though I want to make it clear that I'm really happy that they made this game. Like I said earlier, Witcher 2 is my least favorite of the trilogy, but it is definitely the most unique. It's worth studying if you want to see the potential and pitfalls of video game narratives with choices that actually matter. Let's get on with it though. I need to summarize both sides in a lot fewer words than I've used so far, and then we can discuss the important bits. Nevertheless, this is still a big chunk of story to go through on both sides, so wish us luck.
You'll be fine. You're a Witcher.
First up is the Roche route. Henselt is grateful to Geralt. He doesn't believe he killed Foltest. In fact, he wants Geralt's help to break the curse on him and the surrounding area so he can continue his war march. Sheila is also in the camp, but she doesn't play much of a role until later in the chapter. Her presence is important to know, though. It's Deathmold of all people you'll be working with. Roche retracts to his tent outside the Kedweni camp and becomes a bit distant from you. Vess is also here, and it's naturally important for me to point out that you have the option of sleeping with her in this chapter. Breaking both curses requires several concurrent investigations. You need to search the site where Sabrina was burned and visit a priest that has devoted his life to her as a martyr, who I believe also turns out to be an ex-soldier and the one who stabbed her, providing her with access to blood for her curse but was overzealous and made her bleed too much. I always thought it was near a plot hole that Henselt never had this guy executed too. It seems impossible to me that a king this petty would let this go. It resulted in a botched execution and a curse, and he's still alive somehow. Regardless, the priest has kept the fire of Sabrina's burning alive as a religious symbol, which I choose to believe means he lit something on fire from the stake itself, protected that fire until he got to his new home, and has kept that same fire fed and burning all this time. Unlikely, of course, but it's a cool idea, so I'm going with it. It's equally likely that this guy is a con artist and is using his small claim to fame to make money. He doesn't really seem to care that Sabrina's damnation has finally manifested after all. You also have to uncover a mutiny in Henselt's ranks, which is linked with square coins that were part of Sabrina's prophetic curse, "These things shall come to pass, to your doom" sort of thing. Confronting the leaders of these traitors requires you to befriend some soldiers that are in on the conspiracy via one of two possible side quests, and then use their information to visit the brothel tent to say a password to someone called Whistling Wendy, who I believe comes back in Witcher 3 but doesn't recognize Geralt for some reason. You then kill the conspirators and acquire from them a piece of armor from a champion who fought in the same battle that Sabrina brought to an end, which is conveniently a candidate as an item important enough to be linked to the curse in order to break it. Unfortunately, there are some items you need that can only come from the Vergen side. Deathmeld prepares a magical trinket for you that allows safe passage if you don't dawdle. Zoltan just so happens to speak to you on your way across since he mysteriously hopped on the Blue Striped ship after saving Yorvith and Flotsam somehow. Whereas if you go with Yorvith, he stays with them and ends up in Vergen right from the start. Zoltan asks if you have anything to drink and Geralt magically always does, which, I'm sorry, I have to stop and point out. I know it's a tiny thing and most of you won't care, but having to be prepared for interactions like this and keep your inventory stocked with stuff like food and booze was a cute requirement in Witcher 1 that I ended up enjoying. Sure, it doesn't really matter, but Witcher 2 just waving its hands and summoning this for you instead doesn't exactly break my heart, but it puts a little fracture in it at least. A small part of the soul of the series left with this change, and I'd be remiss if I didn't point that out. Zoltan decides he'd rather be on the Dwarven City side of this conflict, and who can blame him? Dandelion, on the other hand, remains on the Kedwenny side because he's gotten himself wrapped up in that conspiracy despite Geralt's advice to be like Jackie Chan and stay free of trouble.
Have I ever told you I think you lead a very unhealthy life?
You need 3 things from the Vergen side: a banner from the nearby crypt, a sword that was used in the battle, and the head of the spear that was used to stab Sabrina on the stake, which that priest gambled away. Again, he's probably a charlatan. This visit also means that no matter your choices, you get to have a long conversation with Yarpen Zegrin, a character from Geralt's past who recalls an event from the book Blood of Elves, when Geralt looked after Triss while she was suffering from dysentery. They were all traveling in a group along with a younger Ciri. You should try to remember Yarpen because he'll be relevant when we speak about the books hours into the Witcher 3 section of this series. Isn't it fun that things like that come out of my mouth for these videos? You get the spearhead from a game of dice with another dwarf nearby who collects relics. Getting the sword is trickier and requires the help of Zoltan, since Geralt is not allowed to enter Inner Vergen because he's on the opposing side. This is a limit of the medium that doesn't bother me too much, but it would make sense to have the option to switch sides here. Ironically, it's the choices provided by the video game medium that make choices like this difficult to manage. Switching sides here is a lot more natural of a choice and a lot less arbitrary than the dilemma you had earlier with giving Yorvith his sword back. And yet it's not even entertained as an option because it would just be too difficult to account for all these choices and possibilities. The strength of the medium ends up being a limitation that we're not ready to solve yet and may never be. Here it makes the story awkward because Geralt obviously has a history with Yarpen. Triss has been seen in this area more than on the northern side, and now BFF Zoltan is fighting for Vergen too. On top of this, you'll soon be meeting with Saskia herself, which is a surprise Zoltan didn't bargain for when he went in to beg for the sword, and she seems to be much more in line with Geralt's ideology than anyone on Henselt's side, including Roche. He can claim to remain neutral all he wants, but he still picks sides. A detail that could explain this is that Geralt is still trying to clear his name of being a Kingslayer, but this is another problem in of itself since on both paths, as we'll soon see, he can commit more and more to being a criminal. Saskia gives over the sword willingly, with her happy blessing even, since she believes they can emerge victorious no matter how much Geralt might warn her about the strength of Henselt's army. So she wants the curse lifted as much as Henselt does, and this is a reversal of something that can happen on the Yorvith path. It's important to take note that Saskia is alive for this conversation, alert and conscious, radiant even. I know it sounds weird, but you'll understand shortly. With all the necessary ingredients to break the curse, you make a solo crossing back to the Kedwenny side only to find Roche up in arms about something. Apparently someone else emerged from the mist just before you did, and they made their way to the small but separate Nilfgaardian camp at the rear of Henselt's. Remember Shillard from the prologue? He was here for a bit and you speak to him before your official meeting with the king at the beginning of this chapter. Now he's sailing away upriver to a place called Loch Muine, which sounds like the noise a race car makes when it drives by real fast. Loch Muine, apparently whoever it was that crossed from the Vergon side had a small statue of Triss in their possession, which is I believe the first time the game's used magic that's called artifact compression. Surprisingly, this is from the books, although in them it's Yennefer that gets shrunk and frozen, suitably for her like a chunk of ice. Witcher 3 uses it a handful of times too. Geralt deduces it's the real Triss and that she's been captured by Nilfgaard. He wants to follow them, but Roche, and therefore his only access to a boat, can't leave until everything here, with the curse and the battle, is settled. Roche insists they cannot risk attracting the wrath of Henselt by bailing on him, which is a hilarious detail in hindsight. You meet with the king and explain to him that they have to do a small reenactment of Sabrina's execution to break the personal level of the curse that's on him. A rune must be drawn at the site of her stake burning, Henselt must stab her spirit with the spearhead, and then Geralt has to kill some ghosts. This rune is drawn using a diagram you get from Deathmold and an unspecified magic powder that we have to hope isn't Fistek. You can shamefully mess this up as many times as you like and even trial and error spam your way through it. Like I said, this only removes the personal, localized curse placed on Henselt. The curse on the battlefield is a whole separate thing and is next to be dealt with, but it requires something from the king himself as the final piece to run in and cleanse the land. Henselt wants to meet in the evening and mysteriously won't talk to you before then. This is because the game has a time-sensitive event that happens when you come back. 2 assassins attack the camp and attempt to kill the king. You fight them off, killing one and forcing the other to retreat. Turns out, just like the assassin from the ending cinematic of Witcher 1, they are both Witchers. Despite Sheila's protests against the abomination that is necromancy, Deathmold lives up to his name and decides to cast an illegal magic spell in conjunction with a potion Geralt mixes, to relive the recent memories of the slain assassin. This reveals the nearby hideout of Letho and his creed of assistant assassins, which is a place you could have found before this, but it's only now that you can get it open. It also reveals why Sheila was so against the spell. She's been working with the assassins and is even the one who ordered them to kill Demavend. She's behind the assassination we see in the cinematic. By the way, this memory flashback loves to glitch out and fail for no reason.
You wriggled like a fish in a net. What happened?
Good luck getting it done in one attempt, and make sure to buy a lottery ticket if you do. You then go to their hideout yourself in the present to see the surviving assassin is close to death, because Sheila came here to silence him before he could talk and did a poor job of it. His name is Serret, and he's actually a friend of Geralt's. So is Ox, the other Witcher that died outside Henselt's tent. Like the situation with Letho, Geralt knows these guys and even traveled with them a while ago. He just doesn't remember, but they do. All they had to say was a few key words and they could have talked this out, but nope, Geralt accidentally kills a friend and causes the death of another because they're stupid. Tragically, this conversation triggers another memory recall for a Witcher, and he comes very close to remembering his time with Letho and the gang, right after directly killing one and indirectly killing another. For now, he only remembers his hunt for the Wild Hunt. Now, assuming you have all the necessary pieces, you're finally free to dive into the mist and lift the curse spreading out from No Man's Land. I just want to quickly point out that some of the steps we just went through can be done in a slightly different order, and I'm also skipping over side quests. This time entering the mist begins a series of set pieces. Inside the blighted battlefield, you possess multiple soldiers from both sides of the conflict, reliving moments of the war and the deaths of many of these people. I wonder if Geralt himself experiences much more of this than we see, off camera and separately from us. Does he jump through every participant here on this day and we only see a few of them? Either way, you have plenty of combat as these soldiers who do not have Geralt's Witcher abilities, and so you'll be doing parries and counterattacks for most of it. So for me, this was going from Ard mode to hard mode. There's a section where you have to use cover to get through a trench while a ceiling of arrows continually comes down on you. There's also a boss fight against a much bigger version of a Draugr, which has some poor looking tracking attacks. Thankfully, you're Geralt again for this one and can Ard him down. I'm really not sure what CD Projekt expected you to do here. In fact, many of the fights in this game reek of this idea that the testers already knew what to do, so they were just going through the motions and weren't really experimenting all that much to see what new players would do and to respond and adjust for those mistakes. Many of his moves are poorly telegraphed, some are difficult to understand what's even happening, and he goes into awkward defensive states that punish attacks. While Ard can definitely help, it's not necessary, and he's best dealt with by spamming your way through his armor. You get to see Sabrina convene with the Lodge of Sorceresses before she summons the firestorm that has ruined this land, revealing that they were behind her decision to stop the battle, but warned they could not support her if it goes badly afterward, like a witchy spy. And then you get to see that destruction happen after the Draugr fight, although it's hard to tell because the land is already devastated through the lens of the curse that you're in. The final scene is Henselt condemning Sabrina for her actions, bringing the story of this land to a horrific full circle, and could perhaps be the moment that some players reach full understanding of the story because a lot of these details aren't presented to you in a straightforward way throughout this chapter. So this could be a big juicy story moment for that, and it's easy to forget that if you've already played the game, I think. Geralt is found unconscious after this, and he remains that way for 3 days. Another memory comes back to him while he's under, showing that Geralt saved Letho from death by fighting off a slizzard that had him laid out. He had 2 other Witchers with him, who are of course Serret and Ox, and the 4 were together for a while as a traveling party, Fellowship of the Ring style, or Fellowship of the Witcher book style because there's a group in those stories that are just like this. Which means if we jump back a couple of days, whoops, he's not going to be in Witcher 3. In the 3 days that have passed, Henselt and Deathmold have readied for war and begun their southward march. Your first goal is to find Roche for some reason, and you track him down to a house on the coast where it's revealed he's behind the conspiracy against Henselt. That's why he was being distant with Geralt after arriving, and might be another reason why he wanted to stick around to see the end of all this. Together you go to what remains of Henselt's camp to find the villain of Henselt's camp, and discover that the entire unit of Blue Stripes have been rounded up and executed for treason, along with the other traitors in Henselt's army. You fight some of the men that you were just on the same side as, and I find it strange here that you're not being proclaimed as a hero for breaking the curse and given the opportunity to just walk away. Not that that should be an actual story option that you could follow, of course, nor would Geralt take it, but a line addressing the fact that these men should be idolizing Geralt maybe just a little bit and don't want to fight him, but you stick with Roche anyway and go for it. I know Witchers are often used and discarded after services are rendered, but this is a particularly high-profile case that will likely have ballads sang about it, so this seems odd to me and I suspect doesn't make full sense. Even Deathmold and Henselt don't say a word of thanks or try to offer something to bring Geralt to their side. He would be a valuable ally in this battle. After all, he also helped uncover the conspiracy and isn't married to Roche. Yet. Vess is the only survivor of the group of Blue Stripes that came to Vergon and will throw herself into Geralt's embrace whether they slept together or not, whether you even spoke to her at all actually. She explains that Henselt forced himself onto her and that's the only reason she survived. When she leaves, Geralt tells Roche that Vess is lying and this is never explained or resolved or brought up again, ever.
Vess is lying.
I have no idea what it means, and Henselt more than confirms what he did to Vess himself a little later, so it can't be about that.
What? I can vouch for her with my life.
I have no idea what this lie is. So now the goal is revenge against Henselt and to also track down Sheila, who we now know is behind the assassinations. Both are apparently in Vergon, where a battle is raging. You travel with Roche, you fight through the trenches and tunnels, you scare away Deathmold, who can fling unavoidable spells at you, even with the upgraded dodge, from behind an impenetrable energy barrier, and then just jumps in a portal after you kill all of his underlings. You can also visit Yorvith and rescue him from a group of soldiers as they fight in the city. In what is possibly the most impressive minor change in the game, maybe even in the whole series for this type of really tiny consequence that most developers wouldn't have bothered to do or even think of, but it's still here, Yorvith has different dialogue lines if you gave him his sword back in Flotsam but then went with Roche. If you had him captured, then he is much colder to you and proclaims that the battle isn't over, he'll never give up. But if you helped him in Flotsam, he's initially friendly with you and then much more defeated and emotional. He's about to give up his fight and is taking the loss hard, like someone realizing that I was right about Super Mario Odyssey all along. This is the first time you'll see Yorvith on the Roche route since Flotsam. It'll also be the last time you ever see him at all in the games if this is your only playthrough.
Goodbye, Witcher.
So do you see what I mean? Roche could have killed him in that interaction at the end of Chapter 1 and it would have really made no difference. Zoltan is here too and he almost lunges at you with his axe. I don't believe you see Saskia in this section, although there is another funny Roche is a screw-up moment when he runs across a bridge and takes a tumble. Fuck! Despite how the game presents it on the screen here, going to Yorvith isn't an exclusive choice. You have time to see him and then go to Philippa's house for the finale with no repercussions that I ever saw. But if you go to the house first, then it's over and you don't get to do the other choice. Sheila's inside like she's been waiting for you to open the door before teleporting away. Geralt doesn't even try to stop her. Then Henselt appears, threatening Geralt without a word of thanks for breaking the curse, and I don't think any justification for why he's suddenly out for Witcher blood. This fight is terrible because of the bewildering decision to make 2 of the 4 knights invincible shield guardians. You may think this is so you can't attack Henselt and therefore break the game, but no, they all join in the fight eventually, including Henselt, and you can hit him too. Roche shows up after your victory, and after some back and forth, you have a choice. Talk Roche down or let him follow his rage and kill Henselt, avenging both his Blue Stripes and Vess. Once again, I'd like to point out that Witcher 2 is not without a heavy smashing of irony. The only way Henselt can die in this game is if he wins his war for Vergon and the lands of Upper Edirn that he's coveted for decades. Just like Loreto can only survive if the Scoia'tael are chosen and he takes that loss. The Blue Stripes are only rounded up and hanged if Geralt chooses to help them in Flotsam, and Roche can become a Kingslayer here. I would argue that Geralt does too, as he stands by and watches, complicit. The desperate quest to find the Kingslayer can lead to them becoming that themselves. And suddenly, Letho's actions are a little more understandable. This feels like the right thing to do, the cathartic and justified choice. But is it? Henselt's death would probably cause more harm than good as his kingdom is destabilized, because just like Foltest, he doesn't have an heir. He's definitely the most Henry VIII of all the kings. But there's also the further thought that being unwilling to punish kings for crimes is just perpetuating that idea that they're too important, too big to fail, bring too much stability, that it becomes justified again and again to let crimes go. But if the precedent was set that no, rulers are not above the law, and sure, that's going to make things pretty bad for much longer than if we just let him live, in the even longer run, that could mean less suffering. As you can probably tell, this is one of the only choices in Witcher 2 that I find difficult to decide, and of those few, I think it's the hardest. As much as I love Henselt's final words,
"A flea has bitten a lion,"
I think I appreciate more what Geralt says if you let Henselt live. You had a choice, kill the defenseless Henselt or battle yourself. You chose the tougher opponent, and won. How neutral of him. I always feel bad for Roche here. It feels so much like he's out of his depth and lost in the world, kind of like Geralt in the first game. He's a bullheaded asshole to be sure, but I can't help but like him. The two leave together to Lochween, and that's the end of the Roche path in Chapter 2, so there's still a whole other path to go. Did you forget about that? Which means it's rewind time, and this year, we control rewind.
The lass has gone mad to challenge a king.
Here's what happens if you go with Yorvith instead. When you arrive at Henselt's camp with Roche, you are given a tour by a guard and then dumped at the inner gate. Vernon has a dwarf counterpart of this interaction, but it ends with a much warmer welcome and you being assigned a room at the tavern. It also sets a precedent for this version of the chapter, talking to dwarves. Many dwarves, often for very long conversations while drinking when you can't really be sure if they're mad at each other or not, or just being friendly. They really nailed those parts of the Scottish.
"It's been years, you old prick."
We can draw another reflected version of the Roche path with Saskia. Henselt was afflicted with a targeted curse in addition to the one Sabrina used to damn the region. On Yorvith's path, you still need to lift that larger curse, but the more focused ailment is on Saskia. This starts when you attend a war meeting and feel very out of place. Philippa Eilhart is backing Saskia's bid to create a new independent nation in the region. Upper Edirn, or the Pontar Valley, separate from both Kedwin and the rest of Edirn. She will rule this new queendom as a benevolent monarch, although for reasons we will soon see, it's not clear if that's a title she truly wants or not. She's able to launch this campaign because she has won the hearts of the lower classes in 3 ways. 1. Speaking on their behalf, genuinely wanting to improve their lives, getting top marks in economic classes, and uniting them against the upper classes that are exploiting them. 2. She's incredibly charismatic and beautiful and has earned the adoration of humans, dwarves, and even elves, who typically find human women disgusting. 3, and perhaps most importantly, she has apparently killed a dragon. Saskia the Dragon Slayer is her title that's thrown about quite a bit, although good luck finding anyone apart from Yorvith who can confirm that feat outside of, there was a dragon, now it's gone, and Saskia says she's the reason why. In this meeting, there's a toast and Saskia is poisoned so badly that she becomes Sleeping Beauty. Your job is to collect the right reagents for Philippa to create a cure and maybe sniff around to see who did the poisoning. In this way, this is both the reflected personal curse on Henselt and the conspiracy plot against him. Turns out that Stennis is responsible, although that's never confirmed with 100% certainty because of the Uncertain Truths Nightmare Analysis monster. Remember that on this path, Stennis does not die in no man's land. He survives the trek back to Vernon and lives to scheme another day, although it'll be up to your choices to determine how long that lasts. Philippa is the equivalent of Deathmold on this path, and she does not live alone. She shares her house with a leashed sorceress apprentice, which even she admits is an unfortunately loaded term considering the two are in a relationship. You walk in on them being intimate 2 times as you're coming and going fetching the necessary components for Saskia's cure and to break Sabrina's curse. Philippa claims she's always hard at work magically scanning the area, but it felt to me that she decided Geralt was to be her bitch along with her apprentice. Her name is Cynthia, by the way, and in addition to her being a really cool dancer, yes, I just hit you with a Rugrats reference, there's a reason other than titillation that these scenes happen, which is a good thing because, despite what I said about Triss's sex scene earlier, I think these ones with Philippa would be gratuitous and unnecessary otherwise. For the cure for Saskia, you'll need a flower from the bottom of the nearby mines, which means you need to go through a protracted dungeon crawl with a group of dwarves, including Zoltan and his perverted friend, Sheldon Skaggs.
A mine is like a lover. You need to be gentle, so she accepts you moist and hot.
It's hard to overstate how much time you can spend talking to dwarves on this route, well over an hour, with some of them all on their own taking upwards of 10 minutes. I like the commitment to dwarves being big talkers that like to spin tales, but Vergon already suffers from dialogue fatigue without these guys dwarf piling on the issue.
Have we? The pigs have tight arses.
To tell the truth, I've no idea, Skags.
It's just a saying.
You're the only one using it.
It also doesn't help that fighting through this mine is room after room after room of low visibility rot fiend rumbles that explode upon death. The dwarf group makes it more difficult for you by getting in the way, blocking your spells, randomly being inactive, and causing the enemy hit cones to become even more unhinged than usual. Another ingredient for the cure is a power source to fuel Philippa's spell. Apparently the local harpies create chunks of tappable energy through snatching dreams and crystallizing them, which is a romantic idea that I really like. To get one of these, you first head north of the town, where you can also pick up the same war banner from the same crypt that you explore in the Roche path. But it turns out that these crystals aren't strong enough, and you have to delve into a Yorvith route exclusive area at the bottom of the Harpy Quarry, where they have bigger nests and have stolen bigger dreams. You can even view some of them while you're there, a dream from Letho and Yorvith, two dwarves, one of which is involved in a side quest, and the dream of a dragon, which is the one Philippa ends up using for her spell. Along the way you can speak to some of Yorvith's elves and even the big man himself. If you save the elven women at the end of chapter 2, then one of them will be here in Vergon and is willing to open a shortcut for you to get around the area much faster, which is surprisingly handy. That's not all she'll open either, as we can see in one of the more awkward sexual encounters in the game. She is the one who brings it up first and suggests it, but even Geralt is put off by how transactional she is about it. You can also sleep with a succubus in this version of chapter 2, which means I have to reveal I was wrong about this game being my least favorite in the trilogy. It's actually my favorite game of all time. I sure hope that showing this scene doesn't make this video be demonetized. This happens in a side quest that's also linked to Yorvith's people in a way that doesn't make any sense. An elf thinks a monster is killing people and puts up a notice. Turns out it's really him doing it, but he's trying to make it appear like the succubus because he's madly in love with her, and that's turned into a deadly obsession, so he wants her dead. She's an unfaithful succubus. What's the opposite of an oxymoron? Like the scorpion on the back of the frog, and you can either go along with it and kill her or figure out the truth. The problem is, this elf arrived in Vergon the same time you did, which means this quest makes less sense than the first 20 hours of Death Stranding.
Elias, ready the unit to march. You'll leave immediately.
He's barely had enough time to fall in love with the succubus, never mind watch multiple others couple with her, kill several of them, have them staged like monster slayings and buried in the tomb, and then set up the notice and get Geralt on it. It's like he did a speed run of Jack the Ripper's career. We'll see more evidence in Witcher 3 that CD Projekt does a poor job at factoring the passage of time when it comes to quests and stories. Which is weird because this is a tough issue to address in video games because of all the player freedom, but I still think they did an excellent job with it in Witcher 1. Yorvith is involved in the good ending of this quest, and around this time has some really important lines of dialogue regarding many things in the game. He's become more open with you, and that's even shown visually by him revealing his missing eye that he's kept covered until now. The thing I want to point out while we're here is that he bemoans how much Roche is a worthy adversary, how relentless he is at causing him and his Scoia'tael trouble. He even says, "The longer he is active, the better he gets. I must put an end to it." Which makes him letting Roche go in Flotsam all the more bewildering. Yorvith even directly contradicts that here. These kinds of issues aren't a good thing, of course, but considering just how many different narrative threads and possibilities there are in this game, I think most of them are excusable. Some are stranger than others, though. For example, you can search for Triss on the Vergon side, following the story a dwarf tells you about her falling out of the sky. This leads you to speaking to a troll, then following that story to his pissed-off troll wife who left him because he liked Triss so much. See, it's like Shrek again, Shrek and Fiona. This in turn makes you run into a mercenary captain named Adam Pangrat, who has been sent by Sheila to kill Letho and anyone else traveling with him, meaning Triss. This is how you start to piece together that Sheila was working with the Kingslayers on Yorvith's side of the story, since there's no assassin corpse to magically jump into here. It's also another big, unexplainable difference between the routes, since Sheila ordered Adam and his men to do this before the meeting with Henselt at the beginning of the chapter. They're stuck on this side in this version because of that, whereas in Roche's path they're in Henselt's camp, even though Sheila should have given the same orders and the same result should have happened. Adam will even happily arm wrestle Geralt while you're here. He's also one of those he's a book character, really characters that are from the books and make you say, really? Completing this quest, which ends fruitlessly, seems to be the trigger for a big event in Vergon. You report back to Philippa, who staunchly refuses to accept that Sheila would try to have Triss Marigold killed. You should note this figurine on the desk behind Philippa, by the way. It's important. After this back and forth, there's a big commotion in the streets. One of the ingredients needed to heal Saskia is a few drops of blood from a royal source. This is a time when one of those romantic, emotional rules of this world comes into play, since it has to be of a true royal source, an active royal source, not just someone related to a royal bloodline. Stennis is princely enough to count, but he refuses to give any of his blood to help Saskia. For this reason, and many others, the peasants of Vergen have decided he must be the one behind Saskia's poisoning. They've gathered in a mob and want to kill him, which is, shockingly, something that you can let happen. You can even encourage it and then scoop up some of his blood afterward to use in the cure. It's quite a funny moment actually, as Geralt just kneels down and is like, "Don't mind me, just getting some blood," and then just scoops it up and then leaves. In contrast to that, there's something particularly brutal about this death scene that gets me. Maybe it's just how quickly the rioting people turn to violence and that the man is beaten to death, soaked and drowned in his own blood, instead of the quick deaths that I'm used to in video games from magic and explosions and swords and gunshots. You also see it instead of it cutting away. If you want to save him, then you'll need to do some investigating, although it may lead you to an uncomfortable answer. Surprisingly, Iorveth wants to help, since he values the stability and support that Stennis' presence will bring to the upcoming battle, which means it's no wonder Iorveth is such an accomplished fighter, since every strike he lands is a hypocrite. He fears that a riot started now while Saskia is unconscious might spiral out of control. Here's where it gets really weird in terms of gameplay systems. There are 4 or 5 groups of NPCs standing in this hallway, and speaking to 3 sets of them causes the impromptu trial to begin. You can get information from 2 of them, speak to some other NPCs that do not count toward this trigger, leave and do hours and hours of sleuthing and interrogating and dice poker and sleeping with people and other quests, and nothing will happen here unless you speak to a 3rd group. But what's also weird is that it takes a long time to do all of this investigating outside of this hallway, so a lot of time passing is canon, but still speaking to some people here causes that to pass really quickly. It's so strange. And there's little in the way of warning for why this would cause the situation to progress. You can also speak to Stennis the Menace himself, who is both too arrogant to accept the judgment of a peasant rabble, but also too honorable to flee from them. The secret to this poisoning is that one of the chalices was replaced with a replica that had hollow sections inside for toxins to preemptively be placed before the wine was poured, which is why Saskia was the only one affected. Your investigation heavily implicates one of Stennis' underlings, but it's never confirmed if Stennis was also involved, although that seems to be the case. Either way, the decision that leads to the most long-term good is to calm the rioters and let Stennis live. I do want to point out the possibility that I missed some other options here, since this game is so dense with choices and I can't check them all on the wiki because it's a dirty, dirty liar. I also want to say that I think it's absolutely goddamn ridiculous that you still cannot get any royal blood from Stennis after this. He's taken away to a nearby prison cell to await Saskia's judgment when she awakens, and there's still no way to force a few drops or a line of dialogue that makes him provide some blood as a way to appease his accusers. Honestly, given what Philippa has planned here, it's close to a plot hole that she doesn't storm into the prison and siphon some prince blood herself like a vampiric owl. I wonder if Shammy would be into that. I'm harping on about this because the option to get the blood from Stennis was already included if he dies, so not much would have to change, but it's made quadruply ridiculous by how you do get royal blood if Stennis lives. Hensalts. You go back to Philippa's house to find her whipping Cynthia on the bed. Welcome back to anyone who is tabbed out and just listening to this instead of watching. Apparently while doing this, she's also picked up a weak signal of Triss. She's on the other side of the mist, maybe in the Kedweni camp. It's hard for her to know for sure because the mist disrupts her megascope. The thing is, Triss has been sitting on her desk this whole time, hidden in that weird-looking statue figurine. Cynthia is a Nilfgaardian agent and has Philippa wrapped around at least 3 of her fingers, and maybe a thumb too. This is why these scenes aren't pure softcore pornography in retrospect, which is a great payoff for how Philippa told Triss to stop thinking with her vagina in Flotsam. She's been duped even harder by this distraction, and so might have you. I think she says something similar about sex clouding the minds of those she deems beneath her in the books as well. Despite her youthful appearance, Philippa is likely the oldest living human sorceress and definitely the oldest we see in the games. I believe she's been alive for over 300 years, which means she has about 200 on Yennefer and Geralt. No Witcher has ever died of old age, so it could be that the mutations make them just as functionally immortal as mages, although Vesemir clearly shows that not all signs of aging can be avoided. In the books, however, even ancient, possibly older than Kaer Morhen itself, Vesemir, is described as being at a level of fitness and health that any youngster could envy. Philippa's greatly extended life experience and arrogance makes Cynthia's ruse all the more satisfying. Even for me, because as much as I enjoy Philippa's character, she is an O-word horrible person, which you will soon see proof of. Cynthia found Triss first, shrank her down with an artifact compression spell, and then hid her within the figurine on the desk. The figurine itself has no magical shielding properties since Geralt will soon find it completely intact on Henselt's side. And I seriously doubt that Cynthia could mask this presence from Philippa, who is still capable of picking up Triss's presence through at least a kilometer of Sabrina's misty curse. Furthermore, Philippa is worried Deathmold will sense her when they reach the other side, so my only conclusion is that Philippa is so lazy that she didn't bother scanning for Triss until now, and it was after Cynthia handed the figurine off to a spy to take through the mist, or that Cynthia kept distracting her from doing the scanning spell until now, which seems incredibly unlikely to me considering Philippa needs Triss to get the Rose of Remembrance she has to cure Saskia. She's not looking for Triss just for Geralt. It's a contrivance to be sure, but an unwelcome one. This is also the only reason you cross the mist if you get the blood from Stennis. If you don't, then Philippa gives you the task, and I have to wonder how the hell she expects you to pull that off and why it's a more reasonable approach than forcing Stennis. Either way, you find the spy that Cynthia sent, dead next to the curse's exit. For no reason I can tell, Geralt decides to pocket the weird-looking figurine that he has no idea holds Triss inside. Then Roche appears, and similar to the interaction you have on his path when returning from Vernon, he explains some Nilfgaardians emerged from the curse before you did. Except this time, it's slightly different, for no reason. Remember, on this path, you snubbed Roche and Flotsam. He'll still help you, however, in multiple ways. First is giving you two possible paths to get to the Nilfgaardian camp, one of which is through the Henselt conspiracy dungeons that we saw on the Roche line, which are mysteriously empty on the Jorvith line. Once at the camp, you are forced to give up your weapons with no way of refusing and finding another way, or fighting, which I think is a bit shit. Doubly shit actually, because this is one of those times that the games forget that Geralt has magic power signs. He's practically a mini sorcerer that, depending on your leveling options, might be way more powerful than your sword swings, but this is also the game that won't let you dodge roll unless you have a weapon in your hands. Even when in combat and using your fists, you still can't roll. This is a problem with making a character as powerful as a Witcher. The only true way to disarm one is to literally disarm them by cutting off their arms. Shillard explains you have inadvertently brought Triss right to him and that he's sailing upriver to Loch Muin now, in a conversation which gives the third chapter much better context than you get on Roche's path. If you haven't picked up on it by now, Shillard is the bad guy. Duh, this is also how you learn that Cynthia is working for them. Sorry, I'm actually a big Billie Eilish fan for real. You're then about to be executed or saved by Roche and have a narrative split moment. If you need the royal blood here, then Roche, in a godlike display of brodom that forever promotes him to being called Broach, still helps you. After giving Jorvith his sword back and bailing on their Flotsam plan, he still helps you get close to a king for the questionable reason of acquiring some blood.
I owe you, Vernon.
That's not even funny anymore, Geralt.
Henselt goes along with this too, which is something that's only surprising at first. Geralt explains it's necessary to get rid of the curse for the battle for the region to be fought, which Henselt desperately wants to happen. The king even turns around for this and then has Geralt escorted out of the camp safely, not arrested.
Tell me though, how did you pass the mist?
I'm a Witcher.
This was apparently the easier option than going to Stennis in prison. If you don't need the blood, then it's Geralt's turn to be a fake hostage. You guide the two of you through Henselt's camp with the awkward task of avoiding military officers, which may not be all that clear to you. I believe this is the last time you will see Broach in this game on this route, but he does come back in Witcher 3 no matter what. Jorvith does not. After you're out of the camp, you can either explore all the optional areas on the side of the chapter, or go back through the mist with a fuming Philippa who can't believe what's happened. Let's just say she's more than a bit ruffled about being played by her leashed apprentice. Her head is practically spinning from it, and nothing about it is a hoot. Back in Vernon, it turns out Cynthia fled so quickly that she left behind the Rose of Remembrance, and also conveniently searched Triss's belongings before shrinking her and decided it was important enough to take then, but not important enough to take when she left Vernon. Apparently the Rose is close to dead and they're running out of time to use it, which makes Philippa immediately going to sleep after this really funny. We're almost done now. Philippa prepares the cure with a very involved performance, which is when one of the most infamous lines in the game happens with the Sleeping Beauty kiss of awakening.
My favourite type of magic. Lesbomancy.
Again, there's a reason for this. It's not that bad.
Lesbomancy.
Okay, it's still pretty bad. Saskia mostly recovers after this, and you're given the same sword you needed to break the curse on Henselt's side. A couple of the other items that you weren't able to get are just supplied to you by Philippa, which feels a bit crap if you do the Roche path first, but it cuts down on the otherwise longer Vergen story. I have to wonder when she had the time to go get these though, if Cynthia was keeping her so preoccupied. Breaking Sabrina's curse is identical to the Roche version, so we don't have to go over it again. Of course, you do have a different entry and exit point, and also a more powerful revelation when Philippa shows up in the curse section at the end. You've been involved with her on this path, so now you will have questions for her because of this, which doesn't happen on the Roche side. Geralt still recovers some of his memories and is unconscious for what appears to be the same 3 days since Henselt is about to attack Vergen, just like he was when Geralt woke up from the same coma on the Roche path. Philippa reveals she's helping Saskia because she wants to make a better world, one without monarch monsters like Henselt who commit crimes against people like Sabrina, and yet Philippa specifically told Geralt not to kill Henselt when he went for the royal blood. There's a reason for this that we haven't learned yet, so it's not a plot hole, but it's still a problem because Geralt should call her out on it here. Philippa is telling the truth about wanting to shape a better world, or at least this is consistent with the reason why she founded the Lodge of Sorceresses in the books, of which Triss and Yennefer were both members. Geralt knew that too, but he just doesn't remember. This isn't just book knowledge either, since many people in Witcher 1, both kings and commoners in the streets, will speak to you about the Lodge. Philippa isn't being open about everything here though. Before we get to that, we have to go through what is possibly the lowest moment in this game, maybe the lowest moment in the entire series. Yes, it rivals Witcher 1's prologue and Witcher 3's first ending for the top terrible section for me, although the prologue still probably takes it. An integral part of writing is writing about what you know, but all of us have extremely limited perspectives. It's said that it takes around 10,000 hours to master a complex skill, like cooking or playing a musical instrument or painting or learning Polish. Given even a generous budget of how you devote your time to learning things, every writer is going to find themselves able to count the amount of skills they've mastered on 2 hands. This is simply too limiting for write what you know if you want a varied cast of characters over many stories. Not unless you're John Irving though, where every main character is a writer and a wrestler. There you go, sick joke for all the John Irving fans who also watch this channel. Naturally, research can help, especially interviews with people who have mastered something that you want one of your characters to also use at that high level in your story. Shadowing someone for a time as they work can also be immensely enlightening, but this isn't always possible, and in many cases, it's not even worth it. A character may need to have a background mastery of a skill or a background life experience that you didn't have, but it's not crucial to the story in an active way. Here's where a great rule comes in: allude to a skill instead of making yourself look like an idiot. This is also a fantastic technique when there's simply no way to gain mastery in something if it's an imaginary skill like magic, or something you shouldn't realistically be able to practice like serial killing or being a president of a country, hopefully not both at the same time, although audiences typically feel this reality and are able to suspend their belief far more when it comes to explorations of skills in situations like these. But for cooking or being an athlete or something like a doctor or a lawyer, chances are high that someone who's enjoying your story will suddenly be annoyed at how much you're getting wrong. So if your character is a world-class chef but you are not, then do not describe their cooking process in detail unless you're willing to put in those hundreds of hours of research. Do not try to wing it when it comes to describing how a famous basketball player would think and act in a game. If your character is the best poet in the world, then do not try to write a poem in character unless you are also the best poet in the world right now. Conceal, don't feel. Allude, don't be rude. Be more vague than usual, but don't bullshit. Own the limitation. A video game equivalent of this is when the story hypes up a big event, like a starship armada arriving to blast through an alien invasion, only for it to be one ship versus 2 other ships. That would be terrible, right? Well, this happens all the time with great armies clashing in the field and it's just a handful of guys on either side. It's not even a small skirmish, it's more like a tavern brawl. There is some wiggle room in some scenarios. In some games I can easily imagine that a lone unit or even a handful in a formation actually represent a large squad or even an army of about 1,000 fighters, just like some important cities in games are much smaller than they should be, or that there aren't enough homes for the amount of people that are walking around and they just disappear at night. I always love it when these numbers actually do match and make sense, but I can easily and happily suspend my disbelief for some instances of this and imagine the representations of a larger reality. Sadly, Witcher 2's Big Siege of Vergen asks too much of me. One of the coolest moments in Yorvith's path is when you get over to Henselt's side and see the ocean of tents and ships he has at his disposal. Somehow having it across this water here makes it appear bigger, like it's just a continuation of the river, and it's still so big even though it's so far away. It becomes obvious that Vergen's ragtag group doesn't stand a chance, and then he rolls in at the end with 200 or so soldiers, tops. This could have been fine with some clever uses of perspective, but then the fighting itself is so restricted. If you try to fight all the waves to hold the line, then Deathmold will show up and just kill you. The same Deathmold that teleports to one of the most vulnerable positions in the city, but none of Yorvith's elite elven archers managed to try shooting his exposed moldy head. Deathmold and Philippa also awkwardly teleport around, throwing slow-moving lightning bolts at each other like they're LARPing in the sky or doing some sorcerer mating ritual, and I guess the poor state of Vergen's archers shouldn't be looked at too harshly considering Kedwen's ranged troops stay in the bottom streets shooting at absolutely nothing. They stay in rows and shoot at a wall for the whole fight. The melee troops line up and take turns climbing ladders that they place in order to get at Vergen's forces manning the defensive high ground. Why don't they just push down the ladders? Where are the rest of the fighters outside the gates? Why do the waves wait for each group to be killed by you before more of them start climbing the ladders? Surely when the enemy is overwhelmed and busy fighting would be the best time to send up more people up the ladders when you can't push the ladders down. Henselt has the advantage of more people, Vergen has the advantage of a fortified position. They should be using any opportunity they can to overwhelm the opposition. And why, oh why, does the game go out of its way to show a ladder having to be pulled up to keep part of the city safe while you perform a sneak attack after this, after not allowing you to do it for so many battles? It's like the game acknowledging it and that it's in on the joke. But this isn't a funny scene, it's a very serious moment in the story. Why are these enemies immune to damage? Why does the fighting stop, including Kedwen just hitting pause so Saskia can deliver a really bad speech before there's another few rounds of fighting the same enemies on top of this same wall? Why does Zoltan say, "There's no bloody gate that Zoltan Shive can't close," like it's something to be proud of, like it's part of his Dungeons & Dragons character sheet? Right there, Zoltan Shive is allowed to close any gate.
Yarpen knows fuck all about gates.
Why doesn't Deathmold blast open this gate after they close it? How is this the checkmate tactic that wins the battle? Shutting a gate so the Kedwenis within the city are cut off from their greater numbers outside of it that can just batter the gate down or use the same ladders that the Vergen forces will never push off the walls? You know, the ones they used the first time they attacked when a different barricade blocked where this gate is that has stairs at the top of it that just lead down around the gate? If we're ignoring that and also accepting that this gate was so impenetrable, why wasn't it closed to begin with? Why wasn't that the original plan? Why does Geralt break character harder than any other moment in the series and start role-playing a psychopath along with Zoltan, like he's enjoying dumping hot oil all over the Kedweni soldiers, the ones that are so alike to the burning spirits he just inhabited, empathized with, and saved in the Cursed Mist?
They sure don't feel cold. They fry up lovely.
Note that I didn't have any list of problems like this for the Roche path. That's because you arrive at Vergen after the main brunt of the battle has been fought and won. You don't see the full attack, only the widespread chaos in all of the streets. It's also your first time inside Inner Vergen and you don't know it all that well. And how many more people are fighting in the outer part too? Roche's path alludes to a great battle that you only see bits and pieces of, just like the prologue section did with Foltest's invasion and the scenes of the previous battle that was waged here in the Cursed Mist realm. They were successful, very successful, among the most successful that I've seen attempts like this in video games. Whereas this battle falls flat on its face and would have been better and require much less development time if Geralt awoke from his coma long after the attack had started, so it was more like the Roche path. The problem with that change would be that it skips an important scene with Saskia, although that could be solved by simply making her be the first person you find after leaving Philippa's house. During the siege, she learns of a sneak attack being led by Deathmold in the tunnels under the city, which makes me wonder why Philippa doesn't obliterate most of Henselt's army while Deathmold and his protection are gone, but let's not pick at the scab more than we have already because I'm pretty sure it's over in Artery. This fight is just like the one on Roche's path, to the point that it's in the same arena under Vergen at around the same time during the battle. In that one, Deathmold runs away after you beat him. Here he activates God mode after you kill him and destroys you in a cutscene. He's clearly been taking lessons from Letho and every boss in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Saskia has to save Geralt or else he would have died. How does she do that? Well, in case it wasn't obvious, Saskia isn't a dragon slayer, she's a dragon. Deathmold makes this funny face and portals out to presumably tell everyone what he's just seen, and this is all a pretty cheap way for Saskia and Geralt to become even for him saving her life since you won this fight, but the game just says, yeah, nah, and takes your victory away from you. Saskia is the same dragon from the prologue, Sethensis. It literally just took me 30 tries to say that. She's also the daughter of a dragon that Geralt meets in the books, the one Dandelion mentioned in Witcher 1. It's important to Saskia that Vergen wins without her going dragon form. She wants to be an idol that people can firmly believe in and rally around, which she doesn't think can happen for a dragon, although for obvious reasons I disagree. Vergen is ultimately victorious without Saskia's dragon mode, well aside from her underground use of it when she had no choice. Henselt surrenders in the face of death. Saskia and Philippa then start negotiating in an odd way and demand that Deathmold is executed for unnamed war crimes. Sheila de Tanzerville will become Henselt's new advisor. This happens because of a final twist. Philippa didn't actually need all of the ingredients you fetched for her. The Rose of Remembrance was used for another spell that made Saskia pretty much fall in love with Philippa, to hang on to her every word and make her believe that she's the most wonderful person on the planet. Which is why I think the cringy lesbomancy line serves well as misdirection so you don't question it as much as you might otherwise. This dwarf seems to think this is normal. Yeah, just another day of seeing some lesbomancy. Nothing unusual here, so why shouldn't you? Philippa has enslaved a dragon under her will and has had Deathmold killed, so Sheila, a sorceress from the lodge that works with Philippa, can fill that void and become a powerful influence in Kedwen's court. This is also half of the reason why she was in Flotsam, to collect ingredients from the Kayran that can cure infertility. Henselt, just like Henry VIII again, is having trouble siring an heir, and this can help, which elevates Sheila's chances of gaining a place of prominence in his court. I also don't believe for a second that Deathmold didn't have a chance to tell anyone that Saskia is a dragon in the long time that has passed since the tunnel fight and now. Nor do I believe that he wouldn't shout that revelation out as he's led away to be executed, or furiously demand what war crime he committed, or to have a trial even. He also strangely brags about dying without a fight, like he's so much better than Sabrina, who cursed her enemies for a wrongful death. What? It's weird. Vernon having a dragon on their side changes too much for them to continue battling on as usual, so he would have shared this information, and yet that's exactly what happened for what seems to be hours of in-game time after this tunnel fight, and yet Deathmold seems to be so surprised that they lost. Yorvith is troubled by Saskia's actions, which leads to the chapter's end at the same place that Roche's route concludes, Philippa's house. The two women portal to Lochmuin. Geralt discovers the truth about Philippa's cure by reading one of her books that is conveniently still marked from when she was researching it, and the two say farewell to Zoltan and Dandelion before setting off for Lochmuin themselves. Roche's path ends on a solemn, oh, sort of feeling, whereas Yorvith's ends on an oh, shit, as you realize what Philippa has done. The last point I have here is that Geralt says to Dandelion that the two of them have unfinished business. This is never brought up again. I have no idea what this means. It's one of many odd lines that I wonder about. Were these supposed to link to another chapter that was cut? Were they from an older version of the script that was recorded but wasn't updated in time for release? Or was it a translation error or just a mistake? I have no idea. And that's that. Both sides of chapter 2. I'm sorry to have to recap it so meticulously, but I'm guessing that some of you who haven't played this game might already be lost on some of the details here and there, and even those of you who have played it probably only saw one or two sets of choices. Chapter 3 dials up the complexity another notch or 4, but thankfully, for the sake of this discussion and my own sanity, it's much shorter than the other chapters in this game. We're not quite ready to move on to that though, for many reasons that you may have picked up on as we went through these different narrative lines in Chapter 2. There's too much wrong with this, right? Is Saskia still poisoned if Geralt is on the Roche path? Stennis dies in the mist on this route, but does his underling still go through with it, even if his master dies? If Saskia is poisoned, how are the ingredients for the cure collected without Geralt so quickly that she's conscious and well so quickly that she can meet you under the tunnels in the Roche path? The evidence points strongly to her not being poisoned at all. If that's the case, then how does Philippa have a chance to cast her mind-altering spell on Saskia without her being vulnerable from the poison? We'll soon see in Chapter 3 that this is something that happens regardless of your chosen path, but how? If she still does cast this spell, how does Philippa get a Rose of Remembrance to do so? And is Cynthia's betrayal still discovered? Or does Cynthia even exist at all if you're on the Roche path? If we're on the Yorvith route, then for Henselt we have a similar dumping of issues. Sabrina's curse had 2 layers, and one of them was directly on the king himself. Remember, we break these separately. Going into the mist wouldn't have been enough, or else we would have just done that. How does Henselt survive this without Geralt's assistance? Does he still discover the conspiracy against him without our investigation? If so, how? If not, how is he still able to attack Vernon? How did Henselt also survive the double Witcher assassination attempt on his life that Geralt stops on this route that happens independently of whether Geralt is on this route? Was Deathmold here instead and somehow fought off 2 Witchers when he struggles with just 1? I don't quite buy that possibility, considering that Deathmold was nowhere to be found during this fight and didn't stop Geralt from getting into the 10 either when trying to get royal blood. But Geralt sneaking in on this path would have happened before the assassination attempt, so wouldn't it have been a cool detail to link these together and say that Henselt stepped up his security after Geralt got into his tent like this, and that's why they were able to fight off the Witcher assassins? But there's no line or justification for that at all, and I think that if the writers thought of that, that's such a compelling idea and shows such great interplay between the different paths and possibilities that there's no way that they wouldn't have put such a line in there if they had thought of it. So yeah, I don't know. These problems snowball the more you think about them. How does Henselt win the battle on the Roche path? I think it's safe to assume that Saskia is not poisoned, so she's had many more days of war planning, boosting morale, further stability, and even time for more recruitment, not to mention secretly sneaking off to breathe fire over some of Henselt's encampments. Stannis' death also makes a little difference because any of his supporters who left if he dies in the mist would also bail when he's butchered in the street or thrown in prison. That's if they're able to leave at all with the mist trapping them in. Saskia also showed that she's willing to go dragon form if the situation became grave enough to save Geralt, who she barely gives a single shit about, so it's unthinkable to me that she wouldn't also go dragon mode to save the people of Vergen once Henselt came close to victory. You hardly matter during the battle for Vergen, and the largest difference that you make at all, which is going with Saskia to stop the secret assault in the underground, is something you still stop on the Roche path when you both sneak into the city looking for Henselt. One of Philippa's main goals here is to kill Deathmold and have Sheila replace him at Henselt's court, so they can seize power from within of one of the largest and most powerful kingdoms in the Northern Realms. The independence of Vergen is a secondary matter, and assuming she does get Saskia under her spell, I do not think Philippa wouldn't use her enslaved dragon to make this happen, even if that meant sacrificing her for it. Philippa says some things about Saskia in Chapter 3 that makes it clear she considers her to be subhuman. The only thing I can think of that could make a difference here is the conspiracy. Maybe by unveiling it on the Roche path, you strengthen Henselt's standing with a large portion of his army that would have otherwise gone rogue, but then Saskia still has the opportunity on this path to go and weaken those forces by flying around as a big monster dragon, and also hardly any of that army shows up regardless. It's not even a question of overwhelming numbers on Saskia's side after all, it's clever tactics and preparation within the game's own nonsensically broken rules, of course, chiefly involving ladders for some reason, that wins the day. Ultimately, it's impossible to know. Does the conspiracy even exist if you're on the Yorvith path? Sabrina's curse foretells it, so it should still happen, but we've already seen how the continuity from different decisions breaks. And that's the answer right there. That's the conclusion. The continuity is broken. Everything else we could possibly say about it is a waste of breath. I just wanted to be thorough in demonstrating that Witcher 2 does not follow the rules of cause and effect. Every decision shifts all of the story around to whatever the writers wanted to happen, like a deck of cards being shuffled and then exchanged for an entirely different deck and then that being shuffled as well. It also needs to be said that much of this could be a limitation of their budget. I think that's a real shame and one of the most disappointing parts of the game because it aims so high. It considerably diminishes the effect of the branching paths. It's still a captivating experiment of narrative choices, but for me, it's a failed one. However, it would also be a failure if I were to only focus on these differences and problems. Even if there was only one path here, Roche or Yorvith, Henselt or Saskia, then there'd be a lot to enjoy. Breaking a curse as complex as this is something we haven't seen in the games yet and is a much larger part of the Witcher's profession than you would think if Witcher 1 was all the information you had to go on. Even then, the biggest curse in that game was also linked to killing a monster and didn't have the same kind of tiered progression of rules and rituals that we see here. Henselt's path in particular stands out so distinctly from the rest of Witcher 1 and Flotsam. If this was the only path, then Witcher 2 could be separated into each of its 3 chapters being explorations of the 3 main facets of the Witcher world: monsters, curses, and politics, which are not so coincidentally 3 of the worst things in human imagination. Vergen, on the other hand, allows you to experience a new kind of place in this world, one governed mostly by non-humans. It reminds me greatly of Markath from Skyrim, and much of its design is also similar to Mahakam in Thronebreaker, showing a cool and thoughtful level of consistency within CD Projekt's presentation. Philippa Owlheart is also a deep enough character with an obvious agenda and a storied history in the books that I couldn't help but be excited to see what would happen while interacting with her, and she's much more interesting than Deathmold. Although I do have to temper that praise by saying I didn't do Yorveth's path until after I had read the books and played Witcher 3, so my level of interest was enriched by wondering how she ended up blindfolded to cover her missing eyes, and anticipating when that would happen in the game. This sort of interaction was one of the most compelling and unique experiences I had playing all the games and reading the books. How the different states and stories of the characters interacted and fed into each other despite the contexts being so divided. For book readers, it's probably amazing to see so many characters brought to life, animated and talking, in a game. Never mind one that has this high of a production value, and that goes double for Witcher 3. Whereas for me, it was enthralling to read the books and have so much of the lives of these characters be filled in and to finally understand so many references and odd lines of dialogue. Philippa and Dijkstra were two of the best for that. I'm hoping that these videos can do something similar for people who only played Witcher 3 and have always wondered about the first two games. There are fewer side quests in Chapter 2 if you look at each route on their own. Combined, it's about even with Chapter 1, and most of them also loop back into providing new perspectives on main quest events and the important characters within them. Even most of the minigame stuff is incorporated this way. Arm wrestling dwarves and Adam Pangret, the tournament that Henselt presides over in which you duel Vess, and your final fistfighting opponent in Vernon is both Stennis' herald and the younger brother of Seltkirk, a champion that died in the previous war and someone you possess in the curse-breaking ritual. Not every quest is equal, of course. The one where you find the drunk Audrin is possibly the worst one in the entire series. It's something you're going to want to do too, because 3 drunks in the Kedwenny camp won't stop shouting about finding him until you complete it. It's like they're trying to call back a lost dog. I hate this quest. I hate how it's purposefully designed to be as annoying as possible, with Audrin slumping over and needing to be roused with dialogue before continuing. I hate how it can go nowhere if you say the wrong thing in the tent after going through all of this horseshit, and I hate how CD Projekt thought it was such a hilarious prank that they made it a meme for Witcher 3, based at least one other quest like this in that game, and have so many mentions of Audrin and his legendary, oh my god, so funny exploits spread throughout it. And I hate how it will probably show up in Cyberpunk 2077 as well. I'm such a bundle of joy, I know.
Tanker 2, Tanker 3, Tanker 4. If you're feeling badly woozy, have your guts up on the floor.
I also want to point out that none of these side quests have difficult decisions. The Succubus quest plainly has an additional layer to it that you should keep pressing hard on. The friendly trolls you can find and save are undeniably sentient and do not deserve to feel all the ends of your silver sword, and the conclusion of the Little Sisters quest is similar to the Succubus one. There's obviously something else going on here, and you should keep pushing to find it. It is an uncommon quest though, in that it has a monster that will talk to you and try to reason with you, but they still turn out to be the monster. This curves back into the main story because the victim here is a veteran of the previous invasion attempt who lived nearby, and his family was destroyed by criminal soldiers. The only quests that clearly do not link back to the core narrative are the standard monster contracts, although even these have a flavorful reason behind them, and the bizarre feather collector who pays you for a large amount of harpy feathers and then makes a chicken bird suit for himself. Apparently this was patched into the game after release, a very important update.
I want you to have this feather. I have no use for it.
No, thank you. Neither do I.
Neither does this. I'm a witcher.
There are some final comments I'd like to make about the curse-breaking scene, but they're wrapped tightly in a broader point that I make in Chapter 3, so let's move on to that. Finally, this Chapter 2 section of the video is by far the most difficult thing to write of anything I've ever done for the channel, and I can't tell if I did the game justice, or if I managed to avoid boring you, or if I was bogged down by too many details. Time in the comments below will tell. I'm just relieved we're past it, and I enjoyed the challenge of my attempt, but maybe not the 20 or so rewrites that this went through. So let's maybe go save Triss and move on to the final section we have before we get to Witcher 3.
Let's finish this.
Wanna fight?
Any vodka left in that bottle?
Lochween is the setting for the next and final area of Witcher 2. The end coming so soon should be a surprise when you play yourself, but obviously this video prevents that from happening. Witcher 2 is much shorter than the other 2 games in this trilogy and is also brief compared to most other fantasy RPGs. It has about the same amount of content as Witcher 1 if you see both routes and make different choices, but that's a whole other issue. I do want to state directly that a shorter playtime is not a flaw in of itself. I just don't think it's a good fit nor intentional for reasons we'll soon get into. At release, the game's length was shorter. The Enhanced Edition added some of the bridging cinematics that we've seen throughout this video, plus extra quest content, the lion's share of which is in the form of 2 large side quests in this chapter, one exclusive to each of the main paths you're continuing to follow. As you stand here about to climb down to Lochween, you will be either accompanied by Roche or Yorveth. The differences start immediately, with Yorveth explaining that Lochween was once inhabited by another sentient race called the Vrans, which were a race of lizard people that probably controlled this planet before the elves showed up, and that they tragically died out, and that the humans slaughtered the elves that peacefully claimed the city after that happened, while Roche will tell you that the elves butchered the Vrans and then took the city for themselves, just like the humans did later to the elves. There was no disease or climate change that killed them. The bodies of the Vrans bore the clear marks of conquest. Considering the history history of the elves and the terrible things that they have done, I believe Roche here, especially since he doesn't deny the same brutal streak found in humans. But whether Yorvith is a liar or has been lied to isn't clear. Chapter 3 is a divide in the story that comes after the divide you caused in Flotsam, but one of these choices is available for both paths, as you can see simplified on the screen right now. No matter what you've done on the way to get here, you can always choose the middle option, which is to save Triss. Whereas with Roche, you have the option to save Foltest's bastard daughter, the abducted Anais. With Yorvith, you have the option to pursue Philippa. Most of the rest of the chapter shares the same foundation. You are always in the same section of Lochmeen, with each of the major kingdoms having erected separate encampments in districts that they've claimed. Some of these soldiers may be hostile to you depending on your path, but the fundamental structure of the chapter is unchanged. You arrive, complete any side quests that catch your fancy, although there's only a handful of them, decide whether to help Triss or your chosen partner that you arrived with, then proceed to the final confrontation. The rulers of the northern kingdoms have gathered, along with many of the active magic users in these lands, to form a new conclave between them. So let's ignore all of that and instead enjoy the Janksgiving Day Parade, because it starts here in Lochmeen with an old friend kicking off the celebration.
I knew we'd meet again.
Not you.
Forgetting all the combat strangeness we went through earlier, we have clipping on Geralt's hair, Geralt's boots, the floorboards, clothes, everywhere, NPC eye color changes to blue at a distance, things aren't aligned right for certain angles, and no setting change I've ever tried has fixed this. It's looked this way on 4 different computers that I've ran this on. Aiming this ballista usually won't work because the game stops reading your mouse input and doesn't tell you that. You have to aim with keyboard keys instead. The game also stops reading your mouse and dialogue choices. A few times the mouse cursor would also disappear, but I could still select things with an invisible pointer. Strangely though, it still showed up in my recording, and I really don't understand that. Dice fly off the table whenever you try to roll them because it has this weird physics system. The only way to play is to drop them straight down like your trousers before a romance card, and the dice set somehow looks worse than it did in Witcher 1. Sudden music changes, ghost melted faces in cutscenes, the giant insects outside of Flotsam can charge themselves into dust if they miss you, sometimes people vanish into the void, sometimes Geralt pops out of the void, NPCs walking in circles, NPCs stuck walking in circles, and into walls. Escorted NPCs can get stuck on other NPCs and need to be rammed by you to continue walking to the quest trigger, but even when this works, you have to stop and wait for them to finish talking, or else you'll arrive and cut off the conversation early and never hear what they had to say. Sleeping NPCs will talk to you like they're awake and bolt upright, whereas talking to others can teleport you into places that you can't escape from, like behind a bar or in a campfire that damages you. The maps are wrong, there's no path here, the maps are wrong. Inside areas have corridors out of sync with where they actually are. There's no door here in this underground tunnel network. There's a trapdoor in the ceiling way to the left, but there's nothing over here at all. Yes, sometimes maps are inaccurate to add to the realness of the world, but these maps are made by Geralt as you explore. And door icons like these shouldn't be able to show up in error. The minimap can also go blank, and red enemy indicators often show up when there's no enemy actually there. Dozens of spelling mistakes, incorrect subtitles, and at least 2 instances of lines of dialogue straight up being skipped because there was no voice acting tied to it, and these weren't side areas either, this is main quest stuff.
Our bellicose king would become too powerful.
Damage over time effects like bleeds don't show in the combat log. The left mouse button icon and the right mouse button icon can switch places in the bottom of the screen. The loud ambient hissing battle sounds of the curse mist can become permanent after you're done. They even follow you to the main menu screen. You have to turn the game off and restart to get rid of them. The arm wrestling icon moves like it's running at 5 frames per second. The little medallion icon thing chugs harder than Thomas the Tank Engine on Spring Break. Containers can light up to show you that you can loot them, but you actually can't. They're mislabeled. When in stealth mode, enemies can lose the ability to perceive you, so you can run around in front of them, knocking them all out as much as you like with no worries. Sometimes this can happen even after combat has started and they revert to being passive. You can wipe out whole groups like this. You can art down this suspicious looking wall at the Elven Bath Fountain before coming here with Triss, but the game won't let you in. And Roche will pretend the wall is still there when he shows up later, so he may have been watching this the whole time.
Here we chat idly while someone out there's walking around in my pants. Where the hell are my pants?
Geralt can say, I have no idea where to find Ottsmirk when you already found it and have some in your inventory. There's multiple odd lighting changes and flashes, and Roche's weird face morph change. This guy's name is Deathmold. I know I said it already, but I'm saying it again because it's part of the jank. Moldy death. Guards can't walk through open doorways. Henselt's head wound phases in and out of existence. The bandages come off and go back on like he's a mummified stripper. Your attack buttons stop working if there's something else you can interact with nearby, like a corpse you can burn. Don't fight enemies near these if you want to be able to hit them. This was very confusing until I realized what was going on. Every time you load in Chapter 2, the screen shakes like a cannon is being fired to welcome you back. Your adrenaline-fueled enemy finisher move doesn't always play. Sometimes you use it and the enemy immediately dies with no animation, like they were killed with a console command, or nothing happens at all and your adrenaline is still used up, or the enemy is killed but also duplicated by the execution. Saying "calm down you silly cow" to a troll is labeled as the polite option. Some quest items have weight and you can't store them because they're quest items, so they take up your inventory weight limit until you hand them in, sometimes much later. Even a whole chapter later. I think even if you can't do the quest anymore, they're still stuck in your inventory taking up space. Geralt's delivery is too fast in these graphic novel scenes. It sounds to me that they recorded each line as a separate file and they're played without any gaps or recorded silence to provide pauses between some sentences. And if you've watched my old videos, you know I'm a goddamn expert at messing that up. Enemies spawning in the ceiling. You can die in conversations if attack effects become disjointed enough. You still get to pick dialogue too, even if you're dead. Health bars can appear floating in the distance during fistfights. Health bars can also vanish during normal combat. You can kill some guards in front of other guards and they won't notice or care, and then they just grow back. When you're Stennis at the beginning of Chapter 2, NPCs have lines that address you as if you're still Geralt. One time Yorveth spoke a dialogue line I chose instead of Geralt's. "I don't want to be an elf. There's no way to see if you've already read a book in your inventory. If you let Adam Pangret live, he gives you his sword as a thank you. If you kill him, you can't loot the sword yourself." Laying down harpy traps that they take back to their nests to explode fails to work more than it succeeds. Usually there's no visual of the harpy carrying the explosive at all. The nest just magically explodes a few moments later with no bomb ever taken to it. Paths on the opposing side of the mist in Chapter 2 are inexplicably caved in depending on your chosen route to keep you from exploring too much. Sometimes the cave-ins happen immediately after you make a choice while visiting the other side, so you can't explore another path after choosing the first one. Random load screens, you're walking around and boom, load screen effect out of nowhere for a second. And lastly, a dwarf once bad manners me at dice. He knew he had won with 4 sixes, so he chucked the last die off the table. This isn't jank, I just think it's funny, and I want it to be in the video. And that's it, the end of the Janksgiving parade. Add all this to the combat analysis, the secret perk menu, the skill tree lying to you, and all of the other little problems with choices and dialogue, and I hope you now understand why I described Witcher 2 as being burnt at the beginning of this video. We have a few things to get through before we see this dragon fight again though. For the sake of simplicity, let's pretend that all of the choices in this chapter are available to us, independent of what we've done in the game so far. Rochefeth will make it clear that Geralt doesn't have time to do both major tasks, although they are also both understanding about Geralt needing to personally save Triss, Roche especially. This requires you to take Shillard hostage, which gets him quickly and unceremoniously killed. Following this is one of the strangest sequences for Geralt's power level fluctuating all over the place during the games. He wipes out an entire platoon of Nilfgaard soldiers solo. At one point they take turns jumping down to fight him instead of just shooting him.
Now I'll have to kill you all.
Then after this, you save a very grateful Triss. Depending on your choices, her being brought back to normal size may have also been your introductory cinematic to this area, with Shillard forcing another sorceress to do so and then killing her. This is another book character and one of the founding members of the Lodge of Sorceresses. Discarded. The other possible opening scene is with Deathmold. Whether Henselt lives or dies, Anais has been kidnapped and is the prisoner of Kedwin. If you want to kill Deathmold on the Roche path, then this is the only way to make that happen. First, you meet with King Radovid of Redania, and you can admit to killing Henselt if that's the choice you made. He offers to help you and for Temeria to regain sovereignty, but he says he can only do so if Anais is brought to him for protection until she's old enough to take the throne. So you find yourself dealing with the death of one king, earning the killing blow or the wrath of another, and then coming to a third for help. Radovid is very different in Witcher 2 than he was in Witcher 1, but hold that thought for now. If you decide to pursue this with Roche, then Geralt once again cuts his way through dozens of men, this time in Kedwin's army, not Nilfgaard's, including a mage who isn't Deathmold. When you finally do find him, it's in a really awkward scene with him pampering himself in an invisible mirror while his NPC placeholder lover is strewn on the bed. I don't know if this is worth saying, but I never got the impression that Deathmold was vain before now, especially since he doesn't use any magic to improve his appearance like most mages do. The reveal that he's gay or bi, when combined with this newfound vanity and Roche storming in to literally slice his balls off for revenge, makes me really uneasy, in a bad way, not an on purpose for the story way like when other characters do horrible things in this series. I don't know if this is done in poor taste or not, but I can say for sure that it feels off to me and is the only time in all 3 games that I felt that way, but it's not worth dwelling over, so let's move on. Anais is saved after this, but there's a final obstacle. Remember the Knights of the Order of the Flaming Rose? They're back, acting as a peacekeeping force on behalf of Radovid of all people. The king apparently doesn't trust you to bring him the girl willingly, a really good sign, and so the Knights have come to make sure it happens. If you refuse to hand her over, then you'll have to show them the Butcher of Blaviken's side of Geralt too by making some Flaming Rose bacon. The choice with Roche is at the end, whereas the choice with Yorvith is at the beginning. Either get yourself arrested so you're conveniently thrown into a prison cell next to Philippa, or break into the sewers and get there on your own. Either way, Radovid is once again center stage, and this is a scene that you won't fully understand without book knowledge. After what we've seen Philippa do in just this game, it's not difficult to imagine that she deserves some rage and punishment from Radovid, a prince that she helped raise, but having both of her eyes gouged out is more hardcore than my browser bookmarks. I do love one part of this though, how Radovid says that he was always unable to stand constantly being under her scrutiny and the constant watch of her eyes, and that one of the lessons she taught him was to always maintain eye contact and never look away or show weakness. Then he doesn't flinch or look away as her eyes are scooped out like ice cream. And do you see what I mean about the brutality in this game? This is just as brutal as what happens to Deathmold, but it feels better set up and appropriately inappropriate, if that makes sense. I think there's an intangible quality that sets these 2 scenes apart that I hope you intuitively understand, and it's not just me that senses it, or maybe I'm just failing at explaining it or seeing something that isn't there. If you got here by being captured, then Radovid does not free you, even if he owes you one for saving Ada in Witcher 1. Shillard comes along instead to kill you, and here's where the rule-breaking Igni Witcher sign happens, with your hands bound but you can still sign it up. I died here twice before I even noticed the prompt, and I hope it's as hard to see for most of you watching too, or else I am more of a boomer than I realize. If you weren't captured, then you attack instead. Either way, you have a choice to take Shillard as your prisoner and save Triss, or recommit to taking Philippa to Yorvith and then Philippa's house, where you can find a magical dagger that's meant to break the spell on Saskia if it's stabbed into her heart. Then Philippa escapes, because of course she does. So there are the 3 outcomes. After this, you can do some more side quests or head to the ending ceremony. I dislike this because it feels like a false choice. If you have the time to do other things, why can you not also assault the Nilfgaardian base for Triss after saving Philippa or Anais? The side quests they added here in the Enhanced Edition also both take longer to complete than either of the main quest paths, leaving to a whole other forested area that takes quite a while to get to from what I understand to find out more about the assassination attempts on Foltest's bastards, or diving into the sewers with the return of synthetic lover Cynthia to acquire a magical artifact that allows you to spy on some major characters in the story.
In the same city as Philippa, and you didn't even bother to change your name. That takes balls. I'm a Witcher.
These added quests are decent and are very well integrated into the main quest, but that's also a problem, right? If time is so precious, then why are you wasting so much of it by doing these errands? I think the Cynthia quest is far more entertaining and worthwhile of these 2. It has some beautiful artwork to see and also makes Lochween feel much larger. It builds on it vertically too, since you end up going quite high up in the main quest, so here you go deep down. You also have the opportunity for some revenge here against the Nilfgaardians and Cynthia if you like, or you can view Cynthia as a pawn on the board just like everyone else, not hold it against her, and naturally sleep with her. This is one of the few things in the games that I never did myself. Instead, I reloaded the save to see all of the memory spying scenes, which are just like the dreams in the Harpy Cave. The most important one here is seeing Saskia and Sheila together, plotting their next move while Philippa is gone.
You must behave as befits a queen.
The new quest on Roche's side isn't as good, although it is tragically funny, seeing as the big revelation here is that 2 separate noble houses in Temeria both tried to kill Anais and Busi at the same time. Due to this, only Busi was killed and Anais is left, because the overlapping, uncoordinated attempts interfered with each other. Aside from it being a bit boring, the issue I have is with how you prove it. There's this complicated paper testing process involving ingredients and water and batshit and applying heat that you have to learn by overhearing a sleeping alchemist nearby, who is conveniently reciting it all in his dreams. Which, having said it all out loud just now, makes me wonder if the batshit bit is it owning up to the fact that it's just a big joke. But anyway, whether you do it right and what color the paper turns into reveals whether the letter you found is a forgery or not, and therefore someone is implicated. I'm willing to admit that maybe I'm too stupid to understand what's going on here, or I missed a line of dialogue that justifies it, but the whole time I was wondering, surely this doesn't prove a single thing because the paper could have just been stolen, or intentionally replaced, or different paper could have been used, so the no look, it's a forgery excuse could have been used as a way to wash away guilt if the traitor was discovered on purpose. Foltest is dead, and it's his own highest nobility and court that are the ones scheming, and many of them should know about the system, so I fail to see how this proves anything definitively. Similarly, there's another quest involving scrubbing magical runes off areas to unlock magically protected chests. I solved these, but I still don't think I really understand them. You read clues about what each symbol can stand for, then feel out the order from another book near the runes, and I was able to half translate what the runes meant by matching their shapes to the clues in those books. I was able to solve this on my own and really did feel like I was making connections and logically working through it, but I was still a little surprised each time that my process was successful. In the interest of not further bogging down an already overly long video, I'm going to skip the pointless discussion about these. The riddles and puzzles in Cynthia's quest were much better in my opinion because I felt like there was something more tangible there to dig into and work through logically. The other side quests are more about Loch Muin itself than the gathering that's happening here. There are some endgame opportunities to improve your gear for the final showdown, and there's the secret boss hiding in the sewers called the Operator. You need to have found a book in Chapter 2 to complete this quest, and this is one of the worst parts of the game, unfortunately. There's a button turns a bunch of fires on and off puzzle that's made annoying because you can't see all of the fires at once because of the game's camera angle, and then the boss fight is a mage that summons gargoyles in a small battle arena. Very quickly, here are the problems. The gargoyle hit cones are much larger than their attacks. The mage's fireballs have the same issue and only sometimes are blocked by the gargoyles themselves. The mage can activate his blocking shield long before the visual shows up because it's tied to his health, not a spell that he casts. The gargoyles can block your attacks at any time and stun you into a death. You can't always dodge every attack because they overlap with each other in a small fighting arena, and that's made much worse because there are invisible chunks of the wall that stick out farther than the visual that can stop your dodge rolls. Alternatively, you can choose to impersonate the chosen one for this quest when you speak to the operator. This allows you to reallocate all of your skill points. Also, there's the final arm wrestling quest here in which Geralt can discover that his opponent is cheating his way to victory. There's a performance-enhancing drug that you can use yourself to beat the cheater, or you can still win without it if you're good enough. Considering that Geralt is permanently enhanced by drugs, I find his righteous indignation a bit hollow. That said, everyone who challenges him already knows he's a Witcher, so they know what they're getting in for, so maybe it's okay. That's the side quests mopped up, and I want to take this opportunity to say for the last time that most of them in these first two games are expertly interlinked with the main story. Witcher 1 and 2 have their ups and downs, but I think how well they managed to incorporate optional tasks into the central narrative is the most consistently great thing about them. It is stellar work that's worthy of study and imitation, and CD Projekt should be proud. There's one last thing we have to speak about before we get to the finale and the tangled headphone cord that is all the possible endings. You may have noticed that throughout all of these hours discussing Witcher 2 that I've rarely brought back any of the events from Witcher 1. There's a reason for that. The game barely does it either. However, the biggest exception is right here in Loch Muin. Guess who's back? Siegfried's back. Tell a friend. Helping the Order in Witcher 1 has the largest impact in Witcher 2. They're here in Loch Muin no matter what, but if you help Siegfried in your imported save, then he's the new Grand Master of the Order of the Flaming Rose. And he's here. He's here. I went Order on my third playthrough of Witcher 1, and because of learning about Siegfried's presence at the end, I had to reload a save all the way back in Flotsam to play the other path 2 on that imported game. The appetite of the Nightmare Analysis creature knows no bounds. Initially, I thought this would only matter on the Yorvith path. You're both fugitives when you show up here, so the Order of the Flaming Rose is hostile to you. It shines a spotlight on a difficult question that I've hinted at a few times. What on earth was Geralt's endgame here when siding with the Scoia'tael? He's a much more wanted man now than when he was known only as a Kingslayer. Anyway, without Siegfried, you can try to fight your way into the city and become frustrated when you learn all of the enemies here respawn endlessly, even the named NPCs. There are infinite Dereks and Nigels and who knows what else, it's a bit shit. Instead, you have to sneak through the nearby caves with Yorvith, but Siegfried will let you pass if you approach them if you're in an Order route imported save. He even has a ton of really informative dialogue about what's going on in the city that elucidates the situation better than any other NPC. It's a great introduction to this chapter. The only thing I'm sad about is that they replaced his voice actor. He still looks like that guy from Doctor Who, but gone is the pompous but still charming knight, although you could view this as the weight of leadership stripping him of his chivalrous facade. Surprisingly, however, the Roche path also benefits from an Order import. You get the same warm welcome at the city entrance, but also help when you rescue Anais. You can convince Roche to either take the girl to protect personally, working with the emerging temporary leader of Temeria named John Natalis, or hand her over to Radovid. As we saw earlier, the Order shows up to take her from you, but Siegfried allows for a peaceful solution if Roche is going to take Anais for himself. He'll look the other way as you leave with her, which is exactly the sort of minor but still fulfilling differences I would have liked to see more often. Triss or Shawnee, no difference outside of a journal entry that was apparently added in the Enhanced Edition. Taller lives or dies, a small nod to it in Flotsam, which I enjoyed. Staying neutral, no difference that I saw. The surrender of Jack's soul, fighting the King of the Wild Hunt, these seem to be retconned into Geralt always fighting. Any of your actions in the outskirts, Lakeside, or Vizima, absolutely nothing, but that's to be expected. It's the Scoia'tael and Ada choices and their lack of repercussions that are the most upsetting. If you go with Yevon in Witcher 1, then the Scoia'tael achieve a great victory. Vizima, and by extension all of Temeria, become more tolerant of non-humans. I am not so naive to think that it was an overnight improvement, but many of the official laws, like the oft-bemoaned double poll tax, would have been eased. If this wasn't the case, there needed to be a few lines addressing it. Foltest promised Yevon that things would get better in exchange for them withdrawing from the city. Then he turned out to be a liar, so that's why the Scoia'tael hate him. Without these lines, Iorveth and his people just helped Letho murder the ruler that was the most sympathetic to their cause and the most devoted to making things actively better for them, undoing the sacrifice of Yevon's unit and the thousands of non-humans that died in that fight in Vizima. It still makes sense for Letho to go through with it since he's secretly working for Nilfgaard, not the Scoia'tael, but Iorveth should reject this plan for the sake of progress in Temeria and suggests hitting another king instead. It goes much further than that though. Zoltan never brings it up either, even when it's really damn relevant because they have arrows pointed at his chest. Neither does Triss or Roche. Upon your first meeting with Iorveth, there's no option to say, hey, I helped Yevon so much just 1 month before this, my reputation precedes me, so drop down and talk to me like a friend, goddammit. Instead, there's only a taunt that Geralt can say about how the Scoia'tael were used by Nilfgaard in the previous war, and so many of them were killed because of it. And how they're still being used again today, just maybe not by Nilfgaard again. Turns out, ironically, Geralt was unknowingly right on the money. Through Letho's manipulation, the Scoia'tael are once again a tool of Nilfgaard, a detail that I truly love because it's so insidious and well thought out with this dialogue here, and it's something you will smile at on your second time through.
Those times are gone. No one will ever use the Scoia'tael again.
In fact, the only time your Scoia'tael choice from Witcher 1 ever comes up is in Vernon on the Iorveth path. You can speak to the big elf himself about Yevon and your past work. If you went Order, then you lie about staying neutral. If you went Scoia'tael, then Iorveth hand-waves it away as unimportant and doesn't mention any of the progress made due to your actions. Meanwhile, the most success that his unit has had recently is making the people of this small town really scared. He doesn't even successfully take it over. Compare that to Yevon's accomplishments and Iorveth is saying it doesn't matter. Then doubling down on the nonsense, you can push and bring up Dol Blathana, the Valley of Flowers. At the end of the previous war, as a part of the treaty between the North and Nilfgaard, the leaders of the Scoia'tael commandos were sold out by the elfish leader Francesca Findabair and executed, and this is something that's even said in this game in one of the flashbacks. Iorveth, who is briefly mentioned in the books, apparently barely escaped this fate. In return, for the first time in a long time, the elves were given their own land, which is both a reward for helping Nilfgaard during their invasions and also a part of the peace treaty. They get their own kingdom and or duchy. It's a bit confusing. It's called Dol Blathana, the Valley of Flowers. All of these downtrodden, oppressed elves fighting for their own freedom already have the option, go to the Valley of Flowers. It undermines the whole idea of the Scoia'tael still existing. Again, I am not so naive to think that this would be a solution for every single elf, just like the small dwarven kingdom isn't a solution for every dwarf. In fact, some of them really like to leave there and go to the human lands instead. But having their dwindling terrorist numbers already cut down so hard during and after the war, on top of the lure of having their own new land to rebuild, makes the empowered existence of the Scoia'tael in the games mightily questionable. If Yavin was unusual in his strength, which is how it appeared to me in the first game, then that'd be one thing, but apparently there are so many different commando units still out there that they're willing to fight each other and squander the victories of the others. Unfortunately, Yorvith's justification for rejecting Dol Blathanna also makes little sense. He points out the low birth rate of the elves who live there as a sign of decay. Never mind that keeping all of the young elves riled up and fighting is going to directly cause that problem, it's also an issue that has existed for at least 1,000 years, maybe even 2,000. In one of the stranger twisty details in the books, elves were becoming less and less fertile before humans showed up. For some reason, elven women have a much easier time conceiving with human mates. That's one of the reasons why humans were able to get a strong start in a new and hostile world to begin with. Yorvith knows this. This reality isn't a damning problem for Dol Blathanna or even the fault of Francesca, but he says it anyway. Does this matter though? To most of you, probably not. To me, kind of. I think the games do a mostly good job with being faithful to the source material. Witcher 2 is an excellent continuation of the most complicated part of that story, and this is its biggest stumble. The Scoia'tael probably shouldn't exist anymore, which is kind of how it is in Witcher 3.
You jest, right? Who cares about the Scoia'tael anymore?
However, I have to be fair and point out that maybe Yorvith is lying, to himself and his people, as well as Geralt. This could be Scoia'tael propaganda. Maybe their numbers are fewer than they appear. Maybe he acknowledges the work Yavin did and just wants to see the world burn. But given his adoration of Saskia and how much he hoped to see a second non-human sanctuary be born in the Pontar Valley, a sister valley to the One of Flowers, I have trouble accepting that. I have trouble accepting he would risk so much with Letho's plan and dicking around in Flotsam when Saskia needs him, especially when it seems like he's in love with her. Ultimately though, I'm just disappointed that the Order route received its extra acknowledgement and ways to use your past actions to cause change, while the Scoia'tael line has to be ignored in totality. Not to mention the neutral path. If the Order import differences deserve praise, which I strongly think that they do, then this deserves criticism. Ada's fate might be more troublesome to most of you. This might be something that you actually care about after all of that Scoia'tael bullshit. Poor Ada, either killed and discarded or saved and discarded like a strike card in Slay the Spire. King Radovid could be married to Ada at this point in the game. In case you've forgotten or skipped the Witcher 1 video, Ada is another bastard child of Foltests, only that time it was from an incestuous relationship with his sister, whose name was also Ada. This makes the matter of succession for the crown of Temeria quite awkward, and not for the usual reasons that incest causes. Radovid wants Temeria for himself, so does Henselt, so does everyone. All rulers want more territory, more people to tax, more resources, and more power. Anais is a valuable chip to have in a monarch's pile, because she can unite Temeria with the power of her bloodline, bastard princess or not. But then why can't Ada do the same? Because she might be dead if you killed her in Witcher 1, and so it's too much work to factor that possibility in a meaningful way, and so she's made irrelevant in a patronizing dismissal. Rulers are always going to pick and choose when they follow the laws. If there's enough to be gained by ignoring tradition, then welcome to the new age. The problem with Ada is that it's inconsistent and also deeply affected by other decisions you make. Radovid does actually try to claim Temeria through Ada in Chapter 2. Henselt rejects this with a scoff, and that's the end of it, but Henselt only represents Kedwin. What if Stennis wants to support Redania against their common enemy? What about Queen Meve, or Nilfgaard, or John Natalis, who has risen to temporarily lead Temeria in this time of turmoil? Surely he would want Ada instead of allowing the country to fracture into conflict. Ada was royal enough to be chosen by traitors in Witcher 1 to overthrow Foltest. She was royal enough to be creating fake royal edicts and to be considered a worthy queen of Radovid as part of the treaty between Temeria and Redania. Negotiations that took place while Vizima was burning, and judging by Foltest's haste and desperation and how he pointed out Radovid would end up ruling a huge chunk of Temeria through the deal, it appears certain that Redania and Radovid struck a big win with this marriage. So if Ada can be passed over because she's a bastard, why can't Anais be treated the same way? She's a child and still so important that Henselt has her as his captive unless you and Roche free her. Ada is a fucking queen. If you hand Anais over to Radovid, then Henselt states that he's so screwed over by the subterfuge that he's impressed by it even as he takes the L. Give Anais to John Natalis, and both Radovid and Henselt, the only two surviving monarchs in this meeting that want to vulturize Temeria, shrug and sort of accept it. Why not contest it like Henselt did with Ada? The height of hypocrisy here can reach the ludicrous level of Radovid stating Anais isn't that important because she's just Foltest's bastard, while he's goddamn married to another one of Foltest's bastards and using that to claim territory.
This child is a bastard.
This can keep getting messier and messier. Henselt could be dead right now. His body can be seen next to Deathmold's chambers if Roche killed him. So if he's the only ruler that rejected Ada's legitimacy, why is Anais still important? She could be considered dead too if you don't save her. And the answer to all of these is, once again, it's simply too difficult to account for every choice the player can make, especially those that were made in a previous game that could sharply limit the plot possibilities of a sequel. We're going to see more of this in Witcher 3, unfortunately, and I have to sadly conclude that video games aren't ready for this level of branching paths yet. I really enjoy the choices within each game, but I think that if a developer decides the work for proper continuity of each one isn't worth it, or that it's not fiscally feasible, then one set of choices from the previous game should be chosen as canon, and that's the end of it. Maybe they could read the stats of everyone that plays the game on their first playthrough and go with those choices as the canon ones. I think that would be kind of interesting actually, but it could be exploited, never mind. I'd much prefer a canon continuity to deeply imperfect concessions like important characters being put in Schrodinger's continuity and being alive but still dead, or as we'll see with Henselt shortly, being spared by you and then killed off between games in a way that feels worse than a choice being chosen as canon. It's like the games are telling you, no, you made the wrong decision here, so let us do it for you between sequels in a contrived way, and your choices don't matter because everything ended up in the same place anyway. Those decisions come to a head here at this meeting. An incomplete summary would be: 1. Did you go Roche or Yorvith? This will determine whether Henselt won the Battle of Vernon or not, whether Deathmold is alive or not, and whether Saskia is present in this meeting or not. 2. Is Henselt alive or dead? Did you save Anais, and if so, did you give her over to Redania, or did Roche keep her under Temeria's protection? Keep in mind that Henselt being dead or not is a variable that multiplies the possibilities of these decisions. 3. Did you go with Yorvith to rescue Philippa? If so, then you can break the spell on Saskia after the final dragon fight. If not, you can leave her impaled and enchanted, but otherwise alive, or put her out of her misery. 4. Did you save Triss instead of either choice with Roche or Yorvith? If so, then she will prevent a massacre. If you don't save her, then Letho is brought to the Conclave as Shillard's fake prisoner and ace up his sleeve, to trigger mass hysteria and the systemic slaughter of nearly every mage in Loch Ween. The streets are full of dead bodies and pyres stacked deep in the final section if this happens. If Triss is rescued, then Nilfgaard will be too scattered by Geralt's own mini-butchering to cause this panic, plus Shillard will be dead, so he can't testify with Letho. Instead, Triss will implicate only Sheila for the assassinations of kings. The formal agreement between the rulers and mages will go through, and a renewed society of magic users will be casting spells to seal the city in the final section, instead of all of the blood running through the streets. These are only the consequences shown in this scene, too. In this city you can meet Aryan Lavalette if you let him live in the prologue. But doesn't he die in this fire if you let him out of prison? Well, apparently he knows all the secret passages of the castle, which makes me wonder why he still felt the need to set his own home on fire before he took one of them. I guess it was for a distraction, and why Geralt wasn't included in that plan after graciously rescuing him from the executioner. How about Stennis? Did you let him live? If so, then you learn more about him here, how he became a great and just ruler of his people as the new king of Aedirn, who only improved the lives of everyone in the many years of his rule. Which I have to question because no matter what, Nilfgaard invades Aedirn and in a few months conquers it, and I don't think independence is ever restored for them no matter what happens at the end of Witcher 3, but maybe I'm misunderstanding something, or they become a vassal and Stennis is allowed to continue ruling. See, there are a few problems. Henselt also knows that Sheila is a traitor and working with the assassins, the same ones that were sent to kill him, so why isn't he capable of nullifying this meeting? Triss isn't necessary. Then there's the bigger issue of Saskia. Philippa has instructed her to listen to Sheila, but if you went with Roche, you'll be left wondering how Saskia was mind-controlled without the poison. That's being generous, however, because if you went with Roche and it was also your first playthrough, you'll be wondering who the hell Philippa Eilhart even is, and why is this dragon suddenly back and working with Sheila for some reason. You won't know it's Saskia, you won't know how she got here, you won't know anything. You're left completely in the dark. Having expelled those gripes, I do want to say that I'm impressed by how many different outcomes there are here, and that most of them do make sense if you have full context. I think there must be close to 20 different versions of this scene depending on everything you've done before now, and the choices and differences continue in the scene after this too. The confrontation you have with Sheila also has one of my favorite bits of writing in the entire series, when she comments on how Letho fooled them all with that sluggish demeanor and stupid looking face of his, because it matches so perfectly to how he looks. Letho himself says he does it on purpose later on, and I guess most players will also think that about him when they first see him. It's great. What isn't great is the dragon boss fight, although there are worse visuals in the game. The battle properly starts after you decide to save Sheila or let her be torn apart in a megascope malfunction from sabotage caused by Letho. If you save her, then she gives you a breadcrumb about Yennefer, that she's apparently alive and well in Nilfgaard and therefore must have a really good and really compelling reason for not trying to search for Geralt, right?
Why didn't you contact me?
Sheila then returns for a brief and brutal cameo in Witcher 3. Let her die, and that's the end of Sheila de Tanzerville. The best part of the dragon fight is the beautiful view of the city and the surrounding mountain. Like the Prologue Castle Town, a ton of work went into the backdrop of this area, and I'm sad to say I ignored most of it my first time through. There's a wonderful sense of scale here and throughout most of the game, and I wish I could explore it more freely. You end up quite far from Loch Ween after the dragon fight is over, since Geralt does some insane acrobatics while being carried by the dragon into a nearby forest. This is the first time in the games that I think Geralt surpasses his combat abilities from the books, and it seems strange to me that Saskia the Dragon Slayer was such a big deal, and yet Geralt the Dragon Slayer doesn't become a thing after this if you choose that ending. Probably because this is one of 3 outcomes of this fight, and once again it was too much trouble to account for them all. But if you have the dagger from Philippa, then you don't get a choice. Geralt automatically uses it, although not at all like Philippa instructed. There's no heart stabbing. Saskia adopts her human form with the wound still in her chest and is shockingly rude to Geralt. On this path, you saved her life twice, kept her greatest secret, helped her win a battle for a new realm where she will rule as queen, broke the control spell placed on her by Philippa, and therefore revealed a horrible traitor in her group, and sort of saved her life again, and yet you're still curtly dismissed and told you can only come to Vergen as a guest.
I underline guest.
Don't worry, I'm only ever a witcher.
Returning to Loch Ween, you will be greeted by either Triss, Roche, or Yorveth. Triss is the only partner you can have while avoiding the massacre setting. And the opposite is true, you can't be partnered with Triss if the streets are running red with the blood of mages. For some examples of weirdness here, you can be attacked by Temerian soldiers even when you're with Roche in this section, and if you're with Triss after helping Yorveth in Chapter 2, you can find him heavily wounded in a cart, but he will bug out when you speak near him and he'll walk around just fine and then snap back into unconsciousness when the dialogue is over. Also, if you save Anais and hand her over to Radovid, then Roche will have changed into a Redanian uniform, which was the final change I saw when playing the games for footage, and it honestly freaked me out a little bit. It's like watching your cat eat dog food. He loses this uniform change in Witcher 3. No matter what, Triss will be here for the final confrontation with Letho because he saves her if you don't, after the city erupts into chaos, although it's not clear if he does this out of some obligation he feels toward her, or if he's trying to appease you, or if he secretly, deep down, has a heart of gold. There's no more running after this. If you want, you can kill Letho after this talk. A cinematic won't save him this time. All the cards are laid out, and then you choose.
I love that moment.
And this is the end. It's anticlimactic in more ways than one, but not necessarily in a bad way. This fight is the same as the first round you have with Letho earlier, only this time it's easier because there's a larger arena to maneuver through. It's also not personal enough to feel more epic and grand than the dragon boss that came before it. In fact, it's hard to justify fighting him at all after everything is revealed to you. The only way I can still be mad at him is because he was an idiot to not simply talk to Geralt sooner, but this feels like a flaw in the writing rather than himself. Letho is a poor villain because of this, but a good character. After leaving the Isle of Avalon to save Yennefer from the Wild Hunts, Geralt headed south tracking any sightings of them. He journeyed alone at first, which is a considerable regression from the character development he had at the end of the books, but let's leave that alone. He happens to meet Letho just in time to save him from being killed by a Slizzard. Letho has 2 other Witchers with him, Ox and Serret. The 4 joined together and managed to attack the Wild Hunt on a supposedly special night when they weren't wraith-like projections like the legends say. They cut down flesh and blood enemies, but their numbers were too great. Instead, a deal was made. Geralt traded himself for Yennefer's place, leaving her with Letho and company while our Witcher was taken away. This interaction doesn't feel plausible to me, especially given what happens in Witcher 3, but we're not given full context, so I'm just going to pass over it. Yennefer had amnesia because it's leaving the Wild Hunt that makes people lose their memory, not leaving the Isle of Avalon. Letho and friends tried to rehabilitate her after Geralt was taken away, but it didn't go well, in no small part because Yennefer's disposition makes Oscar the Grouch look like a really happy and chipper person. They were eventually captured by Nilfgaard and imprisoned. That was the last time Letho saw her. We learn that Yennefer told the Emperor of Nilfgaard about the Lodge of Sorceresses. Letho was separately offered a deal for his freedom, journey north and destabilize the northern kingdoms as much as possible. In return, the Emperor will fund a new Witcher school. Letho could resurrect his home guild, the School of the Viper, and his Witcher comrades could return from isolation. Lucky Letho ran into Sheila de Tanzerville, and lulling the Lodge of Sorceresses into a false sense of security, used this connection to unleash chaos. The Lodge already wanted King Demiven killed because he was seen to be a weak ruler. They didn't want Foltest dead, but by then the damage was done and Letho's actions would always trace back to the Lodge. Philippa and Sheila wanted to control the remaining rulers, not kill them. Sheila was in Flotsam to both deal with Letho personally and also acquire those medicinal ingredients from the Karen monster. It's also why she tries to kill the assassins in Chapter 2 if you're on the Roche path. Philippa further exploits the situation at Vergen to have Deathmold killed and Sheila replace him as Henselt's only magical advisor, and who knows what else they had planned for Radovid and Queen Meve, and even Foltest if he had lived. It appears to me that this mirror scene with Triss in the first game is a possible link to the plans the Lodge had for Temeria through her. Letho fooled them all and was able to drag the Lodge of Sorceresses and, depending on your choices, all of the Northern magic users into a frenzy. 2 or 3 kings could be dead, so many mages could be wiped out, and magic was a key force when repelling invaders in the past. The Northern realms are weak and in disarray, and here comes Nilfgaard with their 3rd invasion attempt. That's what all of this has been about, Letho trying to restore his Witcher school and not carrying the price he pays to do so. None of it was personal. In fact, he's done you a large favor in looking after Yennefer, and it was her fault that he was captured. The events that eventually led to Foltest being killed were partly set off by the Geralt of the past. So knowing that, do you still want to fight, or make Geralt hold up his hand in this, you know what, I'm sick of your shit, never talk to me or my Triss ever again pose, and then walk off? This also marks the end of any recapping I have to do, and I am so happy. I'm sorry that I apologize so much about it. I hope it wasn't too tedious, and that most of you got some enjoyment out of it. Here are my problems. The Lodge of Sorceresses is not a secret organization, yet the existence of it is spoken in hallowed words throughout Witcher 2. Shillard sneakily feels you out about it, trying to get you to admit that Triss is a part of the group. Meanwhile, Triss herself looks like you just told her you have a romance card of a Striga when you reveal you know about it.
How do you know of the Lodge? Foltest has approached the Lodge about an alliance. The Lodge will provide the support he needs to retain his throne and restore order.
I just do.
Radovid acts like the Lodge's existence is a revelation to him, even though he brought it up to you in Witcher 1. There are books written about the Lodge. Commoners in the street know about it in Vizima. It's not a secret, and it's unfortunately important to Witcher 2's story that it is. I don't know if this is a retcon or a mistake, but it's a big issue that you have to come to terms with to enjoy this game's story. Secondly, this is an artificial conflict. Letho only needed to say, I helped you save Yennefer. How did you escape from the Wild Hunt? And that would be the end of the fight in the bathhouse. Honestly, it probably would have been enough to halt Geralt in his tracks in the monastery after killing Foltest even. Letho undeniably has a great amount of respect and affinity for Geralt. They traveled together, fought together, bled together, probably played Gwent together, and he knows Geralt is the better fighter if all of his memories were returned. The fact that Letho does shout things at Geralt during this fight, but not this, is incredibly infuriating to me. The writing in these games is usually so far above horseshit like this, and Letho's villainy ultimately isn't that important to the story, so the result doesn't even justify it.
Such a pity we're on opposite sides.
Thirdly, Geralt's amnesia is cured during this conversation. Things are flooding back to him, so he has more memories of interacting with Letho than we do now, plus a tsunami of new thoughts and emotions about finding Yennefer and Ciri, and yet fighting Letho after he's done next to nothing to personally hurt Geralt is still an option, after he might have just saved Triss too, and let you live in the bullshit losing the cutscene cop-out in Chapter 1. If anything, Letho should be the one pushing the fight if you went the Roche path because Geralt butchered Ox, but maybe he doesn't because he understands Geralt's amnesia, but then if he does, why not try to talk first? And do you see what I mean? This is messy in a really bad way.
We didn't want to leave you.
Thankfully, Letho is surprisingly unimportant in the grand scheme of things, which are all messy in a really good way. So let's finally talk about that, the special kind of storytelling that Witcher 2 uses that's entirely separate from the choose-your-own-adventure branching paths. Witcher 2 has an unreliable narrator in the form of Dandelion, and it provides a great contrast because we get to experience the real version of events firsthand with Geralt before hearing Dandelion's embellished recap. But Geralt himself is in the same unreliable area, just not in the same way that he's lost credibility. It's that his perspective is so limited. Think of your favorite TV series. Chances are it has an ensemble cast, meaning that while one character may be the primary protagonist, there are several, maybe even dozens of characters that you'll be following with their own stories, struggles, and development. Most movies, games, and books are not like this, although the more they become serialized with multiple entries, that tends to bring more characters and perspectives. Even then, there tend to be fewer perspective characters than in most TV shows, with the obvious exception being these really long drawn-out fantasy books, which I have a lot of experience with. Let's focus on games though. How many have you played that have you jumping between different characters that you control scene by scene? There's not many that do that, and the stories are built to service this primary protagonist, primary perspective mode of storytelling. This means that events and characters gravitate around the player's actions and planned story path through the entire experience. Events can still happen away from the player, of course, and other characters can still cause change, but it's often done in a divorced way. If it does link back to the main narrative of the player character, then it's usually explained unambiguously to you, or there could be side characters that have an unseen impact on the main story that are given their own tales in spin-off books or comics or maybe even DLC. Witcher 2 does not do this. Witcher 2 is like a TV series, but its perspective is still like a standard video game, and this is so interesting to me. There are dozens of characters in this game that have their own plot lines to follow from beginning to end. Some of them even kicked off in Witcher 1 and the books. They all have their starting positions, their personal motivations, their obligations to others that they care about, and a series of plans that they want to see to fruition, and then corrections they make when those plans are compromised. Roche, Vess, Shillard, Sheila, Triss, Philippa, Letho, Dandelion, Zoltan, Laredo, Henselt, Deathmold, Saskia, Yorveth, and I could go on, but I won't. If you watch this far, you know how many characters are in the story. Even the minor ones have their own plot threads like this. Given a large enough budget, you could fill in seasons of a TV show with all of the scenes that happen in this story that Geralt never sees. Hundreds like Triss's Megascope scene and the quick jump to controlling Henselt or Stennis. Every character in this story is the protagonist of their own tale, which is one of my favorite ways to write and also the type of fiction that I usually enjoy the most. In this way, Witcher 2 is much like Sapkowski's Witcher Saga books, but limited mostly to one perspective. And that's so unusual and cool to me. I can't think of another game that has done something like this with both so many characters and such a complex story. This is why this game's narrative is unique even without the choices and consequences. It's also why it's so damn dense and can be confusing your first time through, although there are other reasons for that too. The story isn't in orbit around Geralt, it's almost the opposite. The events that have been set in motion here are too big to stop by erasing just one single character. Geralt could be removed and most of the ending would be the same. Even Letho could be taken out. Do you really think Foltest not dying would change everything? Just like Henselt dying doesn't really seem to change much either. That Nilfgaard wouldn't have found another blunt-looking but secretly sharp instrument if they hadn't captured Letho, and that they hadn't dispatched others too and Letho just beat them to the punch. Would Yennefer have been pressured into helping more? This is exactly what I mean, this beautifully fluid storytelling. Yes, characters cause changes, but only ripples that crash against other ripples that are triggered by reactions to whatever change would be caused. And isn't that also what you see when you make changes during your playthroughs? The game does cheat sometimes, and I probably pointed out those instances more than I should have, but much of it is fair and it works. I view the story in this game less as a traditional narrative and more as this cause and effect simulation, but this means there are too many names and terms and historical events to keep track of. This is also used to provide an interesting conflict when, somewhere in Chapter 2 and after regaining his memories, Geralt will understand more of the story than you will. Geralt is frightfully intelligent, and the games only show glimpses of that here and there, like this wonderful scene in Witcher 1 when you question people making armaments in a factory, and even with amnesia, Geralt correctly concludes there's a civil war brewing in Temeria. For Witcher 2, in order to catch up to him, you really need to play the game twice and arguably also read the books. I think this makes the games more captivating, but it's also quite the flaw if you don't understand the 2 playthrough requirements, and many players might not want to do that. If you do, then you'll probably enjoy your second time through more as a story experience, which is something I've tried to emulate in this video with all of the recapping. There are many revelations to discover, especially if you went Roche your first time and then Yorveth your second. The game definitely wants and expects you to do this, but I don't think it has enough choices early on to pull players back into the thick of it immediately. If there's a second big flaw in the story, right below the bafflement many players will go through in Chapter 3 if they went with Roche, then it's this: the choice and consequence engine needed to get started much sooner. You'll recall, of course, that 4 hours earlier in this video I said that Witcher 2 is my least favorite in this trilogy, but also the most interesting. This is the primary reason why. I can't bring myself to call the multiple playthrough requirement good when not enough of it was developed early on and the gameplay is something you have to tolerate all over again. But I think a culprit here is how CD Projekt chose to allocate so many resources when making this game. In short, that while on a AA budget, they kind of caught the AAA disease. They wanted set pieces. The Castletown Prologue, the Kayrin fight, the Cursed Mist section, and almost all of Loch Muin. These sections are remarkable in many ways, mostly visually and in atmosphere. They also clearly took a remarkable amount of time, effort, and budget to make. All for what amounts to very little of the game's total playtime. This is what I think is the game's largest mistake, committing so much to these set pieces. The fundamental gameplay in the Witcher games is being let loose in an environment to explore, talk, quest, and fight. Witcher 1 is that for almost the whole game, so is Witcher 3. Witcher 2 is only like that in Flotsam and maybe Vernon, but that's a stretch. Chapter 2 suffers from its claustrophobic tunnel network and lower amount of content on each side because the section was split into 2 different paths. Then Chapter 3 is tiny. Look again at how much work went into the environments of this city and its surroundings. Look again at how many streets were built for Lavalette Castle in the prologue. Look at all the free real estate that could have been gained if there didn't need to be a gaping magical void in Chapter 2 and tight corridors limiting your access to it. I really like these areas and set pieces, but just imagine how much more freedom the game would have and how much more in line it would be with Witcher 1 and Witcher 3 if you could wander around these areas freely, talking to people, getting quests, and so on. Instead, they're used quickly, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but there's little else here that is the typical type of gameplay that you find in this series. My assumption is that much more content and choices were originally planned. I think that's a safe assumption given how much feels to be missing from Witcher 1 and even Witcher 3. Witcher 2 does not feel unfinished, although if I played it all before the Enhanced Edition, I may have said otherwise, but its overall quality is just as burnt as the individual pieces. My guess is that these sections I've pointed out took far more resources than they predicted. Like, hell, the boulders the Kayrin throws don't even visibly show up in its tentacle, remember? The rest of the game lost opportunities for development when these sections siphoned resources away, and we're left with startlingly few chances to get into the fundamental gameplay structure of the series, and fewer choices and consequences than I think there should be to truly justify 2 playthroughs. Not to mention how short the game is. Even though the story does feel complete, at the risk of engaging in hyperbole, it feels like an entire chapter is missing. But that's fitting because that burnt quality that I keep bringing up is a really good indicator of something that I think happened during the end of this game's development. It was burnt out, a feeling I can definitely relate to after making these videos. I can see the juggling that went on when making this game. I can feel the exasperation and how I'm certain that there wasn't a single person on the dev team that had the full game in their heads by the end. Everyone on the team was at least a little lost, and it was finished in an angry frenzy. I thought you fixed that. I thought you did. I did fix it. Then why isn't it working? Why isn't there announcements when you get a secret perk? I thought you already did that. Well, they're not in there. We'll go and check. Well, I can't play this fucking thing again. Just ship it. Just fucking ship it. And I mean, that's every game, right? But this time it's much more complex creatively and also in Polish, which would probably make it sound angrier. There's too many scenes and lines that go nowhere, and far too many contradictions. I know his weakness. We have unfinished business. Ves is lying. You don't ever see Philippa on the Roche path, yet you see Deathmold on the Jorvith line. Roche and Jorvith's battle in Flotsam feels so much like the prelude to another big confrontation that never happens. There's all the inconsistencies between the 2 different paths in Chapter 2. Why did they reuse the garden for the meeting with Letho when that doesn't make any sense? And even little things that are so easily forgotten, like the furtive pygmy of details. For a quick example, it's really important to break this ballista when you go and see the Commandant with Roche, but it's never important and never comes back up again. There's a lot of things like that. By the time we get to the end of Chapter 2, the ugly truth has been revealed, that there are too many balls to keep in the air. Witcher 1 has a bunch of decisions throughout its playthrough and then a big split at its ending. Witcher 2 has a bunch of decisions and put its big split 1/3 of the way in and then had even more decisions after that. Witcher 2 was an experiment for CD Projekt. Narrative choices, action combat, breaking in a new game engine, Bethesda wonders what that's like. We also know in hindsight now that it feels like a prologue game to the monolithic Witcher 3. It's an experiment with mixed results, with the majority of them being a success, but it's a government party won an election kind of majority, not an overwhelmingly positive on Steam kind of majority. It was an incredibly difficult idea to explore and realize, and yet they still went for it, the Mad Lads. I have no doubt that making this game drove at least a few people crazy. People screamed at each other during it, and here I am pointing out its failures. I want to make sure I'm also praising it as much as it deserves, which is a lot. But we're not done yet. Because at the end here, you also may have noticed that the story lacks an emotional core because of this experimental nature. Geralt isn't important, he's just along for the ride. Yennefer and Ciri are once again absent, there's no reveal at the end to tie it all together like they did with Alvin in Witcher 1. Dandelion and Triss are barely in it. In fact, aside from Roche, there's hardly one character you can point to that is present for much of the runtime, and even then, that's only on Roche's own route. Hell, Letho is barely in the game either. The story is instead a serviceable bundle to facilitate the narrative experiment. Right? Well, actually, I don't think so. I think there is an emotional core here after all, and that emotion is, perhaps quite fittingly, frustration.
But I'm dead tired of having to choose the lesser evil.
This moment in the courtyard is a big deal for Geralt, and it's one that players are kept separate from. Unless you turn the game off in the middle of this conversation and read all of the books, then it's only Geralt the character that regains his memory. And if you've already read the books before this, then you already knew all of it, and only Geralt is now coming out of the darkness. This is the death and birth of one of the Geralts. Book Geralt has been dead for a while, Amnesia Geralt is dying right in front of us, and we witness the creation of post-amnesia game Geralt. He has the full context of his life back in his head, but also the memories of when he couldn't remember. This weaves everything together, the books, Witcher 1 and 2, and feeds into the staging for Witcher 3. I love how high CD Projekt's writing can reach that they manage to thread all of that through a narrative experiment like this, that it draws on the annoyance you feel and even how overwhelmed you might be at all of the names and events and faces. Foltest is dead, nobles are vying for power, politics, 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 go to Flotsam, deal with bullshit, go to Vernon, deal with more bullshit, now we have to keep going to Loch Muin? What the fuck is a Loch Muin? Why is this summit even happening? Who are all of these people? What parts of this are important? A dragon? Philippa? Sheila? Who's right? Who's wrong? Is Triss a friend or a foe? Is Letho a friend or a foe? Can I really trust Roche or Yorveth? And does Saskia really have the pure intentions that she appears to have? Am I even doing the right thing with any of these decisions? Pull it back further, Geralt has been on this wild ride for at least 7 months, maybe even a year because it's unclear how much time passes in each chapter of the first 2 games. Wake up, why aren't you dead? We're your friends, trust us, this is Triss, trust her, we're under attack, help us, avenge us, travel the world, get wrapped up in curses and monsters and resolving the problems of horrible people who brought most of it on themselves. Politics, politics, politics. Luvarden uses you, Triss uses you, Ada uses you, then Foltest, maybe the Order or the Scoia'tael depending on your choices. Then you unintentionally make a child grow up to be a monster and are forced to kill him. Because of all of this, Geralt is stuck. He can't leave. He's a victim of a series of accidents. He's tripped and fallen into the role of a king's man. Fall into a romance with Triss now, follow the king, save the king, fight for the king. He's just about to be released of his obligations, and then Letho ruins it all. Look at the wondrous agony on display here, how cause and effect can knock on and on and on because Geralt doesn't have the wisdom and presence to match his combat capabilities. And as you can see from the length of just this video of 3 in a series, look at the convoluted mess that he's forced to navigate through while being half-blind and unsure if even those who claim to be his trusted friends truly know what's best for him. Those who have continually failed to tell him about the most important 2 people in his life, Yennefer and Ciri. The people who he didn't seek out to help him after he left the Isle of Avalon. He just went straight to it all on his own. Go from one king to another, you're a mutant, a freak, people spit on you in the streets, risk your life fighting monsters without really knowing how to do it, kill one of your own Witcher kind without really knowing why. Now you're a kingslayer, no one is ever grateful for what you do, not for the big heroics anyway. And the natural triumph of those victories is often snatched away because horrible people profit from them. A monster or a curse should be an objectively bad thing. Should be. It's a part and parcel of the terms themselves, but a monster could be preventing another worse monster from committing evil. A curse can be a dam that holds back a flood. Then Geralt finally gets to here. His memories are back and he's free. Loch Muin is either a massacred ruin or being locked away by newly elevated mages. Either way, he loses his amnesia like waking up from a nightmare, the fog clearing into another nightmare. The kings and nobles have left, not one of them saying a word of thanks to Geralt the Dragon Slayer, and there's no one left to say, here's what we're doing next, Geralt. Triss or Roche or Yorveth could try, but it wouldn't work anymore. Geralt is back and he's free, which is what I think this oddly out-of-place ladybug is meant to represent in this final scene. Frustration into release, a cathartic ending, a beautiful breaking point. It's the conclusion to this stage of the free will experiments. All of the choices lead you to here no matter what. The journey has been different, but the conclusion is the same. There's an elasticity to your decisions. A different Geralt could be standing here before his memory came back, but this is always where he'll be standing. And I have to wonder if that says something about a person's drive and ideals, the core of who they are, being a constant despite the decisions they make. This is also a catharsis that many players may feel if they just want to get to Witcher 3. They're now done with the old bad games and can play the shiny new one. I disagree with that, of course, but I'm well aware that many people only like the third game in this trilogy. Plus, it's a great match to the change in structure with the next game. Witcher 3 is open world and allows for much freer exploration that's paired with Geralt finally being free of the last several months of amnesiac torment. Interestingly, the first 2 books also do something like this with a big change occurring at the end of them that continues with the 5-book saga that follows, which is really like one continuous story split into 5 volumes. And having recognized that emotional core, that concludes Witcher 2. There are different versions of the final scenes depending on your recent choices, plus an ending montage that gives you some drips of information on what happened next, to Flotsam, to Anais, to Philippa, and so on. Sadly, most of these do a poor job at setting up continuity for Witcher 3 because most of it is ignored. Saskia never returns whether she lives or dies. Even if the game ends with Philippa still having direct control over one of the last living dragons in the world, Saskia is never brought up again. Philippa comes back though, and Geralt will never admonish her for her attempt at burning down Lochween and trying to kill hundreds of people. Yorveth is never seen again. If you didn't kill Henselt, then CD Projekt will, in a battle between Kedwen and Redania sometime soon. Nilfgaard invades from the south and renders your results in Flotsam and Vergen void. Some of these endings also do a better job at setting up things than others. It makes more sense to me that Radovid was able to invade Kedwen and unite the north against Nilfgaard if Henselt was killed in Vergen. Radovid also becomes a mad king in Witcher 3, driven insane by the burden of leadership. Speaking to Siegfried about the king, in addition to the choice that leaves Lochween in bloody ruination, are the only hints that set this up enough to feel like it doesn't come out of nowhere, and you could miss them entirely. In fact, it's likely that you will. There's also the problem with Geralt's status in the world. If you go with the Roche path, you can be pardoned by Henselt, Radovid, and also free Anais, who can tell the truth about who killed Foltest. The true Kingslayers are revealed at the end regardless, but Geralt could still be suspected of working with them. They are Witchers after all. On the Yorveth line, you will be hated by Temeria, Kedwen, possibly alienated the nobles of Edirn or led their prince to his death, received no support from Radovid at all, and may even be imprisoned by him, plus Queen Meve also hates Geralt due to his actions in the books. Witcher 3 starts with Geralt possibly being the most wanted criminal that he has ever been, and yet none of it matters, and he's free to run with Vesemir without being badgered. It's another reason why I think a canon ending should be chosen for each game, especially Witcher 3, for the inevitable Witcher 4 or whatever spin-off continuation happens. Like Geralt, Witcher 2 is a captivating mutant of a game that shows the strength of a concept that deserves more development, hopefully by CD Projekt themselves. I wonder how differently I would view the game if it had combat that was properly enjoyable. How much would that elevate the different choices and paths if gameplay was a lure to see it all again? We'll never know. I'm happy this game exists. I never want to play it again.
Legend has it they wilt unless nourished with blood, and also if they're sold. But give it to someone you love, and it'll live forever.
This one's for you.
Oh, Geralt.
I want you to keep it. If there's any truth to the legend, it shouldn't wilt. Even if you pluck a petal or two. Didn't need me? Didn't even want to see me?
I didn't want to spoil things. I'd heard you and Triss made a great couple.
Yen, I'm a witcher.
Alright, and that's the end of the video. The video's so nice I made it thrice. So here's my improvised thing I do at the end while the credits are rolling. Usually I record this much later, so it's kind of surreal to be back down here recording this again. Anyway, so a couple things I need to get through. First of all is to say thank you to Marek, Nick, and Wuggy for all of the art that they made for this video. Marek made 3 images that were used throughout this that I'll post on the screen right now. Nick made the intro and also an animation that was used in the Flotsam section. And Wuggy made some mystery art that you may have noticed throughout the video. And if you didn't, then I guess you were listening and you weren't watching, which is fine. Someone will probably put it together and post it. So yeah, thank you to them. Thank you to you for watching or listening. And thank you to the patrons that are on the screen right now. The video couldn't be made without you, and you've been very patient when it comes to this project, so thank you for that. I should probably explain that, right? I said that it was going to be a few weeks after the first video, and it's August, so awkward in August. That's such a dumb joke. There's so many dumb jokes in this video. I think I might have oversteered a bit with the jokes in this one, by the way, because I've made this video 3 times now, maybe even 4 times if you add it all up. It's kind of like the Ship of Theseus, I think that's the one, right? Ship of Theseus, where if you replace the parts of the ship one at a time over a span of years, at the end of it, is it still the same ship because everything got replaced, that sort of thing. So many parts of this video have been remade, and the whole thing has been re-recorded probably 3 times if you count all of the individual sections that were rewritten and then re-recorded, and then I did the whole re-recording of the whole thing, and then I even did some re-recordings of that too. I hate this video. I hate it so much. I hope that it's good. I hope that everyone's going to be like, you're crazy, but I think this video is shit. Sorry, I really don't like it. I don't like that I had to put up all the censorship stuff up on the screen for so many parts of it that were already made, and I took the time to go through it and add all the blurs to all the different parts and make sure that it wasn't too explicit, and then I had to go and undo all that work and add all those black screens for something that might not even flag it anyway, but their rules are pretty clear that if you do censor nudity, and I'm rambling again, sorry. What was I supposed to be saying? Explaining why it took so long for this to come out. I took some time off after the first video. I took 2 weeks off to sort of recover from that, and then I went back and watched everything that I had made for the second video and found that I still didn't like it at all. I also hated how patchy the recording was for the script, so I decided that now was the time to bite the bullet and get a new recording setup, which is why my voice sounds so different in this video than the previous one. I also made a recording booth in our basement. That was also because our daughter is old enough now that she needs her own room, and that was my workspace, so we had to reorganize a bunch of stuff. And when you think sound recording booth, you might be thinking of something way more professional than it is. Like, I'm standing in here right now with, I don't know, 20 spiders, so with curtains and soundproof foam hooked onto them. I hope that the increase in recording quality is noticeable to most of you. It's going to depend on your audio equipment, and I still haven't got it perfected yet. There's some tweaking I can do, and I think I'm probably over processing it in Audacity after the recording is done, and I should just leave it to be a more natural sound, but I'll get there. It's been a bit of an experiment, and that matches the title of the video, doesn't it? And there are parts of the audio in this video that I'm still not super happy with, but I think it's still a great improvement overall. So with re-recording the whole thing and all the rewrites and putting the video together pretty much again, all over again, which I didn't think I would have to do, but I did, it took this long. And I also tried not to crunch. I tried to limit myself to 50 to 60 hours a week, which didn't happen toward the end, and that's a whole other issue. Anyway, that sounds like a bunch of excuses. I'm sorry that took so long, but it took as long as it did. I didn't want to put a video up that I hated as much as I did back then. I still do hate it, but I hate it less, so that's a success, right? I'm gonna count that as a success. Anyway, so the next one is going to be out in 2 days. No, it's gonna be probably just as long as it took for this one to come out. There isn't as much work to do on that one as there was for this one, because I am way more happier with the state that the Witcher 3 video is in already, but I do have to re-record it to match this one now, and there's probably some changes and updates I do want to make in response to this video, because this video is probably the most incorrect video that I've ever made, and I think I'm okay with that. The subject matter is so complicated, and you might have noticed that there was a lot of qualifiers and notes that I wrote on the screen throughout this video because there's just so much contradictory information about it, and you can't be sure if a line that justifies something is in the same canon or timeline as the other thing that it counters, you know what I mean? I hope that makes sense. So yeah, there's probably more wrong in this video than any other video, and I'm not talking about opinions, I'm talking about that's actually a mistake. So whatever people catch, I'll probably address in the third video if people care enough to want it to be corrected. Anyway, so the reason why it's going to take as long is because this project has gone on for so long that there's a huge backlog of things that I have to do that I've been putting off. There's a bunch of dad stuff that I have to do. Like, Lily and I have 3 kids now. My dog died back in March, and I want to get another dog because my life just doesn't feel right without having a dog, and we just recently got the kids their first puppy, and that's something that has made me realize that I want that more. And Finn, my oldest son, named him Yoshi, so we're living with a Yoshi now, because he's just obsessed with Mario. There's also boring stuff like I need to speak to a lawyer about some things, I need to talk to an accountant, I need to talk to a business person, I need to get a passport. There's just a million things like that I've just kept putting off, and it's starting to stress Lily out even more than it's stressing me out, and we just need to get it done. So I'm going to take some time to do that while I recover from this. I'm going to stream a little bit, and the video should still be out before the end of the year, but I don't know when it's going to be. And that's all I can say, and hopefully having 9 hours now of Witcher content to watch at the moment is enough for that to be delayed a little bit, so it is as good as it possibly can be, and I don't lose my mind or some other things that I can't name. Anyway, I wanted this to be only 5 minutes, and who knows how long it is now. I just improvise this, and I try to cut out the really, really awful takes and all of the little stumbles that I do. So yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you again to Merrick, Nick, and Wuggy. Thank you to the patrons. I hope that this video was watchable and entertaining, or I don't know, I hope the jokes weren't too cringy. And that's it. Thank you very much. I'll see you next time. The Last of Us 2 sucked. Am I really gonna leave that in? I don't even think that it was okay. Am I gonna leave it in? I don't know. I'll decide when I get here.